Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Elden Ring. Let's get the show on the road and return to the place I stopped at, which is, as the title of the stream suggests, the Snowy Fields, or whatever else they were called. I did save at the Round Table Hold, but I guess let's get out of here right away and go to the place I want to be at. So, what did we do last time? Last time I was able to pretty much go through this general area and Castle Sol. Pretty much did everything here, I hope. I hope I didn't miss anything. I don't necessarily think so. The whole setup of the place is really, really cool. It's a really cool experience getting here for the first time. It was a lot of fun. In general, I definitely like snow levels. I like the whole idea of sort of ascending up the mountain towards the final piece of the puzzle, more or less. The only thing that's, like if you really want to, I guess, clear all the different things that are here, all the different side dungeons and everything, it does get a little bit too repetitive, in my opinion. I know that the game is huge. I know that you're not necessarily meant to see everything on your first playthrough. Yeah, I wish they would have done a bit more in terms of making sort of optional dungeons and everything a bit more unique. Either introduce more puzzles or introduce just, in general, more unique elements to them, or just don't put that many into the game, right? That would also be a viable thing. Oh well, I did also manage to get the second half of the Haligtree Medallion, which obviously you get here in Castle Sol, and ultimately was able to go to the Snowfields, consecrated Snowfield as it is called. I also, at least I think, I cleared out this dungeon as well. It seemed like there wasn't anything else to do here, really. It's a bit random that they suddenly have just an invisible floor there. I don't know. Maybe that's sort of a nod to the people that have played. I think was it Dark Souls 3 or something that also had like a random invisible path that you could take. And it's also in Dark Souls 1, right? But in Dark Souls 1, it's quite like you have to take it, right, in order to get to a boss somewhere in like that crystal thing. Even there, it also felt way too random, right? It didn't feel like it made any sense whatsoever that suddenly existed. And it's not even like a really cool secret, because in order to make the player actually be able to progress, they pretty much have to show you that that's a thing, right? So, don't really know why they did it here, but I do think they kept it to a minimum, and ultimately, I think I've cleared this? Question mark? Hopefully. But as you can see, there's still a bunch of stuff that I haven't seen yet. Hopefully it's not going to be too annoying to navigate through the snowstorm. The snowstorm, I think, is pretty much sort of in this first area here. So hopefully it'll be fine, but yeah. I probably need to keep a couple of things in mind and look on the map a bit more frequently to basically make sure that I get everything. So I guess this direction would be the end of the map, more or less. I don't think I could necessarily continue here anywhere. It's interesting now, knowing how this area is laid out and everything. The glowing stones seem to lead you, I don't know, to the right here somewhere. Um, Definitely interesting how this is designed. Yeah, I was pretty much, I followed these glowing stones, right? So this just leads way over here as well. No, never mind. Maybe they don't. I don't really know if it's worth it to look at everything here, especially with the thick snowstorm. Oh, hi. Well, that's something I haven't seen before. I don't think that this still points to anything, though, right? Unless maybe it does. Or did at some point. Okay, so that's the edge here. Let's try and go the other way. But yeah, I don't necessarily think there's going to be too many interesting things here. I mean, that would definitely surprise me if they had placed stuff in here. Maybe a couple of unique things here and there. Okay, so that just leads back. I mean, yeah, it's hard to say, right? It's pretty impossible to really look at everything here, and there's a high chance that I might miss. Seriously? He didn't fall down? Oh no, never mind. I thought the big bear was gonna fall down. Well, whoopsie. Man, these big bears are really something. They always like they can really hurt you. Okay, so that's where it died. I guess it's just really the big bear that is there. That's where it just was. I really thought he was gonna fall down. I was sort of waiting for him to just fall off the edge because he was literally standing in mid-air. But I guess the game still counted most of his... Oh, hello. The game still counted most of his body being, like, on the... I never quite know how the hitboxes work in these particular instances, right? Can you please stop annoying me? Just want to see if I missed anything. Okay, let's... Oh, he's got... Oh, that was a bit early. Ooh! Holy shit, that's a lot of rot. How does he have rot in this place? Oh, rotten battle hammer. Rotten duelist helm. He actually dropped something. Yeah, why is he rotten in here? That is interesting. I mean, well, we do know that the Halic tree... What's her name? Not Melina. That's my finger maiden. Melania, right? What the fuck are you doing here? We know that Melania carries the rot within her, so I guess in that regard it makes sense that these people would be here. It's just such a very interesting and stark contrast to having these somewhat peaceful snowfields here, but then also this rot, right? Because typically you would assume that maybe in this colder climate and cold environment, something like this rot. I mean, obviously it's I guess magical in nature, right? So it's not really affected by the cold as much as you'd think, but it's still something that I don't know, you'd kind of naturally assume to not be as prevalent here as it is somewhere else, right? And then again, maybe that's exactly the case, right? That might be why Melania came here, because maybe she thought that this would contain the rot better and it couldn't spread anywhere else or something. Let's see if this tells us anything more. Rotten Battle Hammer. Large iron great hammer designed for gladiatorial combat, now festering with scarlet rot. Weighty enough to crush armor and its wearer alike. Braggart's Roar. Declare your presence with a boastful roar. Raises attack power, defense, and stamina recovery speed. Is that the first weapon that had that skill that I found? I'm not entirely sure, but... So this causes rot buildup. That's actually pretty interesting. I would really be interested to see, with all the different effects that you can get on a lot of weapons, on a New Game Plus playthrough or something, I would be really interested to see like how far they went in terms of giving specific boss enemies specific weaknesses. I wonder if there's like a sort of an optimal, not necessarily optimal setup, because you have a lot of different choices, right? Even if, let's say, some boss would be really weak to rot, there's like a million different choices that you could use, right? A million different weapons, or you could just use the grease or whatever, right, to achieve the desired effect. But I am really interested in possibly finding out like how far they went in that regard, right? Is it really, does it really make sense to utilize certain effects against certain enemies, and how much does that change how well you can get through the encounter? Oh, this looks interesting. But so the snakes were there originally, though, right? The rot is literally just the red on it. Bronze helm decorated with innumerable snakes eaten through by scarlet rot. Worn by gladiators who were driven from the Colosseum, the wearer becomes a slightly easier target for foes. Becomes a slightly easier target? The hell is that referring to? Huh. And also, so snakes are somehow connected to the Colosseum? Huh, this isn't even on the map. The Grey Feathers. I guess I'll sort of stumble my way through the snowstorm. I don't necessarily think there's any sort of possible way for me to really make sure that I get everything here. Because that specific enemy, right? I mean, you can very, very easily miss that, so... It's definitely interesting. I wonder if there's, like, if I go up here, if there's anything special over there. Because it looks like you'd maybe be able to not only go up there, but also possibly find something. What the hell was that? Looked like something in the ground. Oh. I don't know. It's you guys. How did that frost still hit me? You serious? Okay. As I thought. That very much looked like there would be an item there on the map. I do kind of wish they would give you some sort of way to get rid of the snowstorm, though. I don't know. I like the whole setup and idea of it, right? I really do, but it's maybe a bit too tedious knowing that you can't really change it. Can I please stop being in combat? Okay. Okay, so whatever this is pointing to should be over here somewhere. So maybe let's try and go there first. So I've covered this area so far, right? There's like a little bit of a drop here that you can use to navigate. So I think it probably makes sense to sort of look at this elevated portion here. There seems to be some sort of tower here, and I think the snowstorm is already letting up once you reach the river, right? So let's do this upper portion, then I can take sort of this lower portion here, and after that I should be pretty much clear of the storm itself, I think. Okay, that's the caravan. I think this particular one, I got the loot, right? Maybe? Hopefully? Okay, the question is just, where is this actually pointing towards? Probably here somewhere, right? So I guess I'll go this way. Oh, oh, he's fighting the wolves. Bye-bye. Why are you guys fighting me? I helped you. I want to kill you. Wow, seriously, that was a trade? Huh. Aristocrat hat. I wonder what these aristocrats are doing here, though, right? I mean, these are all over the place. These are basically sort of scholars that I guess take or make expeditions into all kinds of different environments and places and whatnot. It is kind of strange that they wouldn't get more protection or something when they venture into these kinds of places. Okay, so I wonder if the cave is here. Oh, there it is, yeah. That's the one. So since the statue is pointing here, these should be catacombs, right? Consecrated Snowfield catacombs, yeah. Not necessarily the most innovative name, but oh well. Snowfield catacombs. Let's see. Hopefully they aren't too big, because at this point I do have to admit I'm slightly over catacombs in this game. They're a bit too similar. After a while, it's just too, I don't know. Oh, hello. I mean, I know I mentioned this already, but I don't necessarily mind them reusing certain level elements and stuff, right? I mean, obviously you can't always make completely new assets and stuff like that. So in that regard, it's sort of fine, but yeah, it's just gameplay-wise, I think they're just not the most interesting thing after a while, right? Because, like, it's not even really about the level structure at the end of the day, right? I mean, having really similar level elements and everything, okay, fine, right? That's not a problem, I think, overall. The problem is that they don't do enough with it, right? It's just always these imps. It's there are like three different enemies that appear in most of these, and yeah, it's just not seriously. What? How did that not? Are you kidding me? How does? Oh well. Also, I just think that even with this, right? Even with these enemies and everything, I think they could have just done more, to be completely honest. What exactly was the point of this? Was it just for one item? I think another problem as well is just that in the case of Elden Ring or FromSoft's games in particular, these kinds of levels can be, how do I put it? The game is sort of the game almost has a little bit of a problem because, like, obviously a big thing about FromSoft's games has been that basically every enemy, oh for fuck's sake, are you kidding me? He's here as well? See, stuff like this, right? They want to make everything a challenge, right? And overall, so far, I think over most of FromSoft's games, the fact that everything's a challenge, that you need to be constantly vigilant about your environments, right? And constantly, like, that's what makes it fun at the end of the day, right? That's what makes these games interesting and makes them really different from a lot of other things like the Elder Scrolls series, for example, right? Because in Elder Scrolls, at the end of the day, at least after a certain while, after you've played a while, right? Skyrim obviously has a lot of repeated content as well. Oblivion even more so, because Oblivion also has these, well, they're not randomly generated, but they were at one point randomly generated and then statically put into the game as dungeons. But the thing there is that at a certain point, most enemies just aren't a threat to you anymore, right? So you just go through them, annihilating everything, and then maybe the boss is an interesting challenge or something, right? And obviously you could argue that makes for a game that's just overall kind of boring after a while, and I can definitely get behind that. The problem with Elden Ring is that I think this sort of FromSoft formula of making everything a threat, right, and having these powerful and challenging enemies everywhere does run into a little bit of a problem. And I think we've also seen that with the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne. It does run into a little bit of a problem when you have a lot of repeated level elements and level structures. Because suddenly it's not that interesting anymore, right? The interesting part, at least in my opinion, about FromSoft's games is to have these uniquely and well-crafted levels and interesting, challenging, and most of all, different types of enemies throughout them, right? That are placed in a very specific way to challenge you in very specific ways. But once you repeat the same thing a lot over and over and over again, what was originally a challenge becomes more and more an annoyance, right? And you want to prevent that from happening as much as possible. And I think, unfortunately, Elden Ring, with its sheer size, can, sort of fall into this place a little bit too much. Much like the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne, where, at least for me, after a while, it was just boring, right? I didn't want to engage with the Chalice dungeons, or with some can be really good, but most of them were just sort of boring and annoying because you never found anything new. You were never really rewarded for it. At least that that's a thing that Elden Ring definitely does better, because you just have this sheer unfathomable amount of unique weapons and talismans and whatnot in here, right? So at least you get rewarded for it. But it's still... yeah, it's still this really weird, I don't know, thing, right? Where what was originally a challenge, or what was originally a really fun challenge, now is just an annoying one. That was not... I for sure thought that my timing on that would be correct. God, I hate these enemies so much. Because they have so many weird timings. And they also have just way too much HP. Are you fucking serious? God, I hate these things so much. Stop annoying me. Well, the problem is also that my build is pretty bad for them, I have to say. He's still following me? The problem is all of my stuff really isn't damaging him at all, or enough, rather. Why did he go to... That was weird. Where the hell am I even running? Also, they can't seem to decide whether or not they actually... Oh, fuck. Whether or not they actually want to follow you or not. Oh, shit. Stop annoying me. There's gonna be like 5 different more in this dungeon, aren't there? Oh. Well, should have tried to lure him here in the first place, huh? Yeah, I... See, it's stuff like this, right? I mean, obviously... I don't know. If you're really good at fighting them, I guess you can get through this more quickly and can be rewarded for, you know, knowing how to fight them. I can definitely see this being, you know, interesting to a lot of people, and I'm not necessarily even saying that it's not to me either, right? But I don't know, this was like the 15th time or something that I found someone like an enemy like this. And so, I don't know, to me, it's just not that interesting. I also kind of feel like they could have done something more interesting with these imps after a while. I don't know. Another problem with the bigger statues is also that, I don't know, the fact that they are bosses at the start of the game and are now just normal enemies, I know that is something that is typically done a lot of the times in games, but, oh, for fuck's sake, to me it definitely takes, I don't know, it takes a little bit away from them being a cool and interesting enemy. Okay, seriously, how... I guess... They do have pretty high magic resist, don't they? Which is why my attack isn't really getting through. I don't know... Do I have anything that might work well against them, though? Well, this is all magic, though, right? I mean... lightning and everything. Also, I don't have... Running out of FP a little bit here. I mean, it's just an item, right? I could just run in and grab it. Of course. It's still kind of crazy to me, though. I mean, they literally have, like, what, 10,000 HP or something? Oh, hello. That's one of those rotten knights, isn't it? Malenia's knights? Okay, that is... See, I mean, well, this was a bit too easy, obviously, but, I don't know, he could have used a bit more HP, right? It would have been fine if he had, like maybe double the HP that he now had, and the other things should have about half the HP that they have. And I think it would have made for a more interesting dungeon experience, I don't know. Because then there's also... Oh, hello. Then there's also just the fact that, as you just saw with the other statue, right? It's also quite easy to literally just run past enemies, right? That has been a thing in FromSoft's games for the longest time. And that never really felt good to me, right? I mean, it's okay if you have linear levels, and I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing to me. Like, typically, it just leaves behind this feeling of, you didn't really clear this, right? But at the end of the day, I also don't want to spend, you know, hours just fighting enemies that I already know. I don't know. Head covering made from the largely unaltered head of an impish golem. Resembling an elder, it holds trace amounts of arcane knowledge. Okay. The fuck was that sound? Oh, that's just... I was... Yeah, okay, it's just this. I was really confused there for a second and thought, oh, wait a minute, what the hell is that? But no, it's just these statues. Problem is I'm really running out of... I'm running out of FP. Oh, what the fuck? 2 of them? Okay. Get over here, you dumb fuck. Oh, great. He buffed himself. Shit, I only hit one of them? Okay, that hit both. Clean rod armor. Isn't that the one that I'm wearing? Oh shit, now I'm out of FP. That's not good. Wait, am I... Did I miss the actual path? Wait, let me actually take a look at that. Is that the armor that I'm currently wearing, or is it another version of it? No, it's the one that I have. Well, this was... not really great. Oh, I get it. I get it. Wait, how do I do that, though? I guess I have to... Oh, for fuck, really? Oh no, never mind, that was not clever at all. Wait, can I avoid the other one? I hope this doesn't have any sort of... because I didn't properly look whether or not he had, like, paths to the right and left of him. I don't think he has, but... Well, if they're throwing so many high HP enemies at me now, maybe I should actually think about potentially... Oh, I knew this would happen. For fuck's sake. That's really annoying. I wish they would trigger with you jumping on them. But yeah, if they're now starting to throw a lot of really high HP enemies at me, maybe I should think about... Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot that it now shoots this way. Maybe I should actually think about potentially... giving myself more FP flasks? Are you fucking serious? Do they really expect you to do it this way? Like, did nobody ever test that this would be incredibly annoying? Okay, wait. Is there a way for me to trigger this maybe? Nope. Fucking hell, this is annoying. This... You know, I've always liked this setup. This is really, really clever with these moving stalers also being the way to get around the place. Are you fucking serious? The problem is the jump, right? You can't really properly control the jump because it always forces you a certain distance. You can't adjust that while being in the air. Oh, am I just too dumb for this? How can this be so annoying? Okay, can I somehow trigger that with another weapon? I guess if I'm standing on it, can I hit it? That would probably be the better thing to do, right? If that's a possibility. The problem is while I'm standing on it, wouldn't my hit also move me? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense already. Okay, well, at least they're fair and are making these dungeons pretty short if they put in so many stronger enemies, right? See, it's sort of weird, right? Because it doesn't even properly show that you hit it. Okay, was the door over here? I think it was, right? So yeah, they're at least they're kind of fair in that they don't make these too long if they also put in a bunch of enemies, which is okay. But yeah, it's a weird thing, right? I would have preferred this dungeon to, for example, it's actually quite interesting that they put in the Rot Knights, right? Because I think those are enemies that, well, first of all, I haven't encountered that many of them, but also, I think that they, wait, can I level? Maybe. Wait, I need 128,000 though. But the Rot Knights are definitely enemies that haven't really been in these types of catacombs so far. I actually think I probably don't have enough to level. Maybe just barely, but then again, I also don't think that the boss is going to be too much trouble. So yeah, I actually would have preferred... Oh, are you fucking kidding me? They're shot... I swear to God, their weapons have a higher range on drop attacks compared to when they're on the ground. I actually thought that the trap would reset with me resting at the site of grace as well. That's interesting. But yeah, I think that if they would have put in these Rotten Knights and maybe normal rotten enemies, something that you maybe encounter in Caelid as well, I think that would have been a lot more interesting than putting in these weird statue things. Also, the problem is 2 of the statues, like, they have so much HP that they almost feel like mini bosses, right? And I bet you whatever is behind this golden fog probably doesn't have more HP than them, which kind of, right? I mean, doesn't it sort of devalue the actual boss of the dungeon if you have other enemies in it that literally have the same amount of HP? I don't know. To me, that's a little bit of a weird thing. Putrid Grave Warden Duelist. Oh, it's one of you guys. Yeah, he doesn't have... Ah, for fuck's sake. Every time he's doing these dumb grabbing attacks. Nice. Oh! That was a lot further than I thought it would be. See, this is pretty awesome, and something that I would have expected them to do way more is to just have these variants of other enemies. Great Grave Glovewort. 2 more of those? And a Rotten Gravekeeper Cloak. That looks pretty awesome. So this is exactly what I meant. This is really awesome, because these Grave Wardens have already been established as boss enemies in these catacombs, right? So now, since we're closer to Malenia's Rot, it makes sense that these Grave Wardens that typically, well, protect these graves, that they would have a rotten variant that is here as a boss enemy. That's pretty cool, and it's a really, really cool spin. And it also fits together with the environment of me finding basically like a smaller or easier version of this guy outside near the graves in the Snowfield, right? So it works really, really well together. This is really cool storytelling. But then, again, as I said, they're kind of like putting this down. They're actively making this dungeon worse by also putting in imps and these statues for some reason, where I think that maybe one statue could have been fine if it's in like an optional room and it, you know, protects some sort of interesting item or whatever. that could still be fine, right? But I don't know. It's sort of, once again, this clash of really, really good world building and then also other world building that just doesn't really make that much sense at all, right? Or it's not like that it doesn't make sense, it's just that it doesn't feel as good, I think. I don't know. It's just really weird for me that the game now constantly bounces back between being really awesome and annoying. I don't know, it's a bit of a weird thing. Is that body gear or headgear? Body gear. I wonder how that cloak would look on me. Thick, bristly cloak, eaten through by scarlet rot, the symbol of an underground gravekeeper's station. Really? That's all there is to this? We would have thought that it had maybe had some sort of unique properties. Man, one thing that I'm sort of actually looking forward to is going through on New Game Plus and really testing this, right? Really looking at, well, what kind of sort of, how optimal can you make your setup, right? Can you actually, like, get a really, really big advantage with a lot of enemies purely by choosing really good armor and weapons for certain enemies? Actually, that comes back to something that I said, well, probably ages ago during the playthrough, but I definitely think that the leveling system should have long been overhauled. Obviously, you can't really... I don't think a system like Sekiro would have really worked for this game in particular, because Sekiro really thrives because it's so, like, really tightly designed and balanced, right? Sekiro is really... Sekiro's whole system with actually not really being able to level up and only, like, getting these drops from bosses that can level your stats, and then also the skills themselves being more offensive options. I think that exact system wouldn't have really worked for Elden Ring. But, you know, really thinking about this, I think that the biggest issue for me personally is that I think Elden Ring would be, at least to me, a lot more interesting if it would have been way, way more about different setups, right? If you could really utilize your entire arsenal of weapons and armor and everything that you find throughout the game, right? There is just so much stuff, and none of it is really usable because in order to use something, you always have to upgrade it first, right? Obviously, you can use definitely way, way more than I did. I mean, I still have a bunch of upgrade materials. I would be able to change certain things, and armor obviously doesn't upgrade, so you could change that out quite a bit more quickly. But still, I think that the game would have definitely profited from sort of pushing you more towards just utilizing really different strategies against a lot of the enemies. I think that would have also made dungeon design a lot more interesting. If I came in here and realized, oh, okay, I'm going to fight Rot, and I'm going to fight these magical resistant statues, right? And then I would go into my inventory and sort of choose and pick certain things that really, really help me with this dungeon and just roll with it, right? Instead of then having to think about, oh, okay, now I need to go back to the round table hold. I need to upgrade this weapon. I need to upgrade this. I need to make sure that I have this, right? I think that would have been pretty cool, and obviously it doesn't really work with the leveling system that they now have because it prevents you from utilizing certain weapons, right? And with the stats that I have now as well, a lot of the weapons just wouldn't really hit hard at all, even if they're a really good choice against these enemies, simply because I haven't leveled the specific stats that you need for that weapon. I do think that having a leveling system in Elden Ring makes sense, and I also think that the stats or attributes that your characters have also sort of make sense. And it probably would require quite a bit of thought to come up with a system that both keeps sort of the progression elements of the game in terms of, you actually being able to level up, and also potentially, creating certain builds. I mean, when it comes to PvP, for example, now suddenly we're talking about a really, really interesting leveling system. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, you can also change everything. Like, I could go to Renala and change my stats, right? I literally have like 12 larval tiers or something. So it's not like the game wouldn't let you do that, but it's quite the involved process, right? You need to do a lot to change your setup properly, and even then, the problem is I wouldn't really know, like, I would have to test what really works against these enemies first, and then upgrade it. But then it also comes back to the fact that it's actually quite hard to test what works well against certain enemies if you don't upgrade it, because obviously you can't really, like, it would be difficult to determine, I think. It's not impossible, obviously, but I think it would be somewhat annoying to determine what kind of weapons really work well here if they all have sort of different weapon levels, right? So you'd have to think about, well, my current weapon is like a plus 12 or whatever, and how does that compare to an upgraded weapon? See, it's just all these kinds of little things that you need to think about that I think should be taken out of the equation, but I also obviously don't want to make the game more streamlined. I don't think that would be a good idea. So, I don't know. I think it would have been great if they had fundamentally changed the leveling system and just made it something I don't know. Yeah, see, that's a difficult thing, right? On the one hand, I definitely like that you sort of have to spec into certain builds. On the other hand, I think that it also sort of blocks you from changing it up a lot more. It's definitely a difficult problem to solve, and a thing that I think I'd have to think about a lot more. Bottom line is, I just wish that all of these sort of weaknesses and strengths and different sort of things like poison, scarlet rot, blight, whatever have you, right? If those things could be utilized more, if you could sort of outmaneuver your enemies, right? If it wouldn't just be about about your skill in terms of just knowing the timings of enemies, but also about the RPG elements behind it, right? Knowing their weaknesses and I mean, see, for example, these watchdogs in here, right? They're utilizing frost attacks. So it would be incredibly awesome if, for example, there was some sort of armor that negates frost, right? And you would put this on and it would negate that particular element of them, right? But then that armor maybe has less physical resistance. So it would all be about you sort of figuring out, okay, what's troubling me the most? What kind of thing that these guys do I have the most trouble with, right? And the other way around, for example, if I say, well, the magical attack doesn't really bother me, it's more about quick timings. Well, now I might maybe want to have, I mean, there is a talisman in game that, for example, improves your dodge roll. I don't know. I wish that sort of element of thinking about your setup and actually also changing it sort of on the fly, depending on the enemies you fight, could be a really, really cool and interesting element to the game. Obviously, you'd really, really need to think about that, because at the end of the day, if it would force you to, if it suddenly got to a point where you'd basically constantly be in the menu swapping out your equipment, every time you see a stronger enemy, that would be quite boring and annoying over time as well, right? So you would want to avoid that. So it's really quite the difficult sort of subject, right? It's definitely something that you'd have to think about a lot. But yeah, I really think that the leveling system in general is pretty boring and uninspired and should be changed. I just, you know, it would be quite a bit of trouble to figure something out for it, though, right? Which is also why I suspect they haven't really meddled with it. I think they don't really want to screw up a couple of things that they have that work really, really well. And I definitely get that, right? I mean, the fact that they want to keep that, or the fact that they want to keep. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. The fact that they want to keep certain core ideas to the formula. Yeah, I completely understand that, right? Because as I said, if you start meddling with it, you better have a really, really good idea in the back of your head on how to actually improve on it, right? Because at the end of the day, it definitely needs to be an improvement, right? If it's just sort of a different kind of thing, but not actually an improvement, then I think, oh, is this another fight? There might be another fight here or something. If it's not an actual improvement, but just sort of, oh, hello guys. You know, in a way, if it's just a quote-unquote side grade, right? If it literally just changes stuff for the purposes of changing stuff, then I say, oh, hello, you're the one that I was looking for. Oh, that's gonna be... that might be pretty annoying. Why are there... Oh, there's a teleporter here, what the fuck? Why is there a teleporter here? Oh. Oopsie. Wait, is that thing wearing like an earring or something? It looked like it was wearing an earring. Okay, interesting. So there is a teleporter over here. I wonder why that is. Where the fuck would that lead? I guess it could just lead... Ah, well, anyway, let's try and deal with it. If there's... I mean, I could literally just go for the stronger wolf, but I think I probably want to deal with the small ones first. Also, while I'm writing here again, let's just try and see if there's anything else on this side of the map. Like on this side of the... Why are there so many dead scholars here? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder where this leads. Wait, let me... Actually, since I'm in the snowstorm, let me mark that so I don't forget it. I don't think this leads up here. I think that would probably lead... Oh, seriously? Stand up, goddammit. Also, that is something else that is a bit weird in my opinion, right? The fact that, for example, that standing up animation, like, it takes so long. And I kind of wonder why, because, well, I mean, I'm the only one here, and you're invincible while standing up, right? So why make the standing up animation so long? A little bit of a weird thing. I think it was just because I was in mid-air. Oh, what? The hell are you doing here? Oh, seriously? Oh, okay. Oh, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? It's really hard to see when they actually hit. Or yeah, that thing definitely had too much HP as well. Also, I think they should just be a lot weaker against physical attacks, shouldn't they? I don't know. Ah, well, then again, my weapon doesn't have that much physical attack power, right? Because it also has so much, it also has so much magical attack. So I guess I kind of get it. What the? Are you kidding me? Oh, man. Some of these timings, man. For fuck's sake. Yeah, this isn't annoying at all. You can't even see the enemies, and they just attack you out of nowhere. Great! Fun, fun, fun. Oh, for fuck's sake. So now, well, I guess I don't have to engage with that weird magical ball thing at all. The problem is that these big wolves are already annoying to fight as is. So putting them in a snowstorm, yeah, doesn't really improve on that. But I think I want to kill it. I don't know, maybe it drops whatever earring that is that it holds. So I just somehow need to make sure that I don't trigger the big one. Right away. Also, once again, it's just the thing that makes this difficult isn't actually the big wolf, but the fact that they just have 3-4 wolves there all at once that can just chain stunlock you. Like, huh? It's not exactly a challenge, right? It's just, okay, we just put 5 enemies in here and they can stunlock one-shot you, more or less. Okay, I see you. Seriously? No, I don't want to target you, for fuck's sake. I pressed circle, for fuck's sake. Man, stop doing that. I just want to fight you and nothing else. Man, he has some annoying timings. That's also a thing. I just want to learn to fight him, right? I would really like to just have him as an enemy and learn his attacks, learn how he works. But nope, they have to put in the small wolves as well, and so it's just annoying. And you can't even properly learn him, and you don't even, right? You don't even see what the sort of arena looks like. You have no idea when there's like stones or something that you might be stuck on. Okay, let's maybe just lure out the smaller wolves or something. I don't know. The problem is that really. I don't actually want to fight the big one on the horse, though. The problem is, I think that's actually the best way to do it. Where the fuck are you? Oh, I swear. Sure. I pressed fucking circle! Are you kidding me? Oh man, fucking hell, why? I pressed circle the instant I saw these things go off. Oh, I would really love learning his attacks and fighting him properly, but the game just doesn't let you do that. Oh. It would sure be great if a game that has, you know, really good action gameplay actually would let you engage with a really good action gameplay instead of having to awkwardly do, I don't know, horse battles. Oh, for fuck's sake. What? Wait, did it... Huh? Did it save the health of my horse somehow? Instead of... That honestly felt like my horse just had the same amount of health that I... That was weird. Because Torrent should have had full HP, right? Oh, wrong direction. Okay, now can we actually do this properly, or do I need to be even more annoyed? This is actually also the same problem that Rom the Spider has in Bloodborne, right? But Rom is specifically designed to actually not be that engaging of a fight, right? Because they pretty much set it up to be somewhat of a gimmick fight, right? Where the fuck are you going? Oh, I hate that so much. What the fuck? How did they hit me? I literally saw my horse, what's it called? Thingy-majoo going off. I pressed circle, my horse started sprinting, and for some reason the magical bullets still hit me. Even though they shouldn't have. Oh, for fuck's sake, this is just annoying. Fucking hell. Just let me fight this thing normally. For fuck's sake. Now I have to kill the wolves again. And they even make it worse by basically making it so that the wolves take like ages to get to you. Like this guy takes like 1,000,000 years until he actually arrives at your location. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, I went so far back already? So I think most of them should actually be dead. Also, why the fuck is this guy actually summoning the fucking magical arrows already? I wanted to hit the small one, for God's sake! I swear, if he had hit me, right? See, now I did the exact same timing that I did... Yeah, of course, buddy. I did the exact same timing that I did last time with my dodge. Probably not framed perfectly the exact same thing, but pretty much the exact same thing. Stop doing that. Are you kidding me? What the fuck is that? Also, why do enemies always have infinite stamina? That doesn't really make anything better. Wait, what? Did he despawn? Seriously? Oh, for fuck's sake. As if the game wasn't already bad enough, now I should trigger the fucking skull thing. Head thing? Don't even know what that's called. Where the hell are you? What the hell is going on? Yeah, of course. Always great being stuck on fucking rocks. Oh yeah, sure, glitch yourself up the mountain. Did he actually take fall damage just then? I think he did, didn't he? Oh, that's great. That's so great. That's fun for the whole family. Why is it not going off properly? What is happening to my dodge roll? Can you please stop glitching yourself on mountains the entire time? Oh, I swear to God, if that had hit me, that would have been so bullshit. I fucking pressed circle! Oh, for fuck's... These fucking controls, man. Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Sure. Are you kidding me? Am I out of... Oh, are you... What the fuck is going on? Stop fucking despawning, damn it! How can you screw up a fight this much? Oh, for fuck's sake. Wrong direction. The reason why I'm constantly not able to properly... I just realized. The reason why I'm having trouble, I should have... Stop glitching yourselves on mountains and stuff. Oh, for fuck's sake, I swear to God. Why is my fucking horse dead? Where the hell are you? Oh, there you are. Why is that not hitting him? Oh, for fuck's sake, this is weird. What? Huh? How did he... Am I not disengaged? I hear him. Don't tell me he fucking glitched onto the fucking mountain again. He actually has, hasn't he? This is it. The problem is that once again, I don't know why the fuck they came up with the whole, oh yeah, let's make the dodge roll so it's... Let's make the dodge roll so it's not actually like working properly when you roll sideways instead of forward. Okay, that was a sneaky kill. But if you're glitching up on the mountain, then so I'm sneaking up on you, dumb thing. Like, seriously, that whole thing... So you need to be aware of dodging forwards or backwards, even though logically it makes the most things to dodge the magical bullets sideways, right? The logical thing would be to dodge them sideways, but you actually have to dodge them forwards and backwards, because for some dumb reason they decided, oh yeah, the sideways roll has different iframes than the forwards and backwards roll. That is honestly the most baffling thing about this combat that they did. I have no idea why they did that. And that's screwing me up the entire time. With every single enemy I've trouble with is always because of this weird thing with the dodges. That the dodge roll isn't working the exact same way every time. And it's completely... The problem is that it's incredibly inconsistent, right? Because, like, whether or not you actually roll forwards or backwards... Like, how the fuck are you supposed to tell, right? Ah, interesting. This gets you over to the... Are you serious? Oh, well, it's probably not enough to fight against the tree spirit. Don't really know what's up with the teleporter, though. Like, I guess it's kind of a funny teleporter if you haven't found the map yet, because otherwise it's just kind of boring. Ooh. Ah. He's... I guess I can just farm a couple more flasks. If there's more of these guys here. I guess there is. Let's deal with the tree before everything else, though. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, I think that fighting that wolf in melee combat is actually pretty fun. Like, I definitely like his whole attack setup. I think he has a lot of... Oh, seriously. He has a lot of really cool stuff going for him. But, yeah, the whole setup is just pretty bullshit. And, I don't know, things like him being able to glitch up on the mountain, even though, if you know, in this case, it definitely helped me, because he literally just took, I don't know, 2,000 falling damage or something. But the thing that stuff like that keeps happening with enemies, you know, especially things like the dragons, is problematic, right? That's definitely a big problem that they should have tried and dealt with better. Wait, is there no tree spirit here? Oh, it's over here. Why is it over here? Oh, I probably... Wait. Let's craft more of these. I knew it. Really? You said I did that correctly. Oh, he can actually kill, or... This is a rotten one as well. That was cool that he can actually destroy the tree. Bunch of rotten things here. Thorny cracked tear and ruptured crystal tear. Okay. Kind of a weird setup that he's standing, like, off to the side here. Interesting choice. Let's see. Thorny Crown. Makes consecutive attacks grow stronger in mixed physique. Resulting concoction makes consecutive attacks grow stronger the longer they continue. However, the effect lasts only for a short time. Why is that a thing exactly? Isn't pretty much chain attacking enemies one of the worst things that you could do in this game? Wait, I have 2 of these? Oh, cool. So you can insert 2 of these, and I guess it probably vastly increases or pretty much doubles the explosion damage. It's a cool idea. Well, I find it interesting that there's no... I mean, let's explore a bit further. I have a feeling there should be like a site of grace nearby. Usually there is. I mean, there's probably also... Yeah, there is a statue of Marika here, so maybe there won't be a site of grace here in particular. But I do think I might have passed one somewhere. Man, I'm still annoyed about the fact... Oh, he jumped down. I'm still annoyed about the fact at how annoying that wolf... Oh, my mimic's still here. At how annoying that wolf fight was. Because, you know, the thing is, the other times that wolf was an enemy, mainly the first time I encountered him in Raya Lucaria, he was such a pushover, right? Which is also because I summoned, obviously, but yeah, he wasn't really troubling at all. Because if he's focused on somebody else than you can literally hit it with a lot of, like, you can hit it with a lot of ranged attacks, and it's not really a problem at all, right? So, I really kind of wanted to fight it properly for a while now, but the issue really is that every time that enemy gets introduced, there's always in sort of an awkward spot where it's just... I don't know. It's also just really fast, so usually you don't really... You're like, fighting it on melee distance is a bit weird, but then also fighting at range is weird as well, because he's... you know, constantly like jumping so much, and his magical things can also be quite annoying to dodge, as you saw. Oh, completely forgot that they can roll. Why are these Albinorics here, though? Also, I just saw that that tree spirit gave me a huge amount of rooms. Okay, well, let's go here and basically move back to this marker and then over here. To make sure I got everything there. But yeah, it's, I don't know. Man, that fight could have been so great. Uh, 20,000 should be possible. Let's see. Yeah, let's just use 4 of these. I think that's enough, right? Yes. Interesting, the dexterity actually doesn't increase my attack power anymore. I guess it's only every second stat boost. I still want to level that, though. I also... So, the defensive power doesn't really go up that much anymore as well, right? Which I find interesting, sort of capping out. So that's kind of a weird thing. Makes me think that you possibly can't even outlevel the game, or overlevel the game. Which I guess is an interesting and viable choice, right? But, well, gonna be interesting to see how that works out in the end. Okay, I have a feeling whatever this silver branch thing is over here will be really annoying, as always, and take like a million years to follow. Wait, shouldn't it be on my what? Okay. You need to be pretty close to actually see stuff that you marked on your map, right? Wait. Is he walking over here? What? Don't tell me he's leading me towards the fucking teleporter. No, that wouldn't really make sense. Did I run by some sort of cave? Wait. Fuck, I lost him. He walked over here. Where the hell are you leading me? I also hate that you can hit trade so much with the wolves. Definitely a weird setup. Oh wait, is this thing actually protecting something? Oh, there's some... What the fuck is going on? Are you kidding me? Oh, okay, this here. I was gonna say, how the fuck are you supposed to follow him with all of this stuff around, but... So he just literally leads you... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, cool. He leads you to this chest. Well, that wasn't worth it at all. Cool. Oh, great, I'm still in combat. I can't even... Are you kidding me? I can't even jump down here. Wait, there has to be a way to get down here, though. It's really hard to tell. Okay. And I can summon here? For some reason? Interesting. There is a whole lot of these magical head things protecting this place, huh? Albinoric Rise. Interesting. You must solve the puzzle to enter. So, is there a place that actually tells me about the puzzle? Okay, I have a feeling that these guys are doing something. Seems like they're fighting amongst each other, right? Maybe I just need to kill 3 of them? Seriously. How did my attack miss? Shouldn't have hit him? Shouldn't it have hit him in mid-air? Are they respawning? I think they're respawning, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I know. Maybe I need to lead them somewhere? Oh, man, they have such a weird range sometimes. Maybe they need to destroy these statues or something? Why is there nothing telling me about this puzzle, though? Okay, it seems like there's two that are magically respawning, right? Okay, it doesn't look like they... Let's see, maybe I need to lure them to these weird balls here? Now they seem to be retreating. Maybe I need to get rid of these guys? Oh, for fuck's sake, troops. Oh my fucking god. Okay, so I don't think you're meant to actually kill these, right? That's just damaging me? I thought that would be sleep buildup or something. Doesn't help that it's incredibly annoying to hit them in the first place. I could just try to kill them? Wait, do they actually have some sort of weird backside where they don't actually summon the weird magical gas? I don't think so. I don't think this is the solution either, though. Solution definitely has something to do with those imps. I wonder if there's any reason why there are these glintstones here. That seems a bit weird to me. Why would they still be here? Weren't they originally here to just show you the path to the village? I mean, okay, so... Oh, for fuck's sake, there's more of you guys? The statue shows the two imps fighting. Why can I summon here? That's... I have imps to summon, right? I think. Fanged imp ashes? I don't know. Seems like a weird solution, doesn't it? Because I also don't know where you get those from. Are you kidding me? They're really, really weak. I mean, they're also unupgraded, right? But it wouldn't really make sense if that was the solution, right? Because... I mean, but can I make them fight each other somehow? They can't hit each other though, right? I mean, they're both considered enemies. But I mean, what else is there to do? So there's a statue that shows two of these imps fighting each other. And then we have these two ghosts here. That don't seem to be able to hit each other, though, so... I mean... what exactly is the idea here? I mean, the fact that they're respawning kind of tells you, okay, you need to do something with them, right? Maybe, but, of course. But you can't, I mean, you can't really lure them too far away, right? Oh, he was throwing some sort of fireball. That's a really weird puzzle. Also, nothing seems to really... The problem is nothing really tells you what the fuck you're supposed to do. I mean, yeah, they're fighting each other, but how am I supposed to do that? They can't fight each other, because they're both considered enemies. I swear, it's so weird that their attack gains a ton of range when they have these jump attacks. Like, even though they're still holding the same weapon, obviously, suddenly their attack just has twice the range or something. I mean, it makes sense to a degree because they're sort of holding it above their head, but... do I need to lure something here to destroy these statues? But there aren't any, like, bigger enemies here. What? Are you fucking telling me the solution to this puzzle is just lure them to the statues and kill them there, next to it? And here I thought this would be an actually cool puzzle. I really thought you had to come up with some clever shit to make them fight each other or something, but nope. Guess that was too much for the game. Man, honestly, like, if you put puzzles in your game, right, please make them actually good puzzles. Don't put in stuff like this, please. This is honestly, this is almost a disgrace for the rest of the game, right? I don't know. Stuff like this, like, really lowers your opinion of a game as a whole, right? I know it shouldn't. I know... What the fuck is this? Oh. Graven Mass Talisman. I know that, you know, obviously, just because there's this one niche puzzle here that is really, really bad, you know, it shouldn't really influence your opinion about a game that is this big overall. But, well, first of all, I've encountered a couple of puzzles that are just really, really bad. I mean, all in all, most puzzles, I would say about 80% of the puzzles in this game are just bad or boring. One of the two. So, still, there aren't that many quote-unquote real puzzles in this game, so it's really just a very, very small and niche portion. Still does lower my opinion of the game quite a bit, though, unfortunately. I just think that they really, really should have come up with a much better way. Like, either don't put puzzles in your game, that's completely fine as well, right? Just put in, I don't know, interesting enemies to fight. Or, I mean, it's completely fine to just have this tower be surrounded by these floating faces and, essentially tell sort of a story of, oh, maybe there was a mage here and he tried to protect himself with these faces, and that's about it, right? That could be completely fine as well. But if you put in a puzzle, please make it actually a good one. greatly raises potency of sorceries. Huh. Talisman depicting first rule of Graven Mages. Nightmare that will continue to haunt the Academy. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path to scientific inquiry. Wait, so these are supposed to represent like big meteors or something? The seeds of stars? Huh. What a weird and interesting way to look at that. I wonder what would be better, to keep my intelligence raised? I mean, technically, just raising the potency of my sorceries probably doesn't affect my sword beam blast thing, right? But so it like swapping these two out would probably make me deal more damage through my sorceries, but less damage with my sword. I'll keep it as is for now. Well, at least, you know, I definitely knew that I knew that the imp ashes couldn't be the solution, because I think that would be a bit of a weird one, right? Because the only time I've seen spirit summons interact with anything obviously was last stream when I summoned the jellyfish, which was a pretty cool moment, but the jellyfish is a summon that is connected to an actual important quest line and character that you also meet basically in front of the first quote-unquote legacy dungeon that the game has, right, which is Stormvale Castle. So it's very, very likely that most players will have gotten that spirit summon, right? Whereas these imp ashes, I have no idea where they came from. Probably some random catacombs or something, right? So you couldn't force or expect the player to have these in order to solve this puzzle. So I knew that those weren't the solution. Still a bit disappointed at how just utterly trash they were in combat. I mean, yeah, they're not upgraded, but still. Like, why do they even exist? Like, seriously, why do these other summons exist that don't really seem to be capable of doing anything? I mean, there's still a distraction for the enemy, I guess, but in most boss fights, especially late into the game, even if I were to upgrade them, I think they would probably die just really, really quickly. So, what exactly is the point here? But, yeah, still, I really wish the solution would have been something way more interesting. 1 second. Okay. Well, I guess I definitely need to check out the river as well, but I also want to check out sort of this portion of the snowstorm. So let me try and from this point walk back to this, whatever this thing is, probably one of these white trees, right? Which is also something, before I saw the Halic tree, I could have sworn that these white trees had some sort of connection to it, right? I really expected the Halic tree to just be this white tree. Apparently it's not, so I'm not entirely sure what these are actually supposed to represent. I mean, are they just sort of dead versions of the Halic tree, maybe? Are they even connected to it? Because the one thing that makes me so intrigued about them is just that the only other place I've seen them is in Nokron and Oxtella, right? So I'm kind of... Oh, is that one of the black guard things? Oh, hello. Wait, can I... Give me a second. I need to change up my equipment. No. I said give me a second. Really? Oops. Honestly, I should probably just kill them. He doesn't seem to be overly difficult. Really. Why is he actually so hard to hit with my fucking sorceries? These fights are just literally run around the enemy a million times, right? Until you get into the right position to actually hit them. What the... I was gonna say, are they gonna keep doing that? That would have been really annoying. For fuck's sake, stop running away the entire time. I mean, I know I'm kind of... But at least... Oh, for fuck's sake. That is definitely... I mean, the horse combat is bad in general, right? It has so many weird problems that I'm not quite sure why they decided to do it this way. But definitely the weirdest problem that the horse combat has is that you can only attack on your weapon side. That the game doesn't automatically switch you over to the other side if you approach the enemy from another direction. Ooh, hello. How did that not... What? Oh, fuck. Oops. What now? Wait, is his AI bugging out? I think it is. Well, that was weird. Oh, for fuck's sake. God, the fucking delay on when you're getting hit on a horse. That is so weird. Oh, okay. Stop doing weird stuff with the hitbox, for fuck's sake. What? Wait, what? Huh? Wait, he doesn't drop anything? What the fuck? What was that about? Are you kidding me? These guys don't drop anything? Okay, game. Fuck yourself. What the fuck? What is that about? Or did it bug out? I don't think it did. Oh, well. Oh, I guess I don't care anymore then. But he had a boss HP bar. Why did he have a boss HP bar if they don't drop anything? Or did it literally bug out the moment I, like, killed him? Did it sort of awkwardly despawn him at the exact time he got killed or something? Man, I swear to God. What the hell is going on here? Why would they make you fight this guy? He doesn't even drop anything. Why are they even here? I mean, I guess they can randomly drop their stuff, probably. But, I mean, like, what exactly would be the point of that? Okay. So let's right over here and see if there's anything interesting going on. Oh, hello! Seriously? What is that? Reach? Oh, he's like really weak. What the hell is your deal? Huh? The hell was that about? Can you stop teasing me with really cool fights and actually give me really cool fights? Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Okay, I think there's something spawning him in. Why? Oh, are you kidding me? How much HP do you have? Of course, bug yourself into the wall or next to the wall so that I can't hit you anymore. Great. So I have a feeling that big spawned in enemy is... Wait, wasn't I already here? Shit, I want to go down here actually. I think that big enemy is probably being spawned in by somebody else that I might be able to kill. Wait, I didn't even realize there was a way to go down up here. Okay. Okay, so now I'm close to the edge here. Okay, what's the deal? I don't think that... Ooh. Maybe I am actually meant to fight him? How did that not hit? He literally did his... Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Stop fucking doing stuff like this! Of course. Oh my god. Where's the other one? Wait, where's the one that I originally... Did I kill him? Do they just respawn the entire time? Do they just respawn with full HP every time? Oh, for fuck's sake, stop that! What's their point? What? The problem is, it's another example of an enemy that is incredibly easy to defeat, yet is also really, really annoying for some awkward reason. Okay, yeah, I think whatever is doing this... I think... I don't know, for some reason they seem to be spawning in indefinitely. I don't know why they would do that. What is going on with me not being able to hit it? What the fuck? Why is the hit detection so bad on them? It wasn't bad when they weren't ghosts. Okay, so... I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with these guys. Is he just... Are they just... I don't know, like... Are they just supposed to be some sort of quote-unquote cool enemy in the snowstorm? Because there doesn't seem to be any particular point to them being here. I mean, there's nothing that seems to be summoning them, and you can't defeat them, apparently? Unless I'm missing something. What the fuck? How did... I didn't even see the fucking arm. I mean, it's also quite hard to actually keep track of where the fuck I'm going, so... Really. Huh. Yeah, they literally just seem to be randomly spawning in here, right? Hmm. Oh well, let's quickly go back to the site of grace, and then I'll just take a look at the rest of the snowfield. I don't know, this... The reason why this feels a bit weird is because usually the game has a reason for these things existing, right? Usually in the past, and in most other levels, there is like a specific reason for why these enemies exist and why they spawn in, and usually you can also deal with the reason, right? You can deal with whatever's spawning them. I don't know if that's the case here, unless I missed something. But I mean, I was near near this tree thing. There wasn't anything there. I don't think that anything east of it is really related to it. I definitely looked at everything up here. Could just be that whatever's spawning them in might be here. But I honestly feel like they're just random ghosts in the snowstorm. It's really kind of a weird setup. Okay, that being said, I'm going to take a really, really quick toilet break. All right, let's get back into this. Actually, since I'm already here and since I've already cleared the minor Ur tree, let's take a look at what we might be able to find on the frozen river over here. Actually, do you think there is an item up here? Probably not, right? Nope. Okay, there's definitely some sort of boss here, apparently. I just see a giant crab, though. What? It can't be... that can't be the boss fight, right? And then there's also... these weird things? Maybe there isn't a boss fight at all? No, there has to be something bigger here, right? Wait, what? Why are there lava? Is that a dragon? Oh, please don't tell me that's a dragon. Really? It's not really what I thought of when I thought boss fight. It is. Great Worm Theodorus. Oh no, never mind. It's actually not a dragon. Huh. How much HP does he have? How did that actually hit me? Okay, yeah. This is probably better without the horse. Really? These guys just have way too much HP. Oh, oops. Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot to put my frickin'... Oh, man. Why do horses not have... Okay. It's actually damaging my mimic quite a bit. Wait, did it just spew fire out the front and rot out the back? It farts rot? Okay. Seriously. What the fuck? Why does this thing just have, I don't know, 3 times the HP of every other fight that I've done? Like, what? What exactly is the point here? Okay, well, this is gonna be boring. And then also, why don't they put a statue of Marika next to it? Like, what? I have to ride like 1 billion years to get back to it as well? Okay, is there something that I might be able to craft that is actually hitting it properly, or making this fight faster? Yeah, well, the problem is really that I can't be... I can't use bleed or anything, right? I mean, using bleed's probably better against him. I could switch back to my scythe instead of this weapon. Not entirely sure. All of those enemies with really high HP values and everything, they're really, really, really weird. I mean, like, what? I could try and poison him with the darts, right? I could also try and... These are arrows. Let's see. Let's equip these bolts. Maybe. Do you think he could explode? I mean, technically, he should be almost immune to fire damage, right? But let's try that, and then also let's try these. Might be a really boring fight, but I don't know. Otherwise, I feel like it could be even more boring. I don't know, this just seems like, why? Why give this guy 1 billion HP? I don't really get the thought process behind that. Okay, what do I want to try first? Do I want to try and poison it? I think he's poisoned, right? Brick. Problem seems to be that... I mean, I don't know how effective the poison really is, to be honest. Would probably be easier if my Mimic actually... Why? Huh? Why is the boss health bar disappearing all of a sudden? Wait, is he now fighting everything else here? He's definitely still poisoned. What the fuck is going on? Okay, maybe that's why? So I guess the idea here is, can you stop... I guess the idea here is that you're meant to... What the fuck is that? For fuck's sake. So he just stands up after a while? Okay. Okay, so the idea is to lure him to all the other enemies and make them fight it as well? That's kind of a weird setup. I can get behind that, but definitely a weird setup. Yeah, I don't... so the blood darts I don't think are really... Wait, what? Huh? Did the game just give me back my resources? Oh no, never mind, it didn't. I'm an idiot. I just crafted more. Yeah, of course they were in storage. I forgot about that. Yeah, this is... Okay, this is a weird setup. The poisoning definitely worked. Poisoning it, I think, is a good idea. What I find really, really strange, and I think that's also what I thought was really strange about the Black Knight that I fought earlier, is that for some reason they now seem to be giving enemies boss HP bars, while at the same time not really making them bosses. Like, the game was constantly, like, changing between him having a boss HP bar and not having one. That was really, really strange. Okay. Can I actually? No, I can't. Bit weird with his, like, lava puddles. He, like, did you see that? He's sort of awkwardly gliding around for some reason. Like, of course. Of course you can just hit that through the mountain. That's always great. Oh. I thought I had... That sounded like he got a critical hit or something. Now I got it. What? It does still seem to be poisoned. This range is kind of nuts. Now. At least now this thing is an actual threat, because the other versions of these guys were just kind of boring. Can I? Does he have a higher poison resistance now? Probably because I poisoned him originally, right? No, he's poisoned again. Nice. That did cost me a bunch of darts, though. Can I please... For fuck's sake, why didn't it start sprinting? Are you kidding me? This fucking game, I swear to God! Every fucking time something actually cool happens, it fucking hell! I got stuck on a fucking mountain again! Seriously? First it doesn't let me sprint. I wanted to sprint away to try and lure it to the other enemies in the vicinity, but it just didn't trigger, even though I kept holding circle. And then of course I get fucking stuck on a rock. Oh, for fuck's sake, and now I don't have enough poison darts anymore, don't I? I swear to God, this fucking game. Why? Why is this game so weird? Why is it sometimes the best thing in the world, and then it immediately screws you over completely and is the worst thing in the world? And now I can't even really properly... well, I should be able to poison it, maybe. Fucking hell. This is actually a pretty awesome setup once you realize how you're meant to do it. But now it's just boring again because, like, chopping down his health is just weirdly insane. Because he has so much of it, right? Like, this could be an incredible fight if the game wouldn't constantly, I don't know, have these weird bugs and things that just shouldn't happen. Like being stuck on a rock. Like, how does that happen? Why is that a thing? See, it's stuff like that that makes it really not fun. If there are these weird random things where you can get hit even though you shouldn't have been, you know, it just immediately sort of makes the whole thing just kind of boring, right? Because now suddenly it's not about you actually learning the fight properly. It's more about, you know, not getting screwed over by the game. It's always great when you could... Nice, I could have crit, but obviously it doesn't let me because you're getting stuck on his fucking wing. How did that not hit me? According to the animation, that should have hit me, right? Oh, for fuck's sake! How are you meant to evade that if you don't even see? His animation is like 100 meters in the air. How the fuck are you supposed to evade an attack that you can't see? And why is it even hitting me for that much? Like, why does he suddenly deal, I don't know, 70% of my hitbox? Oh, man, this fucking fight. The biggest problem is it's literally, there's no skill involved whatsoever in this. No skill at all. It's just literally you having to awkwardly deal with these weird situations the game throws at you. I mean, now it... Seriously. Just kill me. Just fucking kill me. Oh no, never mind. Maybe I should actually pick up my... Yeah, that... Ah, whatever. Don't care about the runes. He doesn't even deal enough damage to kill my horse in one shot. Why was I, like, struck off my horse? How does that work? Oh, for fuck's sake. Man, this magma worm could be such an awesome enemy, but they had to screw it up again, right? They had to make something that could be really, really awesome and just make it really, really bad. Because the thing is also, right, the camera actually pulls back when you're targeting the magma worm. The camera pulls back and you're actually able to see it properly. But the fact that they force you to target it to make that happen is strange. I think the camera should automatically pull back once the game realizes you're in combat with it, right? Okay, I don't think these are enough to... Oh, for fuck's sake, I didn't even... Oh, man. Yeah, of course, it just didn't trigger. Nice. Always great when your attack just doesn't trigger. Oh, for fuck's sake. Please just let me kill you. You're a boring ass enemy with no actual skill involved. Just let me kill you. I already want to start over again. I already want to start over. This is just probably the most annoying thing that they could have done here. Yeah, of course. My attack didn't properly hit him because he was already falling while my attack was still going off. Sure, that makes sense. Oh, now it targeted the wrong thing. Ah, great. Nice. Now he just one-shot my mimicked here. Also great. Makes the whole thing even more fun. Yeah, don't let me get to his head. Of course not. Come over, you dumb fuck. I mean, that idea is actually quite funny, right? That you can basically lure everything else here in to fight him. Yeah, see, once you target him and the camera pulls up, his attacks are actually insanely easy to evade, right? Which makes this thing even more awkward. Oh, I got stuck on something again. Cool. Fun. Oh, okay, he can just turn around and one-shot you. Nice. How did that one-shot me exactly? Did you see his fucking turn? He literally turned around almost 180 degrees to hit me. What the fuck is that? Like, how can you make a fight that could be this awesome, this bad? Like, honestly, just remove the ability to summon. I don't care about that. But just give him only half the amount of HP, make him stand up immediately, and force the player to fight him one-on-one in a big open field. Instantly much better fight. Because then you get around him, you sort of awkwardly targeting other things, and there's just so much that can like awkwardly interact with each other here that just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, and just is bad straight out of the box. And this whole beginning part of the fight is probably the most boring thing of it, right? Like, it takes ages, it's not fun, it's just sort of awkward. Things like this happen that don't make any sense, right? I wasn't even properly standing in his lava bits, and instead of the lava doing continuous damage to you, it's actually, like, not only is it only hitting with one damage instance, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but it's also, like, interrupting your attack. Or it's sort of, it's, what's the word? Man. It's moments like this that just bring out the worst design elements of this game. And that's such a shame, because the whole setup of this is absolutely incredible and could be a whole lot of fun, but they just decided to, nope, we need to make it bad because, I don't know, I guess they thought that giving it 1,000,000 HP would make it seem like a tougher enemy or something. I don't really get the idea behind that. Like, I don't really get the idea behind what this is supposed to represent, right? I mean, what is the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Of course it doesn't hit. Yeah, why would it, right? Why did that not hit? Oh, for fuck's sake. Also, why does it deal that much damage? I don't get it. Like, what's the point of that? That just makes an already bad fight even worse. Because as I said, right, instead of making this fight about skill, can you... Thank you. Instead of making this fight actually challenging because it's like, because the game and the boss presents you with difficult situations to get through, they just decided, nope, we just give this thing 1,000,000,000 HP, we make it hit for 1,000,000,000 HP and have fun with this quote-unquote challenge. Oh, hey, there's an actual cave here. Where the fuck are you going? Now he's stuck on a rock. Because this whole thing is actually, as I said, really funny that you can like use other enemies to hit him, right? And help you basically. That actually tanked the frame rate quite a bit. Oh, oops. Out of FP. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, this was just unnecessarily awkward. 3 Dragon Hearts. Hey, a new Draconic Power. Well, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. So, well, how would you improve this fight, right? That's basically the question here. Because there's a lot wrong with it. How can you improve something like this? So, I mean, first of all, there's the camera problem, right? The fact that you have to target the enemy in order for the camera to properly work is just a big problem, but a problem that a lot of enemies actually share in this game, right? Obviously, you solve that by automatically pulling the camera back as soon as you're in combat with these specific enemies, right? And other games do that perfectly fine, right? It's not some magical idea that is insanely difficult to pull off. Other games do that completely fine, and that's good. So that would be the first improvement that you do here. Second of all, I think the fact that his big hitting attacks can literally turn him 180 degrees at once within just a few frames is complete bullshit. Because like that's the thing, right? If you want to make this enemy be really, really big and intimidating, make his attacks hit for a ton of damage, and also give him a bunch of HP, that's cool, but then you have to actually follow through on that, right? If it's a big, slow enemy, then it needs to be big and slow, right? There's a place for enemies that are big and fast, right? I'm not saying that just because it's big and has a ton of HP that it needs to be slow. But if you make its attacks like look very, very slow, then you need to go with that, right? You can't just suddenly decide, oh, it's a big, slow attack, but we want to also, we want to make it so that the player actually gets hit by it so he can turn insanely fast. That doesn't really make any sense. Or, if you want that to happen, at least put in an animation for that properly explains why he can do that, right? But no, he just sort of awkwardly glided his whole hitbox around and hit me anyways, right? I don't even know why that attack one-shot me, to be honest, because I was hit by that same attack earlier and it only did 70% HP. So maybe it was some awkward interaction with me healing at the same time. So the heal didn't count, but it still got displayed on my HP bar or something. Something along those lines, right? I think that's probably what happened. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because the whole setup of this fight is really, really great, but then it gets annoying because you have to do it multiple times. And as I said, there is no challenge to this fight whatsoever. His attacks, if you're fighting him one-on-one, his attacks are actually so slow that most of them are really easy to avoid unless he's doing like a really bullshit spin attack that awkwardly hits you, which is also a problem. I summoned my Mimic. My Mimic actually, I think, probably made things worse in this particular instance for me because it made it so he targeted his spin attack somewhere completely different at my Mimic, but still hit me because he spins around that much, right? I think that attack in general is also kind of weird. It has such an enormous hitbox that it's. I think I said that at another point in time, is that I am not a big friend of attacks that you can only avoid by having iframes, right? So the idea here is, especially also with his big hitting attacks, the idea is that you iframe through them, right? And it's actually quite easy to do because his attacks are fairly slow and you know, they have a somewhat of an easy tell. So it is quite easy to iframe dodge roll through his attacks, but logically it doesn't make any sense because the hitboxes of these attacks are so large, right? So with his spinning attack, technically he should always hit you with that, right? Because there's literally no place you can go when he's doing that. He's about, I don't know, 5-6 meters like above the ground. So the hitboxes of his attack is basically a radius of at least 15 meters all around him, with him also being at least 3 to 6 meters high with his sword and everything, right? So technically, if you visualize that as a hitbox, it's completely illogical that you can evade that attack in the first place, unless you outrange it. But obviously, how the game is set up is that you can dodge roll through it, and I'm not a big fan of attacks like that. I think even though the dodge roll has iframes, it should still make, at least to a degree, it should still make logical sense that you can roll away, right? Like from a gameplay perspective, obviously the thing that avoids the damage is the iframes on your roll, but it should still look logical, right? Instead of you just dodge rolling through a huge spin attack that kind of should still hit you. The same is actually true for his insanely large sword. If he's like sort of pulling it up and hitting you or striking down on you, the sort of impact on that should, logically speaking, probably always hit you. But obviously they can't do that, right? They can't design an attack that always hits you because that would be bullshit and you couldn't deal with that. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a huge problem with bosses like this. In this case, it is even more of a gimmick fight, right? Because I think you're meant to lure it to the other enemies. That's why they put those other big enemies there. And for some reason, especially those tentacle monsters, they can actually really quickly. They're not necessarily dealing a ton of damage to it, but they can really, really quickly stun it for some reason. So yeah, I think that's what you're meant to do. But again, I also think that he should honestly start out already being on his hind legs. It's that sort of first phase of the fight is just weird. First of all, you've already done it a billion times, right? I mean, these magma worms in and of themselves aren't really special. The thing that makes this one special is that he actually stands up, which is pretty cool. But yeah, his first fight should, or first phase should be a lot shorter, and also this weird wiggling around that these worms do is also pretty bad. I don't know, that just feels bad, to be honest. It's not particularly fun at the end of the day, right? It's visually incredibly impressive, and from like a standpoint of, oh, you're in this, like, this is a huge ass sort of snowy river lake area, and then suddenly this huge ass dragon appears here. When you really think about it, that's a really, really awesome setup. And again, visually, it's really, really striking. But it just has so many problems that at the end of the day, it's not really fun to go through. And as I said, it has literally absolutely nothing to do with skill. There's nothing that you can learn here. No real thing that how you can outmaneuver this enemy. It's literally just, make sure that it's trying to hit something other than you, and then just pump in as much damage as possible. If he turns to you, wait until he turns somewhere else. And yeah, right, it's just not a good setup at all. Hey, an ancient dragon smithing stone. That's the thing that makes my weapons upgrade to the highest level, right? I wonder how many of these are in the game. Reinforce armaments to 25. No, wait. Isn't... Huh. I thought 30 was the last... I guess 25 is the maximum? Well, that's weird. Huh. Smithing stone made by polishing a golden gravel stone. A scale of the ancient Dragon Lord, a hidden treasure of Farum Azula. The ancient Dragon Lord's seed is said to lie beyond time. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. Okay. The description of it is really cool, right? Especially with time and everything, really makes you think about, well, what are the dragons in this world actually? Where do they come from? Who's the ancient dragon lord to begin with, right? We've heard a lot of dragons either being fought or dragons actually being allies to certain people. So I wonder how this connects to that. Seek High Road. Oh, that's... those are just hints towards the item, right? Let's see if this tunnel or whatever it is has a site of grace. If you know that this is here, it probably makes sense to... If there is a site of grace here, to unlock that first. Cave of the Forlorn. Yeah, because... Oh, hello. Another dragon. Because it would probably make sense to... Like, from this point, it would be a lot faster to get out to the dragon, right? Oh, that looks awesome. Holy fuck, this looks awesome. See, once again, brilliance and trash right next to each other, basically. This looks incredible. So the dragon is sort of frozen. The dragon's corpse, I guess, is frozen, but you can see through the frozen eyes. Man, this is... What a cool cave. I wonder if we'll fight another dragon in here, or another one of these worms. Probably not, though. That would be kind of weird. I wonder what the significance is of the dragons being here, though, right? That just seems like a really kind of weird setup. Oh, shit. I'm too far into the cave. Let me just, before I continue here... Are you serious? Did he actually see me? What the... Oh, man. Seriously? I don't want to fight you. What the hell? I just want to teleport out. Seriously? Let's just teleport here real quick. Wait, where did I want to go? I wanted to go to... I don't think you... Yeah. I want to go to the Church of Dragon Communion, or Cathedral of Dragon Communion. See what else I can get. I wonder, since technically the only things that he did specifically was he had fire and rod at the same time, right? So... Oh, it's just the upgraded version of this. Okay, Theodorix is magma. The name of the ancient troll warrior Theodorix lives on as a hero of the war against the giants. What? Troll warrior? Why is it? Why is this worm named after that? That's weird. Also, am I turning into a dragon at some point, or is that just not going to happen? Man, now I feel bad that I criticized the game so much after the fight, but I still think that that's true. I don't know. I think that the setup of it should have been, I don't know, different. I know that, you know, obviously you can really easily get frustrated if you're really close to killing a big enemy like that, and then you die and you need to go in again. But the thing is, right? I didn't die because I necessarily did something wrong. I died because I got stuck I got stuck on a rock once. Then the next time he weirdly one-shot me with an attack that previously didn't one-shot me. Right? It's things like that that are annoying. It's not even necessarily the amount of HP that he has or something. You know, ultimately, it fits since he is a really big enemy. And should be really threatening. Even the fact that he also deals a bunch more damage compared to other bosses or stuff like that. But it's just all the awkward stuff that keeps happening, right? Also that, for example, the game sometimes just removes his boss HP bar for some reason. I mean, that's just a bug, right? That's just straight up buggy. And I don't know, it's things like that that really sort of unfortunately, you know, make something that would otherwise be really awesome kind of bad. And that's, yeah, I mean, that's really a shame, isn't it? Oh, hello. The fuck are you? Oh, it's just one of these things. Huh. I wonder if the ice breaks if I run over it. Also, how does this work exactly? Because technically, below the ice there should still be liquid water, right? Oh, that's a big one. Why did my... I guess I was still in my attack animation? Oh, you just didn't care about that, huh? I was just kind of confused there because I actually dodge rolled and the dodge roll just went off after his attack for some reason. Yeah, this really looks like a... why is it always traitor? Did I go the right way first? Or what's going on here? This cave is quite big. Well, yeah, I mean, I know that I already mentioned that, but the stone sword keys are weird. They make sense at the start of the game, but after a while you just have so many of them that them being in the game... Like, whether or not this cave has the stone sword key statue in front of it or not, technically it doesn't make any sort of difference, except for the fact that sort of in-universe or in lore, having these stone sword keys and these statues associated with it just doesn't make any sense at all. So I just kind of wish that they wouldn't have done that in the first place. Like, if there were a couple of specific caves or dungeons that you want to keep the player out of, right? you could have, you could have just designed, I don't know, special keys in those kinds of instances. That would have been fine, right? Just design specific keys that actually, relate to specific caves or something. Oh, hello. There's a third one. There are 4. Are you kidding me? Why are there... Oh no, never mind. One of them's still not dead. Oops. Wait, what? Where the hell did you want to go? Oh, seriously. Since when do they fly? Of course he has dumb timing on that. Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of bullshit timing is that? How long can he actually hold that attack? Can you stop glitching into the ceiling? Are you fucking serious? Thank you. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know. For some awkward reason, they're really, really ramping up the amount of high HP enemies, which I really, really don't like. Because that, as I said multiple times already, it doesn't make anything more challenging, it just makes it more annoying. So, I'm kind of worried here for future dungeons and stuff. Wait, this was literally for a rune arc? Maybe I should actually use rune arcs again. Then again, I do tend to die a bit more often, I feel like, so... Ah, well, I mean, there kind of isn't a point to rune arcs if you don't use them, right? So... guess I should. Wait, so... this whole section really just lead to rune arc and nothing else? I guess this is how you get down? I have a feeling I might have missed something at the beginning of the cave. Why is the statue of Marika here already? The lighting, though, looks absolutely phenomenal, right? The fact that... ah, shit. The fact that these red jellyfish sort of really cool, in a really cool way, illuminate the cave around them. Sometimes I don't really understand whether or not they're supposed to attack you or not. Like, usually... technically, when they're red, they're enemies, right? And they attack you, but sometimes they still sort of just awkwardly float around and don't really care that you're killing the other ones. Like, it took a really long time for one of them to actually react to the fact that I was attacking his friend, right? Ah, I thought I was fast enough to roll out of that. Seriously. I guess at the end of the day, you probably just want to run through here. Oh, that looks kind of neat, doesn't it? The dragon feet and stuff just sort of stuck in the air because he's in the ice. Though, as cool as this ice is, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, though, right? I mean, as I said, shouldn't there be... unless, well, I guess this cave must have once been filled with water, right? and that froze over because it's so cold here. But then something must have basically wait, that drop should usually kill me. But I guess I have to drop down? This is a really weird setup. Oh no, maybe it wasn't as high as I thought. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I really wonder about the whole setup with the water, right? Something must have drained the water, and then the ice was still left over. Oh hey, Chaos Ghost! Thanks for the raid. What's up? How are you doing? Hello, everyone. Let's see. Hi, what's up? You streaming Elden Ring as well? I'm in this weird dragon cave in the Snowfields next to the magma worm. FF10. Oh, that's interesting. I still want to get into the old Final Fantasy games. I've never really played many of them. Yeah, well, I hope you guys have a great time here. Let's check out what's behind this golden fog. Oh. Well, it's another one of these guys, but he has some sort of really awesome sword. Ooh, I don't remember his attacks being as fast as they are. Maybe I should have actually gotten more healing before I went in here. Huh. Well, maybe I should have also fought him on my own. I thought he was Golden Order Greatsword. Why does he have that? That's really awesome, though. Elden Ring really is badass. It's a really, really cool game. Oh, because of the title? Okay, cool. Well, thanks. Well, this was... I didn't... He had more HP than I expected him to. Also, were his attacks different? I don't really remember since the last time I fought one of these guys. I mean, he had like a really different weapon. This is always... I really, really like when this happens. When they present you with enemies that you already knew about, but then they also just have some sort of unique weapon that they're using, and then you get the weapon. I think that's a really, really cool setup. Also, like, almost seems to be a really... I mean, it's a legendary weapon. Why? How exactly did he get this? I've actually had a lot of fun playing Elden Ring so far. It's really been an awesome experience. Sometimes it can be a bit aggravating, but I guess that's the point, right? It's a bit unfortunate because I sometimes never really, like, enemies or bosses like this, they're probably really fun to fight solo, but you never quite know if they are or not. I mean, I guess I could have tried, but... since I already fought this sort of type of enemy multiple times, but not with this weapon, obviously. Greatsword made of light, modeled after the Elden Ring itself. That effect is really awesome. That ring effect. Forged by King Consort Radagon to proudly symbolize the tenets of the Golden Order. Telltale signs betray that this was once the greatsword bequeathed to him by his first wife Renala. Ah. How did it come to be in this cave, though? Did he try to get rid of it or something because he left Renala? Raise the armament in a salute, releasing a golden explosion. Repeated inputs send out waves of golden light. So yeah, that's what this beast guy was doing multiple times. It's really interesting because I don't think I've seen any kind of weapon that is really similar to this. I mean, I think there have been a couple of weapons that have definitely been associated with either the Capitol or the Golden Order, but nothing quite like this, right? I mean, this is a weapon that directly links to one of the demigods, or two, actually. What is it doing in this cave? Unless maybe somebody hid it in here and... I mean, these beastmen could have just been sort of random beasts that wandered into this cave. Makes me think that maybe the dragon at the entrance was at one point watching over this weapon. What? That was weird. Yeah, this guy is placed really, really weirdly. I don't know why they placed it so close to the entrance of the dungeon. I just wanted to take another look at the cave because I thought that I might have missed something in one particular direction. Also, let me should probably level first. Oh, hey, do you actually have to run over the dragon to get back up? Huh. But yeah, so since this dragon Theodorix here also had... Oh, thanks for the follow as well. Since this dragon Theodoric was sort of named after a warrior, now I'm actually not that sure anymore whether or not these dragons might have sometimes also just been people that either had the ability to turn into a dragon, or rather dragons that had the ability to turn into people. I mean, typically, that's a thing that dragons can do sometimes, right? In fantasy in general. So yeah, it makes me wonder if this dragon at some point maybe was somebody who was either close to Radagon or maybe his personal god, or maybe just allied with him. So it makes me think that Radagon just possibly, maybe he just tasked this dragon with keeping watch over his sword. Because obviously he couldn't really keep it if it was like a gift from his first wife. And then the dragon just died of either natural causes, old age. Obviously we can't really say. But, Man, what a cool cave though. Just this idea in general that you're walking on the ice and can see down to the other room is just such an awesome setup. Oh, wait, what? I already have my light on. I think this might have been the side of the cave that I haven't been to yet. Yeah, there's a rat. Slightly annoying that they're almost dead if I hit them twice. Long-halved axe. That was a random drop though, right? I don't think that will tell me much about them. Long-halved axe. Let's see. This one. Large iron axe with a long handle, weapon of the maltreated misbegotten. Making use of the force generated by its length, this weapon's resentment charged blows are difficult to stop. Okay. Resentment charged. Honestly, that makes me think that there might also be a completely different angle to all of this. In that I'm not entirely sure with these beastmen, right? I'm always sort of disregarding them a little bit as just sort of, well, not exactly savages, but certainly creatures that are not really intelligent beings, right? Just these sort of almost still animal-like things. Okay, I think I've actually been everywhere, yeah. So I always kind of forget that they're categorized as these misbegotten. So maybe, I mean, I've never really found anything that would link them to Raya Lucaria or Renala specifically, though. So I wonder if they might have been... I wonder if they might have been associated with... I don't think... I think that's a little bit of a stretch. I don't think that they were necessarily associated with possibly the god of Radagon or anything like that. I was just wondering that maybe, potentially, they are... they might be... How do I put this? They might have also been sort of refugees in a way. Like if the dragon, just under the assumption that this dragon might have been connected to Radagon, might have had the task of watching over the sword and might have been hiding here potentially because a couple of Radagon's followers were maybe like being chased or something, right? Because he left Renala. Possibly by sorcerers. I mean, we've seen that there's a sorcerer tower here as well. Don't necessarily think that that's connected. Might just be random, but theoretically, right? We could sort of assume that maybe sorcerers went after the former Radagon followers, and maybe these creatures were part of that, right? And maybe that's why they ultimately decided to hide in here and accidentally sort of got the sword in their hands as well, because they were sort of connected to this dragon. I don't think that's the case, though. I mean, technically, this dragon probably has been dead longer than these creatures being alive, though with those kinds of timelines, it's really hard to tell, since it's... Yeah, I don't even know if things in this world can really die, so... Oh well. But yeah, in general, it's a pretty awesome setup. And the weapon's pretty cool. Okay. So. Means I've done this. I just need to make sure... So I've basically been here already, right? So let's go sort of in this direction. I don't know if it's really worth it for me to check out this general area again. I might want to ride through it, but I mean, I've definitely sort of I've already been here. Feels like this is more of a sort of area that surrounds the city, and since I've already dealt with the city itself, I don't know if it would be worth to go back here. I probably should, though, right? But let's check out the southwest part first. So, I'll go towards that first. Also, do I still need to grab the weapon out of this? I really don't get... Okay, so... The fact that during the night, these Black Riders are actually protecting the carriage as well is pretty awesome. But what makes the whole thing weird is that when I tried to fight it earlier, or fight one of them earlier, they seem to have... Oh, that's one of these... I don't even know what they're called. The mothers of the bats that also sing. But yeah, I'm really confused why one of the Black Riders, when I fought it, had a boss HP bar. I wonder if there's some weird bugginess possibly going on here. Oh no, never mind. I confused them. These are these ancient followers. Huh. Didn't expect you guys to be here. Really? Okay. I thought they would stun him more, to be honest. Oh, now she cares, huh? Well, that's weird. Huh. Interestingly enough, they didn't necessarily seem to have more HP than their counterparts in, like, Noxtella or wherever that was. Stalwart Horn Charm. I think that's one of the charms that I already found in one of the cities, right? Or never mind, maybe it didn't. Greatly raises robustness. So immunity, robustness, focus, and everything at once. Wait, I never had the not +1 version of this? How did that happen? I guess that's all there is, though. Okay, seriously, if these ancient followers are here, that pretty much directly links these weird white trees to Nokron and Noxtella, doesn't it? So... what exactly would be the implication of that? Are Nokron and Noxtella connected to the Snowfield or to the Halic tree in some form, or... They might be? I feel like I had a certain piece of information about that I might have forgotten. Something... There's definitely some sort of memory that I just can't really remember right now. Or are you serious? That might have linked the Eternal Cities to the Halic Tree. Or at least... Well, the thing is, maybe I just don't know enough about the Halic Tree at this point, right? I mean, clearly it seems to stand somewhat in opposition to the Earth Tree, but I don't really know to what extent at this point, right? It might be... It might be that it's literally sort of representing the opposite, but I don't necessarily think it is. Then again, sort of these ideas of chaos and order can be interpreted in so many different ways that just sort of stating that the Earth Tree stands for golden order and the Halic Tree would be the opposite chaos thing. Just stating that doesn't necessarily actually implicate that it would be Yellow Annex Tunnel. Oh, that's interesting. Possibly connecting this to Frenzy. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of room for interpretation there, so I'm just not entirely sure if we're really talking about sort of opposite forces here, or if there's something more at work. I mean, one of the biggest problems, obviously, or one of the things that is definitely quite hard to understand about all of this is how would these white tree stumps connect to one another? I mean, maybe I'll have a better understanding of that once I've visited the Helix Just from what I've seen of the Helix it didn't necessarily seem to connect to these things, but maybe I missed some sort of connection there, right? I don't know. It's such a like dominant imagery, though, right? These white trees, both being here and in the Eternal Cities. Also, by the way, one other thing that I have to say is that introducing snow and ice to these caves immediately makes them more unique, right? I find it interesting how, I mean, maybe that's just my sort of opinion about this, but I really find it interesting how much of an impact it can have to just make these caves basically white, snowy, introduce different lighting, and like put in these icy pillars that I don't know, it changes the sort of ambience and look of these caves so much, even though they're still technically the same caves that I've already seen a bunch of times throughout the game, right? Which is something that I said, I think, one time during Catacombs. I really, really get, right, that the Catacombs are supposed to have a very similar look. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all man-made, possibly made by the same sort of faction within the game. I mean, very clearly made by the same faction. Their function seems to be to perform Earth Tree burials, right? Which obviously links all of them back to Lanedale and the Earth Tree. But I still think that they should have played a little bit more around with the lighting of those caves, right? The basic setup of this really white light and white candlelight everywhere in the catacombs is pretty cool, but it gets old after a while, right? So I wish that they would have basically done this, right? Where obviously not the same thing with the ice, but I wish that they would have come up with some sort of cool thing, right? I mean, okay, so actually, right, the last catacombs that I did here in the Snowfield, they had that boss enemy that was rotten, right? And they also had rotten knights in them. Malenia's knights, right? And what if, sort of the further you get through the game, the catacombs would become more and more rotten, right? They would become more and more poisoned and rotten, and just overall their original cause or their original meaning would have more and more been distorted by the rot, right? And by curses and all of these kinds of forces. And representing that throughout the game by making them more and more rotten and actually sort of changing their look, I think that would have been a really, really cool way of, you know, still utilizing the same level elements and therefore not being forced to create like completely new level structures or assets, but still making it more unique and actually connecting it to like a lore piece of the game. I think that would have been a lot better, because now, as I said, right now they just feel kind of cheap, whereas I feel like with these caves they've done a much better job. Still not a perfect one, right? I think that a couple of these cave pieces that are always exactly the same are just a bit too much the same in terms of their layout. Also, why are all these guys dead? This probably won't open from this side, huh? something with lightning magic. But yeah, I feel like they've done a much better job with these caves and mines of making them feel like actual unique places. That also are integrated into the actual environment they're found in much better than most of the other stuff. Oops, I didn't actually mean to backstab him, but why was one of the guys still alive? See, it's stuff like that that is... Oh, hello. It's stuff like this that is a really, really sort of quote-unquote easy spin on an already existing level element, but makes the place feel a lot more unique, right? It's the same sort of elevator, the same setup, the same room as in all the other mines, but suddenly it's frozen over and dilapidated, right? It's kind of an easy way to utilize an asset you already had in a very unique way. And I feel like they've done a much better job with that in these caves compared to the catacombs. And the catacombs just feel... They almost sometimes feel too clean, right? The catacombs themselves almost feel like nothing's really entered them or nothing's really meddled with them over the years, but they stem from a time where the Golden Order was still established, right? So it's weird that they wouldn't be more destroyed or well, rotten or anything like that, right? Sometimes, very rarely, they actually do that, but not nearly enough, and not in a unique enough fashion to truly make it seem like something special. Huh. I wonder what's going on with this frozen stuff as well. These miners seem to have actually frozen, right? Possibly frozen to death. And some of them just are close to freezing to death, but haven't yet. What the hell is going on down there? There's some gravity magic related stuff going on. Whoa. Wait, now I'm going back up? Oh, hello. Well, clearly they're not all dead. I heard you. I actually find it interesting that two-handing my weapon doesn't bounce off of them anymore. Also, I feel like I potentially missed some of these smithing stones because they look very much part of the environment, to be honest. I think I might have missed a couple of them. Oh well, I can always go back through the cave, right? Oh, hello. Wait, I went the other way around, though. So we have one of these things at the top of the cave, one of them further down. Okay, seriously, a couple of these smithing stones are actually quite hard to see. They actually look like they're just part of the environment. Ah, it's one of you guys again. Kind of expected that to be the case, to be honest. But wait, don't these guys also... Are you serious? Well... Really? That shouldn't have happened. What's going on with them? That was kind of close. Okay. 1 second. Right, I'm back. Just had to handle a lunch situation. Was kind of distracted there for a second. Okay, bunch of runes. Yeah, I think I need to get back, go back through the cave and actually take a look at whether or not I missed a couple of these stones. They're really, really easy to miss. Hopefully I can actually go back to the entrance. Something... Oh no, never mind. This is already the... It's already the end of the cave. Oh! Oh. That's pretty awesome. They actually do just straight up give you a shortcut to the very end of the cave. Okay, before I respawn everything, I should... I should go back to the start. Let me see. I just want to make sure that I really didn't miss a whole bunch of these upgrades. See? Definitely missed a bunch of them. Not that I really need them, but I think it would be, you know, a bit unfortunate to miss so many of them. Because I'm also not sure, especially with these somber smithing stones, if you actually get a bell bearing that lets you purchase them. Okay, so there's another one of those guys down there. Oh, wait, we have an actual ladder. I completely missed that the first time around. Okay, so I... Never mind. Maybe I didn't actually miss as many as I thought I might have. Because I think when I went up this ladder, that's when I realized how they look like. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I'm pretty certain that I didn't really miss anything else. If I miss one of them or something, that doesn't really bother me too much. But yeah, the thing that I don't really know is how many of these things do they actually ultimately let you purchase. That's what I'm not really sure about. Because so far I felt like it was kind of strange in terms of what they do let you purchase. Mostly because it's just kind of weird. How did I evade that attack, seriously? The thing that I think is honestly kind of weird to me is... is sort of the moments when they actually let you purchase stuff. So, somehow I find it really, really weird. Oh. Is he bigger than the other guy? Not necessarily, huh? Uh-huh. Alabaster Lord's Sword. I think I might have actually gotten that already. Or maybe not. Yeah, I already have this. Oh, there's an orange item in here? Okay. What was I just about to say? Right, you always seem to get the bell bearings at a point where you don't actually need the older upgrade materials anymore. I mean, it's cool that you can purchase them, I guess, for upgrading other weapons, but typically what you're missing is the actual current upgrade materials, right? So even though you can purchase the old ones, doesn't even help you that much because you're still missing a bunch of stuff to actually get another weapon up to the same level of your current one. At least with the quote-unquote normal weapons, that's the case, I feel like. So I definitely find that the bell bearings are just kind of a weird thing in this game. I feel like they're way too far behind in terms of weapon strength in order to be actually useful. So I don't know. It's just kind of a strange thing. Hey, another one of these things. That is a normal one, though, as well, right? Yeah. Okay, so now I have two of them. I guess that's this cave done. Right, one other thing that I wanted to say is these miners and these guys, like the Alabaster Lords, aren't the Alabaster Lords technically also somewhat connected to the Eternal Cities? A race of ancients with skin of stone who were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. No, well, kind of, right? They're definitely really ancient, which these miners also seem to be. Oh wait, is this the wrong... I think it's kind of the wrong direction, right? Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter which direction I go in. But yeah, I feel like that these were possibly... The connection here is definitely that they're sort of ancient, right? So in that sense, they seem to be very similar to these bubble casting guys that you meet in Nokron and Noxtella, right, in the Eternal Cities. But it's never quite confirmed whether or not they're actually related, or if they're just... I mean, they could very easily just both be sort of ancient races or something. Not entirely sure about that, but it's definitely... I don't know, their look is just also too similar to really pass up as being coincidence, right? Okay, let me really quick... That's what I was talking about with somebody else. We were getting pizza today, so... Let me order that real quick. Well, one thing that we can be absolutely sure about is that they're linked to this gravitational magic, right? Which is linked to meteors and ultimately to... Well, I don't know if you can really call them alien life forms, but certainly they're linked to... they're linked to something that came from from the stars, right? Though we don't know yet what that actually means, right? Since also nothing sort of up until this point is really hinted at what the lands between actually are, where we are, why is it called the lands between, right? Between what? We don't really know that, and so because of that, I think there is this possibility that being from the stars doesn't actually mean alien, right? It could just be that it's alien to the lands between, not necessarily to the entire world we're in, right? Those are all things that are kind of hard to really grasp without knowing more about them. And so, yeah, you can't really tell what's up with that, right? Okay, 1 second, I'll be done here fairly quickly. This cave in general was pretty awesome, though. I mean, it does help that it's this whole ice aesthetic is just really cool, right? Okay, I think I got everything. Let's order real quick and then deal with whatever boss they have here. That's all correct, all correct. But yeah, seeing as I now find these, what I assume to be final upgrade materials that get your weapons to plus 25, I do really wish that I could already purchase the stuff that gets my weapons to plus 24, right? I really find it weird that that's not a thing. I still start, oh! Hello. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do you have to be as annoying as the other one? Okay, so that's weird. I definitely didn't expect this to be a thing again. Oh. What? I probably should have gone in here with more FP. Okay. Didn't expect to actually evade that. Okay, can we please just fight? Huh? That was, I mean, it made sense that it hit me. It was just kind of weird when it actually occurred. The hit, I mean. Oh, I really... Why do they intend on making all of their enemies way too big and way too, like, I don't know. Okay, yeah. Just let me go back in here with all of my resources intact. Because otherwise, you just need ranged attacks for this thing, man. This is just... Holy shit, that's gonna be annoying on melee builds, isn't it? At least they do give you a shortcut here. Honestly, yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of this thing being here. I mean, at least it does connect with all the other enemies in here, right? As we just established. Something alien or at least outside life force like thing going on here. Oh, for fuck, seriously? Where the hell are my runes? Oh, off. Oh, yeah, sure. Please just stop with the bullshit. See, this is exactly what I dislike about this. First of all, I said multiple times, pick the pick your runes back up mechanic definitely shouldn't be a thing anymore, at least not in boss fights, I don't know. Because this is not fun, right? Being forced to literally run back like a billion meters just to be able to take your runes back. Just kind of really boring. Also, why does this thing have a billion HP again? Oh. This guy's really not fun to fight. It's just really awkward. Why the fuck does he have a billion HP? What's going on with that? See, you can't even properly reach him because he's so big. Oh, what the fuck? Well, that's bullshit. What kind of fucked up attack is that? Are you fucking serious? Did they just decide, oh, we ran out of ideas for enemies, let's just put in the same enemies but increase their health pool by like 5 times? What? How did they come up with this? Oh, for fuck's sake, now my fucking runes are stuck in the boss room. I mean, it's half a level or something. Ultimately, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. This is gonna be really, really boring. Okay, let me see. Is there a way for me to do this more quickly? The problem is I don't really have any other ranged stuff besides my sorceries, so... And also his bullshit floating around, right? He's floating around way too much. How the hell are you supposed to hit him? And then even if he's on the ground, he just has these 5, where like his 4 legs are tiny, right? The hitbox that you can actually hit with melee attacks is incredibly tiny. And also the amount of damage I'm dealing is insanely low. Or yeah, as I said, maybe it's just that he has a billion HP. The problem is, well, obviously I could use maybe meat or whatever the fuck that's called, right? In order to make my attack stronger. But the problem with that is just that I can't really hit him that well. Like, he's just overall really awkward to hit, isn't he? Really? Oh, man. I guess I just kind of need to make sure that he's mostly trying to hit my mimic. That's... Wait, is that actually impossible to roll out of? And stop floating into the air, you dumb fuck. The problem is, it's literally the same thing that was the trouble with the magma worm, right? This fight doesn't present any sort of challenge whatsoever, right? Because the only thing that this enemy really does is he has a billion HP and then just takes, you know, just floats into the air the entire time, basically. Like, there is no sort of actual challenge involved here, because most of his attacks are pretty easy to dodge. It's just that it gets insanely annoying, and it's also kind of difficult to keep track of him because he's so insanely large in terms of his hitbox, right? And the next problem is that because of his HP, it's just not really fun dealing with him at all, right? Can you stop moving, for fuck's sake? How the hell are you supposed to actually deal with him if he's constantly moving around? Especially that floaty bit that he's doing, I feel like it's pretty bullshit. I also don't know, like, it isn't even that much of a problem that he's constantly moving, like, floating. The problem isn't necessarily that he's floating so much. The problem is that he's sort of really awkwardly standing above you, which makes it just really strange to hit him. Oh, well, that was lucky. Meteorite of Estelle. Oh, man, I don't know. Why did they give this thing so much HP? Like, what's going on with the HP? Fights aren't more fun just because you give the boss like 5 times the HP as everything else. That doesn't work. Who came up with this? Like, seriously. Also, it completely takes away the uniqueness of this thing being below the Eternal City in the first place, doesn't it? If he's also just in some random cave. And also, it's same problem again. They could have literally just given this guy, give him another color, right? Give him something. Instead of, they could have gotten, I don't know, make him some cool hybrid between gravity magic and rotten stuff or something, right? Make him be the same thing. It can have the same sort of attacks, the same model, obviously, in order for you to not really have to create anything new. But give him something else that, first of all, links him to being here, right? Like the rotten stuff would link him more to being in the snowfield here. And at least it would make it somewhat distinctive to the first time you fight him. But now, what am I supposed to take away from this? We have the same enemy twice in the game. An enemy that looks incredibly unique and you'd think would be unique, right? But it's not. And his attacks, as I said, same problem with the lava worm. Most of his attacks are pretty easy to dodge. It's just that his insane HP pool makes it hard to always dodge them correctly. And then he just has these weird floaty bits that are just kind of weird. Because the problem is that he's floating awkwardly above you, right? At least in the sense, in the case of the lava worm, they made it so that when you target him, the camera pulls back, right? Here they didn't do that. The thing is floating through the air constantly, but if you're standing close to him, which is definitely the best way to deal with him, right? His ranged attacks are definitely the most difficult to deal with. So you want to be somewhat close, and you probably want to be able to hit his head. Now, if you don't summon a Mimic and do this solo, let's not talk about how annoying that would be because of his HP pool, but you basically want to get or stay close to his head, right? And then just evade his melee attacks, sort of. The problem with that is, though, that he sometimes still floats up into the air and does this weird spinny move that doesn't actually hit you, right? It's sort of just the starting animation to whatever he does next. But the problem is, because of that, he's sort of awkwardly above you, and being somewhat directly above you completely screws with the camera, right? The camera suddenly doesn't really know what to do with that. Like, why? If you know that your camera is doing awkward stuff like that, then why insist on putting an enemy like this in the game? I don't get the idea behind that. I don't get why you would do that, really. Wait, how close to the entrance was the Site of Grace? I guess it's just the elevator, right? I don't know. It's a pretty cool setup, but I feel like this type of boss was way better done in Bloodborne, for example, right? Fighting, what's his name? The actual great one that you can find up above in the upper cathedral ward in Bloodborne. The second hidden boss, where you have to smash the window of the cathedral. I think I actually said somewhat similar after the first time I encountered this guy, but yeah, I feel like this sort of type of enemy was much, much better done in Bloodborne in that particular case, right? Is it Ebrietas? Is that his name? Or its name? In Bloodborne? I think it might be, right? Ebrietas does something. Yeah. That fight was a lot more fun than this one. Because in that fight, you can sort of play with the enemy a bit more, right? Which is something that even when my Mimic died, I still felt like I couldn't successfully bait out certain attacks, right? Which is actually a thing that I feel like Elden Ring does definitely worse than other FromSoft games, is that typically something you can really do really, really well in Bloodborne is to specifically bait out certain enemy attacks, right? So depending on the range you are from the boss, they do certain attacks. And your goal basically is to bait out the attacks that are easiest to dodge, right? And that's like a really cool sort of cat and mouse game that is going on in boss fights, because sometimes the bosses have moves that, separate them from you or close the distance between you, right? So you constantly need to be sort of aware of where you are in relation to the boss, and you need to be aware of what kind of attacks they can do depending on the distance, and also that they can either close or create distance, right? That can be a really, really interesting dance to do in Bloodborne. Sometimes it doesn't work as well, right? Which sometimes creates, even Bloodborne has that issue of certain enemies, thankfully it's not that many, but certain enemies forcing you to constantly sprint back into melee range, which can create a lot of downtime and is just generally not really fun. But the problem is really, like, that particular problem is basically multiplied 20 times with this enemy here in Elden Ring, right? I mean, think about the sheer size of that boss room and also where you start in relation to the enemy, right? And that beam attack, once you know how to dodge it, it's insanely easy to dodge. But the problem is you're still forced to do that, right? Every single time you re-enter the boss room, you're basically 200 meters away from the boss, and you need to run in, you need to sprint in, you need to dodge his laser beam attack. And that's just boring downtime, essentially, right? There's no challenge there. There is no interesting interaction there with the boss. It's just purely downtime that is boring to get through. And a lot of parts in this boss fight in particular are exactly that, right? Where it's just either it's downtime because the boss floats up into the air, or it's downtime because he does a big explosion attack, which is something that, for example, I think is similar to Dark Beast Parl, or whatever it's called in Bloodborne, that also has a big explodey attack, right? And in that case, it's also quite easy to identify when it's going off once you know how it works. And it also forces you to just sprint back, essentially. I don't know if you could iframe it. That part I don't remember, but it ultimately comes down to just being boring, right? Big explodey attack obviously looks interesting. Technically, gameplay-wise, also makes sense that the boss wants you to get away from it, right? Especially with bosses that have better ranged attacks than close melee attacks. It makes sense that the boss would try to either create distance or do like a big explodey thing that forces you out of melee range, right? Like, logically, that makes sense. But it just needs to be done in a way where it doesn't create sort of boring downtime, and I feel like it does way too much here. So this enemy in particular, I felt like the reason why the first fight against him worked really, really well is because he's visually striking. Especially in that first boss arena, the arena itself is almost part of him, right? Because they both have this gravitational stuff to them, this purple stuff, but also it looks like it's a sort of a star sky behind him, right? That first arena you're fighting him in, it's really well designed, and it's a visual spectacle, even if gameplay-wise it's a pretty boring fight. But it's a big visual spectacle, and it's really, really unique. I even distinctly remember myself saying that I felt like the fight was really unique, and that's what made it cool. Having it in here a second time without all of that, but with 3 times the amount of HP, just makes it boring and annoying to get through. And like, why, right? There was no reason to do this. If you introduce him a second time, do a cool spin on this, right? Make him a rotten version of the same enemy, or something, right? Just do something that makes this an actually interesting fight. And a challenging fight as well. Because this is just not it. And I really, really hope that their solution to the rest of the game isn't just give enemies a billion HP, because that can get boring really, really fast. Which also now actually makes me wonder, since technically, right, I am really, really far through the game. The only place where I can currently progress is actually where I am, right? I've literally cleared out the entire game up until this point. So when the game started, right, when you first encounter Margit, he also has an insane HP pool, but you have the option to say, wait, this is too annoying. I'm going to venture out into the open world and get stronger and then come back and fight him. Well, now this makes me question if that was actually the original intention, or if they maybe actually intend their enemies to typically just have an insane amount of HP to the point where it's just not fun fighting them anymore. Really makes you question that, because currently I don't have the option to go anywhere else. I don't have the option to go into another part of the open world and get stronger. That's literally not an option anymore, because I am at the last part of the open world that still remains. So it's just really, really awkward to me that they decided to do that. Because as I said, right, just increase. It's fine to a degree if you introduce a new enemy, right? It was kind of fine with the Theodoric's dragon outside, though in that particular case it made its first phase really boring, because that was a phase that I already knew a couple of times and had already seen on other similar enemies. But at least he had the cool thing of, hey, at some point he actually stands up and becomes much more threatening, right? So in that regard, he actually had a cool sort of gimmick to him, right? But as I said, like, if there's a cool, new, unique enemy, giving them more health to actually make the fight last a bit longer, that's fine. Doing the same thing here with literally a copy-pasted enemy that has nothing else done to it is not. And also, at least with Margit and Godric and all of those guys, at least they have a second phase, right? So in that regard, it makes sense that their HP pool would be larger because they're basically two fights in one. Which is another thing, and I hate to bring up another critique of the game here, but looking at past FromSoft games, especially Bloodborne and Sekiro, a lot of bosses, or almost all bosses, have distinct phases to them, where they progress and progressively get harder and introduce new attacks and interesting ways to deal with them. To the point where, even here in Elden Ring with Margit and Godric and those kinds of enemies, they almost become a completely different and unique fight in their second phase. But sadly, pretty much all of these side bosses here don't have that, right? They don't have a second phase, they don't have anything unique going on. Which is fine at first, but becomes less fine if you constantly copy-paste them all over the place, right? Then it would make sense to give them another phase or another gimmick or something that differentiates them from the earlier times you encounter them. And the biggest problem of all with all of this is actually that had they just not put this in here, this could have literally been a cave without a boss at the end. It would have made the whole cave better, right? I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I really, really don't like the way they've set up these later parts of the game. There is just a lot that doesn't work as well as it should, in my opinion. Oh well, at least still, the game still remains a really, really good game with a lot of really, really cool elements in it. It's just dragging on a little bit too much, honestly. Maybe that's on me, right? Obviously, you could also definitely argue that you're just not meant to do every single cave, right? You're just not meant to do that. You're not meant to actually 100% clear out the map. Yeah, I can get behind that to a degree, right? I can definitely get behind that to a degree. The problem with that is, though, something that I personally did when I played through The Witcher 3, for example, at first, right? And that's more a critique of The Witcher 3 in this case, is Witcher 3's main story actually makes the most sense if you strictly follow only the main story, because there is a certain sense of urgency that, unfortunately, like if you kind of try to role play realistically, it wouldn't really make sense for Geralt to do any sort of side quest whatsoever, because he's on the lookout for Ciri, right? He wants to find Ciri, and he wants to find her fast, because she's also being pursued by the Wild Hunt, right? And the first time I played through The Witcher 3, I actually specifically sort of followed that idea, right? I basically RP'd as Geralt looking for Ciri. And then the second time I played through it, I just did everything, right? Because I already knew how the main quest was going to go, stuff like that, right? So, and I felt like, looking back to it, that actually made me enjoy The Witcher 3 a lot more. I think if I had forced myself to basically 100% The Witcher 3 on my first way through the game, I think I definitely wouldn't have enjoyed the game as much as I ultimately ended up enjoying it, right? So maybe I should have approached Elden Ring in that similar fashion, right? Where I had followed the main quote-unquote story first, on the first playthrough, and then went back and cleared out the entire map on either the second one or on New Game Plus or something similar, right? Except, and here's the big but, right? In The Witcher 3, you can literally just follow the main story because that's the main way to level up, right? So they specifically set it up in a way where the main story gives you the most experience, and basically, well, it basically invalidates The Witcher 3 having a leveling system in the first place, but that's an entirely different argument altogether. But because of that, you can just follow the main story and it's fine. Here in Elden Ring, it really, really feels, and I don't quite know if that is actually their intention anymore, right? But when I first got to this particular place, to this tunnel, and I pretty much straight up went this way, right, when I first started the game, because I thought, wait, they're giving you this guidance of grace. They're literally telling you, go to Stormvale Castle, deal with Godric the Grafted, right? They're literally telling that to you from the start. But then you do that, you encounter Margit, and you realize, wait, I'm actually not strong enough to do that yet, right? And so you go back, you venture out into the open world. And I think, ultimately, that is probably why I started doing this, right? That is why I started basically clearing out the entire map, because it honestly kind of felt like you were supposed to do that, right? You were supposed to get as strong as possible and then come back to whatever, prevented you from progressing and deal with it. But it turns out that, I don't know, especially ever since I basically entered the Eltis Plateau, it feels like the game is just sort of repeating, right? I mean, it's still giving you new and unique levels like Lanedale, but somehow it feels like a lot of the optional stuff, especially in the Eltis Plateau and now here, is kind of unnecessary. And that's a really, really weird sentiment, right? It's a really, really weird thing to suddenly encounter. And as I said, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It just kind of feels strange, even to the point where I'm really not quite sure anymore if maybe the original intention of the entire game is to literally just go through the main story mostly and just sort of do the side stuff that you happen to come across randomly. Really not quite sure about that anymore. Anyway, that was a whole bunch of... It wasn't even... it sounded very, very negative. I just want to make sure to say that it's more my confusion with what they intend you to do, and less so the game's actual problem. I still would like to know whether or not that was their intention, right? Still would like to know that, but at the same time, I also feel like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's just kind of weird and I don't know. It could also be that they literally don't want you to kill all of these bosses, right? Maybe you're meant to get to that cave, say, oh, fuck no, and just leave it, right? I mean, that could very well be their intention as well. That this is specifically a challenge that you're meant to go back to, maybe even after clearing the game or something, right? I'm really not sure about that anymore. Just a weird setup in general. Also, by the way, something that I didn't really come back to as well is, why is it called the Yellow Annex Tunnel? The yellow, isn't that typically actually connected to Frenzy? Unless maybe this is a hint at this sort of Frenzy stuff being a problem that got introduced because of this extraterrestrial, because of these aliens. And maybe these ancient beings can deal with that knowledge, but other people can't, and so they develop the Frenzy? Just kind of another quick thought that I had. Okay, that being said, oh no, never mind. Why did I stand up? That being said, this is a good time to take a lunch break, and when I come back, I'll deal with the rest of the Snowfield, hopefully. Until then, I'll see you back here in about half an hour. Okay. It was a slightly bit longer lunch break than I had originally intended, but now I am Satiated? Satisfied? I don't know. Definitely was a good lunch break. So let's get back into the game. um, Done this tunnel now. I guess this would be a good starting off point. There are a couple more ruins here. Seems to be something here as well, though I think that's another part of the tree. I wonder if there's something interesting there. There might be something interesting over here, and then there's also something over here. All in all, I definitely feel like the snowfield isn't as dense in terms of things that you can find here, but it also... oh, sorry. It also kind of makes sense. I mean, it is supposed to be this big open snowfield, right? So I do think in that regard, they... oh, that's not what I wanted. They actually did a pretty good job in making it interesting. I was just gonna look. I have 50,000 runes. Yeah, that's fine. The thing is now, obviously, I started to level dexterity and strength. I wonder if maybe that was a little bit too early. If they're now going to introduce more and more enemies that deal more and more damage and things like that. I wonder if it might have been a better choice to just stay on intelligence and vigor. As I said, though, I mean, technically my weapon damage increases similarly whether or not I level intelligence or strength. I think. The one other thing that I could do is the faith scaling, right? I think the fire might be scaling with faith. I'm actually not that sure. It seems like that might be the case, right? Oh, hello. Hi. Who are you? I guess he's watching over these ruins? Not the only one, though. Hello. Holy, how... Oh, they are the frenzy trolls again. See? Alright, stop that! Where did the rats even come from? Nice. Okay, so now it makes a bit more sense, because these eyes of yellow are here. So this is connected to the frenzy. I wonder what's up with the mine, though. Like, why is the mine specifically not connected to this? Seemingly. That was a weird physics interaction. Right? I mean, why does the mine have the same name, the yellow stuff, but seemingly isn't connected to this? Unless these alabaster lords are somehow the reason for why the frenzy started to exist in the first place? I actually think didn't I take a look at the Eyes of Yellow the last time as well? Grown in lands afflicted by frenzy. It's used for its pain relieving properties. I don't know. I would have to go through the bits and pieces that I potentially have about frenzy. I don't know if there really is some sort of hint as to how the two could be connected. How these ancient alabaster lords and their gravity magic could be connected to frenzy. Why is it not? Oh. I was out of stamina. Hello. Where the hell did you come from? Stamina is actually kind of a weird stat now that I really think about it, right? Because I'm so far into the game, yet I never really thought to increase my stamina. It seems to be only really significant for, like, builds that, I don't know, maybe are using, like, really, really heavy weapons. Where the hell are you guys coming from? Holy shit, there's actually a lot of these frenzied trolls here. These ruins are much bigger than I thought they would be. I don't know, I have a feeling I'm maybe not entirely remembering everything that I already knew about this frenzy and about everything that sort of belongs to it in terms of story and lore. But, I guess the most interesting part about these ruins is why are they called that? So, right, I guess, I mean, they didn't necessarily have to be called that originally, right? I mean, it can very well be that somebody came around and said, oh yeah, these are somehow connected to this frenzy, and so we're going to call them yellow something something. Or it might be the other way around, and things are called yellow something something because the origin of it was actually here. Could be either way, right? The thing that I find the most surprising, I guess, in relation to this frenzy is that ever since I've actually been to that tower of frenzy with the big eye on top that was constantly shooting at me, ever since then I kind of thought that frenzy was actually originated there, right? At least to a degree. I mean, might have not necessarily originated there so much as, I don't know, it was specifically connected to that place. I don't really know. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why is he only doing these rolls? That's weird. Oh, did I hit his eye or something? I just definitely find it kind of weird that it seems we don't really yet have an origin for all of this. Seriously, that rat literally sort of jumped around the corner, didn't it? Okay, why is there a stone sword key in here? It makes me wonder if maybe we need one for accessing whatever is in here. I mean, these plants aren't necessarily exclusive to this region either, right? Wait, am I missing some sort of... I feel like that I might be missing some secret door or something. I mean, there usually is in these ruins, right? Let's maybe get rid of this one as well. Seriously. I don't think anything specifically opening would be connected to killing all of these guys. What's going on with them doing this? Seriously? Man. Why so... Finally. I still find... I don't know, sometimes I think I'm trying to dodge roll more stuff. Quite a bit of runes that you can get here. Not that many, but I mean, if you were to wear the scarab thing that increases the runes you get. Okay, I feel like I definitely missed where the hell this is supposed to go. Also, are there still enemies around? Honestly, look like I'd have maybe gotten rid of all of them. Wait, maybe I did miss anything in here? Can you even get in here? Maybe that's the idea, that you're supposed to, instead of going down, this time go up? No. I mean, you might be able to when you're on your horse, although that's always a little bit weird. Oh my fucking god, yeah. Ah! It actually is in here. Oh, that's sneaky. Somehow I didn't expect that to be the case. I don't know. Oh well. Unendurable Frenzy. Oh, by the way, did I ever check the gravitational thing that I got in the cave just now? 55 intelligence. I can almost use this. Meteorite of Estelle. Calls a hail of small meteorites from the void. I mean, this costs 60 FP though, right? I wonder how effective this really is. With these kinds of area of effect spells, I'm always kind of curious if they really, like, even if this deals quite a bit of damage, you can't use it that much, and I don't think it would deal multiple instances of damage, right? I mean, maybe it does. Maybe I would have to try it out against bosses or something. Summons a void that emits a hail of meteorites. Hold to continue the effect. A manifestation of the power with which Estelle leveled the Eternal City. Wait, leveled the Eternal City? So whoever this Estelle is was the one that... But, I mean, the Eternal Cities still exist, don't they? They're just underground. Well, I mean, I guess they're somewhat destroyed. Would still be kind of a weird description, though, for something that isn't completely gone? Incantation originating from the maddening Three Fingers. Causes the yellow flame of frenzy to violently burst forth from the caster's eyes. Hold to continue channeling the flame. It is the maddening pain and unstoppable tears of those afflicted with flame of frenzy brought into being. I also still don't really know what's going on with the Three Fingers, right? I mean, we have heard that they are supposedly below the capital, but I'm not entirely sure. Wait, can you actually... Oh. Well, I guess that makes sense. I'm still not entirely sure where that is supposed to be. I mean, maybe I actually did miss something down when I went into the sewers. Felt like I didn't, though, so I'm really not sure where the Three Fingers would maybe be. Then again, it could also be that you just need, maybe I need to find something, I don't know, maybe I need to actually clear the Haley tree or something in order to get access to another sort of hidden area beneath the capital. Or maybe it's actually below the Earth tree. That could be another thing, right? If we start burning the Earth tree, maybe then we'll actually see what's beneath it or something. Because it also seems so specific, right? That the picture of the Earth tree on the map is kind of obscuring a part of the map as well. I mean, technically, there should only be the Earth tree here, right? I don't think that there's anything sort of beneath it yet. But who knows? Though then again, if it's underground, it wouldn't show up on the map anyways, right? So... I'm slightly confused why my mimic is still here, because usually it disappears if you've dealt with all the enemies, but then again, maybe I just missed a rat or something. Man, I'm just really, really curious about these white trees and why they're here. Also, I mean, we still have the minor Earth tree, though it's obviously a dead one. I was just thinking of maybe sort of the setup of these being here looked similar to the Divine Towers, but I don't think it really does. I think that would be a bit too far-fetched, honestly, to connect those things. Why are you guys here? Man. That is still so weird to me that you can't just like hit your weapon always hits to the right of your horse, right? Why can't you like move it over? Even if you do a continuous attack, you only hit on the right side, never the left. I really wonder what was going through their mind when they developed the horse and horseback combat. Or maybe they just didn't have the time to adjust it further. Though then again, wasn't Elden Ring delayed by a couple of months? I don't really know. Well, I guess technically not, because they never actually set a release date, but it was sort of rumored to come out at a certain point. But then it did actually take some time. Oh, what? Oh! Am I getting invaded? Probably, right? That is also... Oh, man. Sanguine Noble. What? Huh? Isn't a Sanguine Noble a normal enemy? What the hell? Man, that is still something that I really... Oh, there you are. I guess in this case he isn't. Oh. Hello. Literally jump over me. It's a bit of a strange one, right? Ah, fuck's sake. Too late. Fucking... Are you fucking serious? The damn mosquito. Bye-bye. That dumb mosquito thing. Nice. Bloody finger vanquished. Sanguine noble hood, robe and waistcloth. His setup looks really, really cool. Like his garb. What I was about to say was, though, it's really unfortunate that you get demounted. Is that the word? Demounted? They despawn your horse when you get invaded. Which is, I mean, I get why, right? Because obviously these invaders wouldn't stand a chance against you when you were on horseback because they're normal human enemies. Although then again, they have ranged attacks, right? I don't know. I mean, technically you can fight against horses as well, so I don't know if it would actually be a problem. Seriously, another bear? What is he doing here? So yeah, I don't know if it would actually be a problem. It's just pretty unfortunate since, well, it gives away the surprise, right? If you would just walk on foot through the snowfield and suddenly get invaded, I think it would be a lot more interesting compared to, well, your horse being despawned and then you get invaded, right? Especially since there's also quite some time until the invaded message actually appears, right? So, I guess the reason for that is probably because they had to. There's probably some sort of radius or range where the invasion can happen, and they probably despawn your horse a little bit beyond that, right? So the radius of where your horse gets despawned is probably bigger than the radius where the invasion can happen, just so they can make sure that the horse is definitely gone once the invasion starts, right? But the result of this is, at the end of the day, that there's this awkward pause between you already knowing and that you're going to be invaded and the invasion actually happening. Wait. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Sanguine Noble Hood. It's a bit of a weird name still, though, right? Sanguine Noble just sounds like a normal enemy type, basically. Hood of dyed black cloth, featuring gold embroidery, worn by the nobles who serve the Lord of Blood. Okay, so what's the implication here? Are they sort of scared that because I've killed a bunch of demigods that now I'll also go for the Lord of Blood? And that's why they're trying to kill me? Known to strike from pools of blood, these assassins are missionaries come to share the gospel of accursed blood. Or maybe they're here to try and convince me to join them. This looks awesome, though. Holy shit, the detail on that. The grand metallic pattern on the shoulder is a signifier of the noble rank they intend to claim upon the advent of the new dynasty they are working to install. Ah, okay. So the Lord of Blood is basically chaos that is supposed to be brought forth, right? And Shabriri, I think, was the one that told us that we are supposed to sacrifice ourselves in order to bring chaos upon the world and become the Lord of Chaos. So maybe that's their intention? Okay. I mean, that was close to the tree, right? I'm just wondering, I hope if these invasions just take place on certain sort of open places or plains sometimes, I don't know if it's maybe likely that I also just missed a couple of them over the course of the game. There's a lot of these bigger bears here as well. And there's an item over there. Which is a bit unfortunate because I really, really don't like the bigger bears. What the hell is going on? What? What the hell is going on here? Wait, that's strange. Why is this thing close to an albinoric? Oh, hey, there's another one. Oh, actually, probably, I forgot about that. I should have, of course it doesn't work. I should have used my flame attack. What are these guys doing here? Seriously, it only hit one of them? See, that's another thing why I think the game actually has quite a lot of AoE attacks, but for some reason they never quite work. I don't know what that's about, to be honest. I mean, that flame should technically hit everything in front of you pretty, consistently. So I find it really weird that it really doesn't at all. Like, it always just hits one enemy specifically. It's like such a weird thing, right? I mean, I guess the the size of the attack mostly corresponds with possibly being able to like hit an enemy regardless of where they move, right? If you're fighting somebody who's maybe like really fast and dodging a lot or something, that maybe you're still able to hit them. But I don't know, it's a bit of a weird setup. There's even more of these giant bears here, holy shit. Okay, so where the fuck does this teleporter lead to, though? The way it's pointing, it almost looks as if it's just going back to Lanedale or something. Right? It's the same kind of weird thing with the other teleporter that just led to the minor Erdtree. I really wonder, like, what's the point? Oh. Wait a second. Be wary of Bloodstain? I was gonna say, there is a reason why I got invaded by a bloody finger, right? I thought that I had maybe accidentally killed something close to the teleporter and that's why the blood was there, but no. This blood definitely is here because of another reason. I wonder if is this gonna lead to the Lord of Blood or something? That would be really weird though, right? Seems like such a random location. Maybe it leads somewhere completely different? Or maybe it's well, not really a fake, but... Huh? Or... Oh, what the fuck? I'm back here? What? Oh, that's awesome. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that the teleporter would be in the snowfield, but... Holy fuck. Okay, this I did not expect. So, I think there is this, like... What do you want to call it? Like this boss arena looking thing that you saw like from a distance, right? From here. And I was always wondering how you get to it because I think I saw like an enemy next to it or something indicated that you were able to get there. And I thought that it was the time when I actually was able to get to Nokron here, right? I thought that this would somehow lead back over here, but nope. Okay, well, that's going to be interesting. I wonder if it is related to the Lord of Blood. Because that's just, right, the teleporter being bloody and you being invaded by a bloody finger right next to it. Ah, yeah, see, that's what I was referring to. Like, that's the thing that I saw. Oh, Mokwin Palace. Are you fucking kidding me? There's literally an entire different zone here as well? Okay, yeah, this has to be all the blood everywhere. This has to be related to the Lord of Blood, right? Well, okay, that's really strange though, right? Also, is that a literal blood lake down there? Okay, why? Seriously, why is this just a random teleporter here in the snowfield? How is that related? I mean, I guess, as I said, these trees, right? Oh, you know what? You know what? There is this huge section here, right? That I was kind of surprised why they have this huge part of the map that is shown on the map but isn't play space, right? And considering that these white trees are here, I've been speculating the entire time why they're there and why they are also in the Eternal Cities. Oh, sorry. Do you think that maybe the original location of at least of like one of the Eternal Cities, maybe both even, do you think that maybe their original location was here? In this sort of big open ravine place? Because we know that they've not always been below ground, right? They were definitely above ground at some point, and they were banished underground. But so the reason why I never really thought further about that is because we see, for example, these giants' ruins everywhere, right? Especially in Limgrave, for example. It looks almost as if the entire world is almost built on some other ruins that were there beforehand, right? And that's why I thought that maybe these Eternal Cities, they didn't so much get banished below ground as just something else was built over them, right? But now I think that might have not actually been the case. You know, especially with, like, I was wondering why this all looks so jagged, right? It almost already looks as if something was just taken from this place, right? It's not necessarily a natural mountain structure. Maybe that's too far-fetched, right? Maybe I'm completely wrong on this, but I honestly, at least it's definitely a theory that has some arguments that could be made that it is true. I ate too much. That maybe at least one of the Eternal Cities was originally somewhere here and just got moved, like literally the entire thing got just moved underground through some sort of magical spell or something. I don't know why it would be specifically here, although that might just be because they didn't want to put these sections over here or something and give away a sort of a potentially really cool secret. Also, okay, right. We also have the actual wells, the actual elevators that take you, move between the Eternal Cities and the above ground sections. So, maybe for some reason they wanted them to connect back here, right? I mean, the way, like, if this theory would be true, I can definitely see that maybe they just got literally moved entirely, and they just placed them somewhere where they could build entrance places above ground, right? And that's why they built these wells, to still be able to access them if they needed to, but they were ultimately banished underground. Maybe that's, like, a reason for that. Also, I wanted to get through the snowfield today, but now there is an entirely other section here that is connected to it. Holy fuck. They kind of definitely went above and beyond with the blood, though, right? Placing blood everywhere. How does that fit together, though? Like, I mean, this isn't something that sort of just happened. This whole setup, this kind of burning temple, you could see it. Like, you could literally see it from over there, right? From Nokron. So, like, how did this came to be? How is this suddenly here? Or not how is it suddenly here, but rather with all the blood and everything, like, why is there a lot of blood here, I guess, is more my question. Like, how or why did they decide to come here? They're just literally blood sort of patches all over the place, right? I mean, I guess we still don't really know why these places potentially got banished underground. So, that would also explain why those ancestral followers, right? The woman that was singing, why those were next to one of the trees. Maybe they were mourning the loss of their city actually being physically there where they stood, or next to it rather. Also, what's going on with the Albinorics? Some of them are red? What the fuck? The hell are those creatures? Are those the big dogs from Caelid? No, they're the raven things. There are these big ravens, I think, that were in Caelid, right? But now they have also blood pustles? What are they called? Well, blood stuff on them. Palace Approach Ledge Road. 141, let's just go level once. The only thing that I don't really know is, do I actually want to continue this at this point, or do I want to get the Snowfield then first? I might actually want to go back and do... Oh, seriously, fuck. I didn't see that I needed more. Now I used all of them. Oops. Oh well, whatever. They're not really worth much. Okay, strength and dexterity blows, both at 20 now. Yeah, I actually... I probably want to get endurance and arcane to 20 as well, right? Just for the sake of it. So there will definitely be a map here somewhere. The question being, where is it? Oh, there's also... Wait, how exactly do these golden seeds get here, though? Like, how can there be these glowing trees in the underground parts? Unless maybe the earth trees seeds landed here before this was all moved underground. Maybe the whole sort of moving underground process is actually quite more recent than I thought it was. That could also be a thing, right? I mean, all we really knew up until this point is that they were moved underground, but technically, if you really think about it being somewhat of a magical spell where they were just literally taken and teleported underground as a whole city, maybe it wasn't that long ago, right? I mean, I was just sort of going off of their names, them being the Eternal City and having ancestral followers, and that sometimes being connected to like the primeval or primordial current or whatever it was called, right? That's why I kind of assumed that they were just really, really old places. But, I mean, they can still be really old places that just happened to be physically moved to another location at some point in the past, right? But that particular movement, yeah, might have not been that long ago in the grand scheme of things. Not that it really matters at the end of the day, but it would certainly explain why there is a golden seed here and why the Earth Tree would have had things growing here, right? Though I do wonder what the implication of these white trees is. If they are more connected to the Halic tree rather than the Earth Tree, maybe that potentially weakened the Halic tree? No idea, but definitely something interesting to explore. Okay, yeah, honestly, I think I don't really have that much left in terms of looking around the Snowfields. So the teleporter was here, right? Here. I think I actually kind of want to go back and I want to get the Snowfields done. Because it seems as if it's not that much more. There might be like one additional dungeon or something here. But overall, I don't think it'll take me too much longer to get through here, so just kind of wanted to make sure that I'm done with this first before moving on. Since, I mean, that area could definitely be quite difficult, I want to say. I don't really know. Honestly, at this point, it's actually quite hard to properly gauge what things might be difficult and what might not be. Okay. Let's just kind of ride around at these places a little bit. Also, yeah, even these Albinorics being here, right? I was wondering what they were suddenly doing here. I mean, well, I guess it still wouldn't really explain why they're also present in Raya Lucaria. What? Suddenly he's attacking me? Huh. That kind of surprised me. If they can do these... I wonder if these glowing discs might be connected to the Rotten Knights of Melania? Does Melania have something to do with the Albinorics? It's just that since the Albinorics also seem to be down there, right, where it just was, what are they doing in the ground? What the hell is going on here? Huh. Only a Soma Smithing Stone? That's another thing. I feel like over time, the stuff that you get from these white scarabs has been definitely going down in quality. Because usually at the start of the game, they're all connected to Ashes of War, basically. And now that's just not a thing anymore. I really don't know what's up with these Albinorics, though. Because, yeah, I mean, if we assume that that the Eternal Cities were once connected to the Snowfields, then that might explain why the Albinorics are here and why they're also down where I just was. That being said, though, it doesn't necessarily explain why they are next to Raya Lucaria, correct? That then seems a bit strange, to be honest. Oh, this is such a cute scene, right? This is such a cute scene that these wolves are actually chasing after the invisible scarab. Oh, I actually hit it. White Shadow's Lure. Okay. Ah, another invasion? I wonder if there are more bloody fingers here. If that's what this place is connected to. Anastasia, Tarnished Eater. Ah. It's actually pretty awesome that they appear sort of on this field, right? Wait, don't you look pretty similar to somebody else I had already seen? She's definitely wielding the same weapon of somebody else that already invaded me once. So I think they're sort of the same kind of person, or they have sort of the same goal, right? But they're clearly, like, that's why they have another name in this case. Bye-bye. Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. Huh, nice. Kind of weird that you get that from an invasion, but other than that, pretty awesome. Also, what's going on with the... Is this black mist normal? Is it just... That's not normal, is it? Is that when you move closer to somewhere? I mean, I know that it's, I think, night, but it seems to be a very strange black mist, to be honest. Plus 10. Ancient Dragon Rock Smithing Stone, drained of color. A scale of the Ancient Dragon Lord, a hidden treasure of Far Missoula. The ancient Dragon Lord's seat is said to lie beyond time. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god. So now I can finally actually upgrade my weapon, which might actually be pretty useful now. But yeah, what's actually going on with the light? Was that just really some sort of weird effect that was going on? Why was it suddenly so dark in the sky? Some sort of special dark mist blowing through, or what's going on? Hey. Oh, they actually shoot you from quite the distance, don't they? I think that actually gives me another flask. Oh, right, I'm still... Let's see if there's something else on this side of the city as well. I mean, the whole deal with the Albinorics is definitely an interesting one. Oh, hello. Are you fucking kidding me? Ooh. Ooh, what was that? What the fuck? Seriously? Is that a roll catch or something? I pressed fucking circle. I always tend to mess up something with my timings there. Oh, that was cute. Oh, right, that's his war cry thing, right? Why did it not... I literally pressed circle and it just didn't go off for some reason. Oh, okay, that's a lot more range than I thought. Rotten Duelist Greaves and a Great Axe. That's actually quite cool that they place them sort of around this field and every one of them drops one piece of their armor. That's a pretty cool way of doing that. Because it keeps them all sort of interesting in terms of, you know, getting interesting loot from them, but they don't necessarily need to make like 4 unique versions of them or something. Wait, are these actually more solid? Yeah, these are actually solid. What the fuck? Huh? How does that work? I guess they're all solid, but they're just sort of floating in the air, and so you don't notice? Huh. What a strange thing, right? I mean, yeah, coming back to the Albinorics, though, I'm still just not quite sure who they actually are and like, why they exist and everything. Now things are suddenly getting rotten again. I guess also suggesting that even though these red flowers are really, really beautiful, they might be connected to rot as well. Might hint at the fact that these lands are somehow rotten. Okay, those are the Frenzied Ruins. So that place I was already at, and then that's the big tree where I was invaded. Oh, that's just materials. Okay, this is where the big bears were. Are you fucking serious? Their range is so bullshit. Just want to make sure that I don't miss any kind of special item here. Is he also standing there? No. I thought for a second he might be standing next to an item, but I don't think that's the case. I really low. What? Oh. Oh, right, that's why these things are here as well. It's just because everything's rotten, right? And so they, I guess, they also start existing. Whatever they actually are. Another one of these things. I hope they don't contain, because I also missed the one that was next to Theodorix, right? The big dragon. I hope they don't contain any really, really valuable upgrade materials in this case. Wait, what are you supposed to do here, though? Doesn't look like as if there's anybody next to it. Golden Rune 1? Are you kidding me? I guess I could try and lure this guy down there. Man, there's so much space here, right? I really don't know if... What the fuck? Well, that's certainly a twist on the mausoleum thing. I guess let's try and lure the bear down to the statue. It might be really annoying, but I don't know. Ah, for fuck's sake. They always hit you. They always do. They never not hit you. Well, thanks. Ooh. Ah, that worked a lot better than expected, to be honest. Okay, I guess I want to deal with the mausoleum next, then? I guess that's going to be pretty annoying, but that's pretty much the only thing left here, right? I mean, I definitely saw there being a path somewhere here, sort of on the side of the mountain. So that might be another thing to take a look at. I guess I just kind of want to deal with the mausoleum first. Definitely reminds me a lot of the entrance to... What's it called? Seriously? The entrance to... What's her name? Are you fucking serious? Ranni's... What's it called? Ranni's thing. Where she lived. The mansion, right. The mansion of Raya, next to Raya Lucaria. Okay, that's actually a lot more difficult to approach than I thought it would be. I honestly think, or I honestly thought that these things didn't actually target you that well, but it looks like they actually do. I guess you kind of want to move as much sideways as possible. The only good thing is, if you're close, obviously they can't hit you anymore, so... Well, of course, unless you get trampled on by the whole thing. That's actually the first time that happened. I kind of didn't expect it to go that way, and I was still, like, in my jump attack, I think. Well, that was unfortunate. Well, at least now I don't have to pick up my runes again. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I guess the trick is to kind of move sideways, right? Wait, why are my runes here? Okay. Let's not get trampled on again, shall we? Are you... What the fuck was that? Why was it suddenly doing that thing with my camera? What the hell? It tramples a lot more compared to the other ones. Like, it moves a lot more. I mean, that is definitely something that the game was missing, is that this guy definitely is a spin on the concept, right? Because the other ones, they all don't really do anything against you. This is the first time he actually moves really, really quickly. Or quickly enough to the point where it's actually a threat to me, right? That it? I think it might be. Oh boy. Yeah, this is kind of cool, right? This is exactly how they should do things. Like, every time you have a same thing going on with these mausoleums appearing at multiple different locations in the game, you want to put a neat spin on it, right? To keep it interesting, which in this case, the fact that it's more difficult to approach is pretty cool. And also that it actually moves more than the other ones. The only problem is I don't actually quite know which remembrance I want to get. Because I think I already have most of these things. I probably don't have the second one, whatever he has. Yeah, let's take this one. Not that I really care, but I also don't want to get things double. That would be weird. Then again, technically you can, right? Which I find quite interesting. So is there like a weapon or something that you can get that you can actually stack, or that you can use two off, and it would make things, I don't know, easier? I wonder if there's a point in engaging with these knights. I mean, clearly they're connected to the mausoleum. I'm just not quite sure whether or not I need to fight them. I don't know. I don't necessarily think that they would be dropping anything too specific. I mean, I'm sure that they can probably drop their armor and stuff, but I don't necessarily think that they have any specific drops. Maybe this guy over here? Nah, he just looks the same, right? Same as the other knight. Let's move to this location first. Ah, there's the site of grace here. I guess that makes sense. It's quite far away from... Oh. Apostate derelict. Who the hell are you? Wait, she looks similar to these women that shoot their bow at you, right? With the wolves? She must still be alive, I guess. Why are you so big? Oh, summon... Did it just say summon Latenna? Yeah. Silver mirror shield. Why Why are you so big? That's really weird. She looks exactly like the other ones from the small village, but just bigger. What? Okay, why is there a shield in front of her? Silver mirror shield. Oh, that looks awesome. Shield of radiant silver, festooned with amber and carried by Loretta, Knight of the Halic Tree. Loretta. I think we've heard about Loretta once, maybe? But I really couldn't tell you what she was about. Shield festooned with amber. Probably amber from the Halic Tree? The shape is said to imitate that of a sacred drop of dew, which inspired the absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinauric. Sacred drop of dew. Wait, so the Albinaurics are made out of... The Albinaurics are somehow also connected to the Mimic, right? And to these weird Mimic tears and everything that we find down in the Eternal City. But I never quite connected those dots. I never quite got behind what that possibly could mean. I don't really know. It's... well, let's see what happens, huh?
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life for us, for all the Albinaurics.
So she is an Albinauric then? Like what?
Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose.
Hey, another one.
Our young yet towering sister will give us hope. Now that nothing is left unfinished, I will join you in battle to the bitter end. And when the fighting is done, then you may lay me to rest. Beside Lobo, my dear wolf.
I wonder if you can actually do that after whatever means is the end. Why is she so big? What? Like what? How is this connected to Albinaurics and everything? Like what? Weird. Also, I mean, you get something from it, okay, but... I mean, I don't want to say that's it, because, I mean, the reward is quite good, right? I'm not saying that it should be something different or whatever, but... Like, can you maybe please explain why she's so big? Can you explain why the Albinaurics are here, or how they might be connected to the village, or what they're doing here, or like any of those things? There is so much here that is just so difficult to understand, really. Also because it connects back to quite a few other things as well. And then suddenly you have these guys being here as well. Somber Smithing Stone Mine. So I wonder if there might be a cave or something down there as well. That's definitely another thing that I want to check out. And then we have this tree here. I don't know if that's some sort of connection to the Halic Tree. Maybe not. Man, I know I said that before, but I'm actually quite looking forward to having played through the game and just being able to sort of read up on things on the wiki, or maybe watching lore YouTube videos or something, because the problem is when you're going through it and when you take this long to play through the game and see everything, a lot of the information is really, even though I remember a lot of things, I think it's quite difficult to actually sort of connect all the dots and connect all the details. I think I probably should know a lot more about these Albinaurics that I currently seem to, or how they potentially connect back to this place. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to when I've played through the game to then sort of go back and I don't know, maybe not instantly just watch lore videos because that can also take, I don't know, a couple of surprises away maybe, but definitely do something, right? Maybe go back through my inventory, actually read through all the item descriptions and stuff. Although, then again, I don't know how much sense that makes, since I would be missing a lot of dialogue and everything that appears in the game. Maybe I should, yeah, maybe I'd be reading through the wiki or something. Then again, at that point, you could also just, watch a lore video, I guess. But just, you know, I'm just really, really interested in that. And then with that knowledge, basically come back and possibly go through the game again would be really interesting. Also, the cool thing about a New Game Plus or something could be that I would basically be able to potentially follow specific quest lines much more sort of closely rather than having, I think that's one of the biggest issues probably for me personally, is that there's just so much time between one quest stage to the next, right? Because it always takes so long for you to get to the next sort of point in time or point in the game world where those quests then continue. So, yeah, that's sort of another thing that I find might be quite, you know, sort of, might make these things a lot more difficult. So, honestly, technically, I think I've actually done everything here. Right? I don't think that I'm missing anything. I mean, maybe there is a third invasion or something somewhere. That might be a thing. But other than that, I'm quite sure I've actually been everywhere. In the Snowfield, that is. So now I can either go to the Helix Tree or go back underground, which I think, since that connects to an area that I already know, whereas the Helix Tree is completely new, I think I want to do the sort of quote-unquote old area first. One thing that I also didn't expect is that, I don't know, somehow I thought that getting this Helix Tree medallion and getting down to the Snowfield, somehow I thought that would be an entirely sort of optional thing. But now that I've seen the rot here, and Gideon, I know that Gideon talked about Michaela, Melania, and the Lord of Blood, the only way to get to the Helix Tree, and the only way to get to what I assume is going to lead to the Lord of Blood, is through this, right? So it seems like it's definitely not an optional area. Actually, so if you start out the game, right, completely disregarding how difficult that would be, but if you start a new game, you can, theoretically, go all the way to Morgoth right away, pretty much. Correct? Because you can, I mean, it doesn't really matter how you do it. You could go to the transporter chest on the Weeping Peninsula, or alternatively, you could just run by everything and take the path next to the Grand Lift of Dectus, go up, and then go to the capital. But there is, theoretically, other than challenging boss fights, there wouldn't be anything stopping you from getting to Morgoth. The thing is, this area, this would be inaccessible until you kill Morgoth, correct? That means, though, wouldn't you theoretically be able... Because the the seal to the Forbidden Lands said it was Morgoth's seal, correct? So in theory, defeating Morgoth unseals the path to the Forbidden Lands and to the Snowfield and everything. Correct? So you don't, in fact, need the other Great Runes, if I'm not mistaken. So that just makes me wonder what would happen if you only had one Great Rune, Morgoth's Great Rune, and you would go to the Flame of the Giants? Maybe you actually need all of them to actually be able to do something there? I mean, ultimately, I guess, even though we're trying to burn the Erdtree, at the end of the day, you probably kind of still need to enter it, maybe? And that, maybe it's not possible with the Earth. I'm just really interested in how this would progress if you do it in like a different order, right? If you basically would, from the very start of the game, rush all the way through to the Flame of the Giants and only do the necessary things to get there. What would then happen, I guess, is what I would be interested in knowing. Okay, that being said, I don't know, I feel like I might have missed the Site of Grace over here somewhere, but didn't I ride through there specifically? It's definitely a bit more of an open area compared to other areas, so I think it makes sense that Sites of Grace wouldn't necessarily be really close next to each other. I think that's kind of the point of it being a big snowfield, right? Okay. I think... Yeah, I think I'm not going to double check, honestly. Let's say I'm done with this area. I don't think I miss anything important here, to be quite honest. I think I'm going to go back to the round table, actually upgrade my weapons, since now I can do that, and then go back underground and see what I assume is going to be the Lord of Blood and what's waiting for me there. Two Fingers are still doing their thing. I wonder if... But then... As I said, right, the location where the Lord of Blood seems to be, that's definitely not below the capital, though. So I'm still quite confused where the hell those 3 fingers are supposed to be. Ooh. Hey, I can buy a bit more. The Briar Armor, that's Elamir, right? Yeah. Whining rusted iron briars are a mark of the guilty and typically indicate the sentence of death. They also cause this armor to deal damage when performing dodge rolls. What? Elamir murdered numerous instructors and merchants and was known as the Bell-Bearing Hunter. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's actually a pretty neat detail, because bell bearings are connected to the merchants, right? Or to you being able to purchase stuff. This stuff causes damage when you dodge roll? I wonder if it also gets rid of your iframes, though, then. Because that would be, especially since that description is on all of them, that would be kind of insane, to be honest. Old Griefs that have seen many battles, won by Niall, the veteran general of Seoul. Niall was a lone survivor who commanded spirits to defend his long past master. This aging general could not die, nor did he have anywhere to fade away. You know what? This is another thing that I just find, I don't know, is really, really strange in terms of how Elden Ring does it, right? And what I mean by that is the game seems to be really inconsistent in terms of how it's distributing items, right? Sometimes you get stuff directly, sometimes you don't get it, but have to purchase it here. Sometimes they only drop a bit of their stuff, sometimes it's like a random drop. I don't know. It's quite weird. And this is the one that Morgoth wore, right? cloak of ragged fur worn about the exposed body of Margit, the fell omen. Wait, this is from Margit, not Morgoth? What the fuck? So defeating Morgoth gets Margit? That's weird. Having slaughtered countless champions during the Shattering, the fell omen has become a horror to those who harbor ambitions for the Erdtree or for lordship. Okay, let's see. Right, this is what I have, and then Ash of War, Waves of Darkness. Plunge armor into ground to release 3 Waves of Darkness. That's what the boss was doing as well. You know what? See, this is kind of strange, right? So the Natural Born actually even has a remembrance, sort of suggesting that it's a really, really unique boss. Yet there is another version of it, the exact same thing, in the Snowfields, right? Which makes this really weird, because why wouldn't maybe the one in the Snowfields just drop one of these things? Why does it need to be the specific remembrance or something? I don't know. It's all a bit strange. Why does she still say, let the fingers guide you? I'm not guided by the finger. Didn't she herself say that, let's just burn it? This is all just strange sometimes.
Greetings, are you here for...
Well, honestly, now I wonder if... I don't really know what the connection would be there, but I wonder if...
I took you for no matter, it's all out your arms.
If I deal with the Lord of Blood in some form or another, I wonder if that will do something to this guy that's sitting here in the round table hall behind the closed door, or not closed anymore door, that is like red and has the horns from his body cut off. I wonder if he is connected to that. I don't know why that would be a thing, but I mean, what else remains? There has to be something else that he's basically connected to, right? Okay, let's actually upgrade this. Oh, wow! It actually does increase the scaling again. Ooh, well that's quite something. So my damage should theoretically be improved by, what is that? 8 plus 10, 18, plus another 13, plus 4, plus 6. Definitely not bad. So that is also definitely the highest you can go. So now I could... See, this is a bit weird though. Since the Ancient Dragon Smithing Stones, they're pretty limited. I don't think that you'd ever be able to buy those, right? So the only other way to get them would probably be by playing through the game again on like New Game Plus or something. So that just kind of makes me wonder, like, is an upgrade here really worth it? For the Somber Smithing Stones it is, right? Because the quote-unquote special weapons or legendary weapons or what have you, they're upgraded a lot more per level because they only go to plus 10, whereas these go to plus 25, so the difference between plus 24 and 25 is probably not nearly as big as for the other weapons, right? At least I'd assume so. I mean, sorcery scaling goes from 251 to 256. That can't be that much of a difference. I feel like that's a very weird way of doing that. Also, I really thought they would go to 30. Who came up with 25? Like, what's 25 in terms of numbers? That's such a weird cutoff point, isn't it? Especially in relation to the other ones, because I always thought that basically, 3 stages, because one specific smithing stone also correlates to 3 upgrades, right? So +1 to 3 is the first one, then +4 to 6 is the second one, and so on. So I thought that because it's 3 upgrade phases, that would basically correspond to 1 upgrade phase with the somber smithing stones. But that doesn't seem to be the case, because then the normal weapons would go to +30, right? I don't know, that honestly just feels like kind of a weird setup. It feels so arbitrary, right? Like it doesn't really make sense. It's just that, oh yeah, 25, sure. I don't know. Mogwyn Palace. Oh, he actually says something about that?
Oh, so that's where the so-called
Ah.
was hiding himself, eh? A fitting little squat for that deluded maniac to bleat about the revival of his precious dynasty, while he turns our fellow tarnished into bloody fingers. Let him stay there. That way, his delusions will remain as they are, distant and unattainable. But perhaps it's worth looking into. If what I've heard is right, then maybe... Ah, my apologies. Lost myself for a moment there.
Maybe what?
Information you shared is of great value. As promised.
Wait, he gives me another reward for that?
And
What?
it is a wondrous thing indeed. You are a true fellow. All I ask is that you remain constant.
Here's cookbook. Wasn't he the one that was specifically telling me to sort of be truthful and everything? Wait, did he say that? now I'm not sure anymore, but that just seems weird that he wouldn't really... Like, what was that all about? What was he saying? Oh, wait, the cookbooks kind of... Let me actually... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15... I never really looked at the numbers and whether or not I actually found all of them. But it seems like I did. All through 22. See, I'm missing the Armorous Cookbook 1. How the hell does that happen? Where the hell is that supposed to be? And I have the other ones. Glintstone, 1, 2, 3... I'm missing 5? Okay, so just judging by this, I am actually missing quite a few items. Which I find quite curious, because... Yeah, where are those supposed to be? Bewitching Branch. Okay, cool. Wait, where the hell is that? Oh, it's this one. Sacramental Bud, Michaelis Lily. Use FP to charm pierced enemy. Right, I completely forgot about that. Pierce a foe using FP to turn them into a temporary ally. I wonder how long that lasts. Wonder how useful that is. Wait, what? Flask charges already at maximum? Wait, what? Huh? 14 is the maximum? What is the... Huh? What kind of weird number is that? Why is it not 15? The fuck? Wait, so... Finding more golden seeds is completely pointless? What am I supposed to do with the golden seeds then? Huh? Wait, what? Okay, that's actually a really interesting piece of information, by the way. When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Earth Tree. See, that's a specific detail, for example, that I did not remember. I mean, that seems to suggest that shortly after the Shattering, the city where, at least where the Lord of Blood is now, was still above ground. Because otherwise there wouldn't be any, like, way for the Golden Seed to get there, right? Although maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. Wait, what? Why is there a maximum to flask charges? Well, I guess if there wasn't, you could just level them sort of infinitely during New Game Plus. But, huh? Why 14? What kind of a weird number is that? Huh? I would have at least thought that you get as many flask charges as there are golden seeds in the world, right? I would have thought that they had put a specific number of golden seeds in the world, and that's sort of, if you find all of them, you have the maximum number of charges. Why would I already be at maximum if I still have 5 golden seeds in my inventory, and I can still find more as well, right? I mean, yeah, I think the idea is probably that you're meant to basically find the maximum number of charges even if you potentially miss a couple of golden seeds. So I get the intention behind it, but now they're completely useless to me, right? I mean, at least in the case of Breath of the Wild, finding all the Korok seeds gives you a golden pile of shit. So that's not necessarily the best reward for it, but at least there is something. Somehow I have a feeling that just getting more golden seals would grant me absolutely nothing. Unless there is a secret way to use them later on. That is still incredibly weird. Honestly, don't quite know what to make of that. Oh well, I've upgraded my weapon, so the next place to go is the Palace of the Lord of Blood. I wonder how much there is to this place, because in a way, it pretty much just seems to be one giant pool of blood, and then sort of an approach to go to what I assume will be the boss room. What the hell happened here, though? Sure, buddy. Ugh! What the fuck is that? Okay, so they can just summon blood spikes or something and attack you with that? Okay. I wonder what the hell happened to them. Kind of looks as if they've been taken over, right? I'm just... They also have small horns on their head, it seems like. So something must have happened to them that sort of took over their mind. Well, clearly initiated by the Lord of Blood, right? But, why is it always not here? Yeah, I really thought there would have been an item here. Okay, so... Well, now I do wonder if maybe I was right, and these do connect back to the guys with the horns growing all over them. Is that connected to the Lord of Blood? Is that something that... some sort of blood curse that the Lord of Blood can initiate? Because then I do kind of fear that that guy at the round table hold will potentially do something once I get rid of the Lord of Blood. Interesting that they kind of lead you off to the side here first. Also, why the fuck do you find smithing stone 6 here? Does it mean that this area is lower level? That doesn't really make any sense. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to access it earlier. This actually seems to be the right way, to be honest. Or maybe... well, I could drop down here. Maybe it's some sort of shortcut. Bog ahead. It's a bit unfortunate. I think that the sound design, like your footsteps in these bogs, I would have used another sound there. I don't know. I feel like the kind of, it sounds as if you're wearing rubber, what are they called? That you wear during rain weather. The rubber boots, right? Kind of sounds like that for some reason. I think. It's just a bit weird. Seriously. Blood tags. Interesting. Holy shit. It's interesting that these guys only get up once you collect the item, because I would have thought that they... Oh. I kind of would have thought that they would have already attacked me once you kill the white scarab. Because what's the point of the white scarab running into here if that's not actually the trap? Unless they kind of want to do a double fake out? Blood tax. Blood oath skill granted by the Lord of Blood. Twist to build power, then unleash a flurry of thrusts that rob the target of both their blood and their HP. Huh. This area is huge. Holy shit. The hell was he looking for? I think it might be a good idea to sort of go the right way around, because the left seems to loop back to where I actually want to go to. Don't know exactly if that's correct, but... Swarm of flies. It's an incantation. Releases a swarm of blood flies before caster. To assault foes. The vile swarm deals damage and builds up onset of blood loss. This incantation can be cast while in motion. The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood, and these flies are said to spawn from excrement in that land. Ew. So now I know what these sort of weird blood clumps are. They're excrement from someone. These things, right? Okay, sure. Just go all out, I guess. I am somewhat surprised by just the sheer amount of things that are connected to the Lord of Blood, though. Like, I mean, I guess not necessarily all the blood loss weapons are connected to him, right? I mean, it could just be that there's also blood loss weapons that just inflict blood loss simply because they are inherently a weapon that inflicts wounds, right? I mean, in and of itself, blood loss just means that you're inflicting wounds on your enemy, and after a while, those wounds sort of get to be too much, right? And that's when blood loss occurs. Or rather, I guess the actual implication would be that you just lose too much blood, and because of that, you lose health, right? I mean, in that regard, it definitely makes sense. But it's really, really interesting because obviously a lot of other stuff that is also sort of connected to blood loss and everything is definitely also connected to the Lord of Blood. And so... I don't know, what I find very interesting is just that I feel like blood loss weapons and things connected to that are by far, like by a huge margin, more prevalent in the game than other things, right? I feel like they are a lot more... There are just a lot more of them than other stuff. So maybe that's a coincidence, maybe it has another reason. I mean, you know, as always, you can easily overthink those kinds of things, because it could literally just be that they came up with the concept of the Lord of Blood later on, but had already maybe implemented a couple of blood loss weapons, and then they just decided to add a couple more or something. Right? I mean, there's always different potential reasons for why that might have been a thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that the Lord of Blood is more important or something compared to other people in the game. What's up with this hand? Why is there a fucking hand sticking out of the... Likely don't think? Yeah. Oh, wait. They can also shoot those things? Okay. Albinoric blood clot. Yeah, what I find really interesting, they have like small horns on their head, right? So that makes me think that those like people that we've met that had their horns cut off or something, that they might be connected to this. Though then again, I don't know, that isn't that also connected to the omens somehow? So, and there are omen killers as well. So I'm not quite sure if maybe I'm just misinterpreting that, and it actually doesn't have anything to do with one another. I don't know. Sometimes it's honestly really, really hard to tell, simply because, yeah, there's so much that it could potentially be connected to that it's quite hard to see what it is actually connected to, right? Mixed inside with half-digested flesh are dense colonies of tiny eggs of unknown but assuredly revolting origin. So what's the implication here? The Lord of Blood lays eggs in his victims, and that's how they develop some sort of blood curse, or what? What? Well, that's... Are you fucking serious? Really? He just fucking one-shots you with his blast attack? Oh man. I even sprinted! I thought that me sprinting would prevent him from... seriously? That's just right back there. Really can't be bothered to kill all these guys again. Seriously. I specifically even killed all of them so that I could explore this place, you know, sort of uninterrupted. And then of course I fucking die. How does it even make sense that that guy is able to summon, like, a spirit skeleton? That's just kind of weird. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? How long is that attack? Well, that was something. Holy shit. That's really... I don't know, somehow I think that an albinoric like that wouldn't necessarily summon a skeleton like that? I don't know, I mean... I guess you don't really need to think too hard about that, but... that is still kind of a strange choice for a possible summon. Also, wait, is this... I kind of thought that this place would kind of loop back in with the main area again. Maybe it does at the end, but... seriously? How many of these guys are here? Oh, come here, you doofus. I see you. There you are. Wait. What? Was he just hit by the guys as well? Huh? Wait, it actually seemed as if the skeleton was hitting the albinoric for some reason. Where the hell is that thing even shooting? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate that so much that while on horseback you can't properly pick up items sometimes. Okay, they are connected to the skeletons though, right? I mean, every one of those had basically one skeleton that he was connected to? Huh. That's a really, really strange setup for some reason. I don't know. I feel like that didn't really belong together, but... what is this? Oh, for fuck's sake. Like, how the... if you have your player on horseback, why would you create a cluster of trees your player can literally get stuck on? What is the point of this? Wait, I can't can't enter this with my horse? It's not the final boss arena, though. Dynasty Mausoleum? Is this some sort of side dungeon area? Hey! Wait, the map's here? Okay. Huh. Yeah, now we have the final portion. Oh, okay. I actually thought that, you know, looking down on it, that this sort of portion of the lake would be much bigger, but it's actually not. Huh, that is interesting. So I accidentally went the right way. Oopsie. So this is where you ascend to Mockwin's boss chamber or whatever. So I need to go back here basically and check out whether or not I missed any items here. Technically there should be a site of grace here though, right? Would be pretty weird if there wasn't, at least somewhere up on the mountain. So let me get, yeah, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Entrance. Okay, so before I continue here, let's go back around and just clear out this area. I don't think there's going to be too much of interest there, and I also don't think that I necessarily want to engage with those rotten-looking birds, because they're probably assholes. Somehow I have a feeling that they also have an insane HP pool or something. What? Wait, you're not allowed to enter this area on your horse either? Huh? So, wait. Oh, never mind. Hi. I know you. I wonder if this is Varay. Seriously? I can two-hand as well. That's a real scary thing, though. Fuck! Shit, I didn't expect him to actually be able to kill me. I think I took that a little bit lightly because everybody else was always so easy to defeat, so I didn't really expect him to be too difficult. I mean, I guess he wasn't, but that whole blood loss thing is pretty hard to deal. It's not that hard to deal with. It actually doesn't deal that much damage, but it like the blood loss bit occurs so fast that it is actually somewhat difficult to get out of it right away. Okay, I just want to make sure that I get my runes back. I wonder if that's Varay, though, right? Okay. Where exactly are you? Oh, there you are. While he's doing that, he's easily to hit with my spell, though. I find it a bit bullshit that the... Are you fucking serious? How did he hit me with that? I honestly think that it's pretty big bullshit that these fly swarms can, like, inhibit your movement. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense in my opinion. For fuck, I pressed circle. Why does it sometimes just not go off? What the hell is going on? Oh, that was tricky, you bastard. Bye-bye. Nameless White Mask has died. Okay. Now I'm actually quite curious if Varey is dead. Right? I definitely need to check that out once I've cleared out this area. So, I mean, So, Varey basically wants you to invade other people, right? And I guess you can progress his questline. He specifically says use the, what is it called? The blood-curled finger or whatever, right? In order to invade other people. The thing is, I suspect that his questline would have continued had I done that. But, technically, wouldn't you be able to sort of get onto his good side then? I mean, can you... I guess the question I'm asking is, or not, I'm not really asking it, obviously, I don't want to know, but I just wonder if you could potentially sort of be an ally of the Lord of Blood? I wonder how that would work, though. I mean, seriously? Wait, is there another invader here? Oh. Well, maybe it wasn't Varey. Huh, that's interesting. So they're constantly invading you, basically? Seriously. Do they have, like, infinite stamina? Oh, fuck. What the fuck is this bullshit? Are you kidding me? Oh... I'm fighting on the fucking rock for like ages, and then suddenly, randomly, 2 dogs jump up to it. Great, cool. That's fun. That's really, you know, that's how you design an awesome encounter like that, right? Bring in some random dogs that you don't even hear, don't even see, and can just randomly kill you. Fucking hell. The fights with these guys are really fun, with these invaders. Oh, man. Sometimes I really wonder what they thought when they were developing certain parts of this game. That is so unnecessary, right? Why are there even dogs? There are literally 4 giant birds that can probably kill you pretty quickly. Why would there need to be more dogs? Oh well. Let's see, but I guess the first invader should probably stay dead. I mean... wouldn't really make sense for these invaders to constantly be here again, right? Yeah. But they're literally lying here. I didn't even see that. Let's get rid of them then. What? Ah. Stop being stuck on something. Well, he got a bit too cocky, didn't he? They really don't give you a lot of runes though, right? I wonder what that means. Wait, aren't runes basically supposed to sort of be your memories? Basically your experience in life, more or less? I wonder what that means then. Are they some sort of weird mindless army that the Lord of Blood possibly created? Huh. It's really, really cool, though, how they've set this up, right? I really like that. Which is, by the way, these invaders, right? How the fuck? I think somebody must have bugged themselves down there, right? I don't think you're supposed to get there. These invaders really show how good sort of humanoid combat is in FromSoft's games, right? Nothing against giant monsters and, you know, these really grandiose, spectacular fights. Like, certainly they can do those as well. But I definitely think that... Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you... What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't want to fucking engage with these birds. Because I knew that exactly that would happen. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are they following you across the entire map? How are you supposed to fight the invaders if these fucking birds are there the entire time? Wait, they can be hit by the... Why can they also be hit by the birds? That doesn't really make any sense. Well, this is fun. I hate when their attacks sort of awkwardly, like some attacks from enemies have a real big impact on you where you lose your balance for a really long time. And that just feels incredibly bad, right? When you literally can't move and your character doesn't react for a very long time. I wish they would find another way of dealing with that. I mean, you definitely need to be punished for being hit by enemies, right? That's not what I'm saying, basically, but I do think that taking control away completely from the player, I don't know, I feel like that's not necessarily the most optimal way of solving that. Okay, that's pretty annoying though, that you can get into situations where you're followed by one of the big birds and invaded at the same time. I feel like that's just kind of a strange setup. These big birds in general are honestly pretty annoying. Fucking... Stop it! I just want to get the freaking items that are lying around this place. See, that's exactly also what I talked about the entire time in terms of... Fucking hell. In terms of having enemies with huge HP bars, right? Because the only reason why I don't really want to engage with these birds at all is because of their insane HP. Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to actually engage with them because there is no reason why you would ever want to, right? They don't, well, I guess they probably don't really reward you with anything. The fuck was that? So it's just kind of awkward, right? Also, I just realized this was a bird at some point. It's just a dead one now. It's actually quite a cool detail. Are you still alive? Are you fucking serious? The bird is still waiting for me? Okay, yeah, this is just bad. It's just bad. I'm sorry, but don't design birds like this. Like, don't design enemies that prevent you from doing something cool and instead mean that you are basically locked out of a section of the area. It's quite funny though that they can take damage from the environmental stuff. You'd think that a bird like covered in blood clumps wouldn't necessarily be damaged by blood, but oh well. I don't know if there's a point of getting rid of all the invaders though. What? Oh, I guess I was out of stamina. Fucking hell. What? Oh, fuck's sake. Sometimes you just get stuck on certain things that don't really make that much sense. Oh, fuck's sake. I think I was, like, trying to dodge to the side again. Fucking hell, let's leave me alone, you dumb game! I want to engage with your actually good content and not with the bad stuff! Stop trying to gate me from your good content! Fucking hell! Yeah, of course. Great. I get stuck on the wall and then chain killed by dogs. Nice. That's how you want to end this. At least the fucking invader died. Oh, there really has to be another way to design these areas in like a dangerous manner. Right? I don't know. That's like, honestly, making that area completely empty and then being invaded by really, really like difficult and challenging enemies, that would be interesting, right? That would be challenging, interesting, and a lot of fun. Because honestly, I think they could have even made these white masks more difficult, right? I think the only thing that really makes them difficult is the fact that this weird blood swarm that they're casting, you're almost, like, not only is it sort of seemingly impossible to evade, but it also it stun locks you, which is what makes it actually difficult, right? If it wouldn't do that, then it would be much easier to deal with. But yeah, like, why do you insist on then also placing other stuff here? Right? I don't know, I think you can just do better in terms of open world design. And as I also said, right, the fact that these birds have like an insane HP pool, the only thing that does is that it makes it so that you're not engaging with them at all. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, get stuck on him. Of course. Fucking let me pick up the item. God damn it. I guess I'll get rid of all the invaders, though, it seems. Hey, another Halleck Drake talisman. Yeah, I don't know. It's really quite the weird, because all that means is that instead of looking at this beautifully designed area, right, instead of actually engaging with the content and looking at it and being in awe at what these level designers were able to create, which is like a really, really cool and awesome environment, instead of doing that, I'm just sort of quickly riding through it because any other way of engaging with it is just annoying, right? And again, there is no challenge. It's not a challenge what I just did, right? It's not a challenge at all. It's just annoying and boring. The actual challenge was to get rid of the 3 invaders, which it wasn't too difficult to do, but that's what I mean, right? I would have much, much preferred to have that area just be an empty blood lake where you can get invaded by really, really difficult enemies, and then actually have a really cool and interesting fight. But unfortunately, that's not what they decided to do, and this whole area is such an absolutely incredible setup, right? And something that no other game could really even do, even if they attempted it, specifically because of how well designed this open world is, right? The fact that they even have the ability to put this huge underground area here that was even teased earlier, but not really. You didn't really know that there was a huge lake of blood behind this mausoleum-looking thing, right? So there are just so many cool threads that are all sort of coming together here, right? That make this an actually really interesting and engaging place, and something that's really, really unique to Elden Ring compared to not even other open world games, but games in general. And then you're taking that place, and instead of making it an awesome experience for the player and creating something really unique and impressive, you just put in 3 or 4 giant birds that basically follow you through the entire level, have a huge HP pool so that they are basically undefeatable. Like, obviously they're not undefeatable, but they just take way too long to defeat, so it logically doesn't make any sense to actually kill them, because there is no point to it, right? If it's much faster to just ride through it, grab the items and get out, why would you ever want to kill the birds? There's no reason why you would do that, right? So they've essentially taken an awesome area that is incredibly unique and can't even really be replicated in any other game without a huge amount of effort on the developers' parts. They take an area like that and basically fuck it up, right? They, for some reason, insist that just putting in enemies that have 15,000 HP, I don't actually know, but something like that, right? Somehow creates a challenging environment. I really don't get why they're doing that. And the problem is, right, if there was an alternative to this, like if the sort of intended way of clearing that area would be to sort of sneak around the birds, right, not actually be seen and just quickly grab the items and then go back out, then I would be fine with it. But the birds are literally placed in a way where one is literally even jumping down on the item that you're trying to pick up, right? To the point where you can't even properly reach it because its legs are still standing on top of it. Yeah, I'm just really baffled by these decisions, right? The same goes for the weird skeletons that are shooting those lasers at you, or ghost lasers, whatever you want to call it. They're completely unnecessary here, right? Instead of placing 4 of those giant skeletons in here, I don't know, create one sort of albinoric equivalent of that, maybe, and make it like a mini-boss, right? That appears in that forest before you can actually get to this side of Grace that I'm now at. Make it an actual mini-boss, make it something that you can properly fight and engage with, instead of having 4 skeletons appear and all you basically do is, oh, okay, I guess I have to stand behind a tree and just hide and lure the albinorics to me, kill them, and that's it, right? I mean, that's not fun. The problem is that you're actively preventing the player from having fun, because now you're forcing them to just sort of stand and wait in one specific position. That was actually something that I also kind of disliked about the earlier plays of this, where the ancestral followers in their ghost form are, right? Because there, for some reason, they also decided that a bunch of them were just shooting these fucking enormous arrows at you, right? Basically from very, very far away. And all that really created was me sort of kind of awkwardly trying to rush through the level, trying to pick up all the items that were there and then get out as quickly as possible so that I'm not constantly shot by arrows, right? I get that that's a cool concept, right? Constantly being under pressure, that can be a cool concept in a game. But if you do that, then don't place meaningless items in the same location, right? It just sort of clashes with each other, and it takes away from the enjoyment that the player has ultimately, right? In this specific case, it took away, like, as I said, I think the combat of the game truly shines best when you're fighting against humanoid enemies. That is why Sekiro is my favorite FromSoft game, because most enemies are actually somewhat humanoid. They have sometimes special powers, but they're humans, right? At the end of the day. Except for the ape, but in Sekiro, having the shit-throwing ape as a boss is actually fun because it's something really unique in that game, right? Something that you don't necessarily expect, and maybe even kind of a throwback to other FromSoft titles. But even back in Bloodborne, I always enjoyed fight. That is why Orphan of Kos is such an incredibly awesome boss fight. Because it's incredibly challenging, incredibly fast-paced, but it's not this weird giant monster that isn't even really properly shown on screen or has attacks where you constantly... Like with Orphan of Kos, you're constantly actually engaged with the enemy, right? Instead of standing back and just watching the enemy do stuff. And unfortunately in Elden Ring, I think most of the bosses are actually too big. There should be way, way more humanoid-sized bosses in this game. Now, I would say that, for example, Morgoth, Margit, Godric in Stormwell Castle, you know, having those enemies that are sort of superhuman sized, I think that is still fine, because ultimately they still, at least to a degree, move like humans, right? But with other enemies, yeah. I wish there was more of this in the game, right? Actually more, I don't know, and either put in more NPC invasions or just put in more NPCs, right? That actually... You know, most of the time, the human enemies are always just sort of background, right? They're the normal enemies you encounter. But the bosses are always something bigger, and I feel like that's kind of a weird concept. And again, the reason why I'm saying is because I think that the combat shines during that, right? I think that FromSoft's combat, or at least the combat that they're utilizing in this game, shines the most in sort of humanoid fights. That's also why I always, back in Bloodborne, for example, I definitely enjoyed fighting the hunters that are sometimes there in the levels, right? I enjoyed fighting those the most because they're just really engaging, fast-paced fights, right? And they also usually have really unique things going on for them, like these invasions. Obviously, it was 3 times the exact same invasion, but that was the point, right? But their attack patterns and everything was really unique, right? Not only are they quite nimble, and they actually actively evade your attacks as well, right? They're the only ones that actually utilize dodge rolls as well. But yeah, their attacks and everything is just really, really cool. And then the whole area, like, why place the birds? I kind of halfway can get behind, because they're really threatening, and they basically force you to keep a distance from them at all times, right? I could maybe get behind that, but the dogs, why are there dogs as well? And why are they placed even close to the sites where you get invaded? Right? I don't know. It destroys what is otherwise a really enjoyable fight. Right? You're in the middle of this really, really awesome kind of PvP fight, right? Obviously, it's not a real player, but you're in this really, really enjoyable fight, and then suddenly something comes from behind and kills you. Cool. Right? Imagine your absolute favorite boss fights, either in Elden Ring or in other FromSoft games, and then imagine something would just come from behind and stab you in the back without you having basically any chance of knowing that would happen. Right? Unless you randomly watched a certain direction that maybe would have tipped you off about that thing being there. Right? I mean, obviously I could have seen that there were dogs beforehand, but I honestly thought, like, in my mind, I thought it doesn't make sense if you get invaded in this area and there are big birds here as well. It just didn't make sense to me to place anything else in there. Obviously, I was wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a weird design choice. Obviously, that is my subjective opinion, right? I'm not saying that maybe there are people who enjoy that. I don't know, but to me and for me, it actually takes enjoyment away that I would have otherwise had. And that's really kind of a shame. And yeah, as I said, it just highlights what I would like more, which is these humanoid fights. I mean, obviously I could engage in PvP, which maybe after I play through the game, I would like to do that, but it's also, I really, really don't know why they do that so much. Because that is also so heavily underutilized, right? I mean, if there were more humanoid enemies in the game, maybe I would think that, okay, well, they already have some of them there, right? So for the people who enjoy that, they can engage more with that kind of stuff. And for the people who enjoy fighting giant monsters, that's also there. If that would sort of be maybe not 50-50, but certainly, representation, a bit more representation across the board of multiple sort of different enemy types, then I would understand, certain decisions that they make, maybe, but it's such an underrepresented area of the game. Maybe they think that the people who like that just automatically engage with PvP anyways, and so they're kind of, I mean, that might be a thing, right? That might be a thing that they are sort of saying, well, the people who like to engage in sort of this more humanoid combat stuff, they'll probably jump into PvP anyways, and so the rest of the game is for everybody else. I don't know. In my opinion, that's kind of a weird stance to take, to be honest. Oh well. I mean, I guess I have Sekiro, right? I can always go back and play that again. But yeah, I really, I don't know. I really would like to talk to them about these decisions and why they decided to do it this way, right? And not any other way. Because it's not like this game doesn't have other areas with a lot of giant enemies that are really difficult to kill, right? I mean, the giant bears, they're also basically worthless to engage with because they just have way too much HP. They're also a thing, right? I mean, there are probably at least, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 different areas in the game that all have giant enemies that are really difficult to deal with in sort of an open area. So if you've already done that a bunch of times, why not sort of elevate the uniqueness of this area by not doing that and by instead having these invasions there? I really don't understand what they were going for here, but oh well. Let's not harp on, let's not think about that any longer and actually enjoy the other parts of the game. I really want to see what this Lord of Blood is about. Okay, exactly 20,000. Do I have another 20,000 rune? 25, 20,000. Okay, so Arcane is mostly item discovery, though it does also increase my magic defense, which might not be the worst thing in the world. Also increases vitality, which is interesting. I still find these 4 stats to be somewhat weird. I don't know. I mean, poisons and rot, okay. Blood loss and frostbite, okay. Sleep in bouts of madness. Resistant to death. Yeah, see, I mean, this is kind of, I don't know. I feel like those attributes are so pointless. So, the reason why I think they're pointless is because, well, not pointless, but I would say that overall, it's too easy to deal with the different effects. Like, it's much easier to deal with the effects of poison or blood loss rather than preventing them from occurring in the first place, because that's almost not possible, right? Let's say if I could actually get up my, what was it, robustness to a point where literally standing in that swarm of flies that these guys summoned, literally standing in that would mean that nothing would happen to me, right? I wouldn't, like, blood loss would be far away. If you could do that, then these stats would make sense, right? Otherwise, I feel like they're a bit useless. I don't know. They're basically sort of just a... I guess they can make certain areas easier to traverse, right? So, let's say you're entering a poisonous cave and you have an amulet that increases your immunity by quite a bit. You could probably just utilize that. But then again, you also have other items that specifically increase your poison resistance. So wouldn't you just use those? I don't know. I feel like those 4 stats really don't make that much of a difference overall. Maybe that's also because of how the enemies work. For example, again, going back to Bloodborne, the madness in Bloodborne, right? That was something where you could, by changing your outfit and actually equipping much higher stats against that, was actually quite a bit of an advantage in those specific areas where that occurred. I don't know. Going with more magic resist. Oh, never mind. This also increases my magic resist. Wait, what? Okay, so my magic resist just in general increases with this level up, I guess. Yeah, okay. Now this increases everything, interestingly enough. Okay. Well, do I want to level Endurance to 20 first or Arcane to 20? I'm not entirely sure. Also, at this point, I might just increase my Vigor more as well. Vigor 50. I have a feeling that going back to just leveling Vigor would actually be the easier choice, all things considered. Like, I guess having more Vigor probably means that the rest of the game would be a bit easier. Because I feel like they're already increasing the damage output quite a bit again from bosses and everything. I know that putting more points in Vigor now doesn't give me that much in terms of HP. But I also think, I mean, well, having a bit more stamina might not be the worst thing in the world. And ultimately, for example, in a New Game Plus run, I definitely want to have way more endurance because I definitely want to go for a much heavier build. But then again, as I said, before I start a New Game Plus run, I might just completely re-roll my character as well and just, like, put a bunch of points in Vigor and Strength and whatnot. Honestly, let's go to Vigor 55 at least. 55 or maybe even 60. I feel like that might not be the worst idea. Even though it's technically probably not, like, per level, not the best return of investment, if you will. Before I continue here, though, let me quickly... go back. I think Varay is still there, though, right? At least he's shown on the map. It's definitely... I think that's definitely a bit of a strange point, that you can theoretically, right? If you engage in a bunch of PvP, shouldn't you be on the Lord of Blood's good side? Like if you're killing a bunch of other players and basically following what Voray said you should do.
Be sure to try that. I'm
Yeah.
quite...
Like if you would follow his advice and just kill a bunch of other players, aren't you basically doing what the Lord of Blood wants you to do? Or wants anybody to do? So I feel like if you do that, I don't know, it should almost ally you with the Lord of Blood. I mean, obviously, that doesn't entirely work, since I guess technically the Lord of Blood needs to be killed in order to acquire his Great Rune. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay. Well, that's not great. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of HP. It's a bit crazy, honestly. What? Do they explode much faster than the other ones typically do? Can I just lure you into... Wait, what? Do they not care about me? I guess they'll just start randomly running towards me, probably, right? Are these all sort of... Holy fuck. I saw the other one running as well. So a couple of them sort of run back and forth and try to kill you. So, what exactly are they doing here? Fucking hell. Like, what's the implication? Are they sort of... Are they, like, meant to be the people that the Lord of Blood somehow captured or something? Or killed? They're probably some poor souls that the Lord of Blood is using for something. I already had the Newman's Rune at some point, right? I'm pretty sure. Definitely read through that description at some point, I think. Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between, are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. Another one of those interesting details that, at least as of now, doesn't really make that much sense. I mean, it's not like it doesn't make any sense, but, you know, obviously, I mean, what's that supposed to mean? Like, what is outside the lands between? And why are people coming from the outside to do something? The fuck is that? Are they all worshipping that? This would actually be somewhat awesome if a couple of them would just sort of suddenly attack you from behind, right? Kidding me? What the hell is going on with this thing? I honestly would have thought that the flames would deal more damage to it. I hope this thing actually stays dead, though. Or hit something else. Ugh. It is somewhat annoying, though, that they're all constantly exploding, because that means that you constantly need to move back and forth. Are you telling me I can't pick up this item? Seriously? Okay, they really need to fix... I don't know why, I guess... Maybe they are doing it this way to prevent you from being able to pick up items that are sort of... like on ledges and stuff, right? Sort of the usual pickup distance of items is only above the object, so that you can't pick up items from below ledges and stuff. I get why they would do that, but shouldn't you possibly make exceptions for items that are spawned in by enemies? Specifically to prevent something like this from happening? What the fuck is that? Why is there a hand up there? Oh no, never mind. It's not a hand. I thought it was a hand, but it's just a cloak of one of those scholars that are lying all over the place. Another stone... What are the stone sword keys supposed to be for? Huh? I rolled into him, but he didn't really care. I wonder what's going to happen to them once I deal with their master. Also, I didn't necessarily expect them to just sort of place a billion enemies in front that don't actually attack you, and then... It's an interesting setup. I didn't expect this to... I halfway expected this to be... Well, not necessarily a proper dungeon, but certainly sort of a dungeon-esque thing, like a smaller mini-dungeon or something. No grass ahead? What the fuck's that supposed to mean? Why are there bloodstains here? I don't think this is the boss room yet, to be honest. But maybe it is? No. Maybe this is the dungeon? Or something along those lines? I kind of expected the boss arena to be sort of the top of the mausoleum and to look like, or to look somewhat similar to music? To where you meet or where you find the moose cadaver, like the giant mooses? What? Oh, hello. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck? They create lingering blood lake things? Oh, for fuck's... Great, the game still had my dodge roll queued. I didn't want to roll. I pressed R1 like 3 times, nothing happened. Then I pressed circle for a dodge roll. Also, I didn't realize there was a statue here. Then I pressed circle for a dodge roll, and then I pressed R1 again. And for some reason, instead of the 3 times R1 presses, the dodge roll was what the game queued. Cool. Okay, the hell is the merchant doing here? The hell is wrong with you? What is going on with these, like, these merchants are so weird to me. Why are they in such weird places? What's the point of putting them here?
Nothing that suits your taste, then?
Not really. The fuck are you doing? I wish there was some sort of explanation for the merchants. I don't know. They are definitely in places where it just doesn't make sense that they exist there. I don't know what is up with that. Like, ooh, hello. I really don't know what the point of those merchants is. Like, at the start of the game, the first merchant that they introduce actually has a proper name as well, right? Like, actually a unique name, and you think, oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder if, like, you know, they're maybe gonna have cool things attached to them or something, but nope. They're just random NPCs that are all looking pretty much the exact same, and the locations where they're at basically don't make any sense whatsoever. A Lord's Room. Did I already get one of these? 50,000. Yeah, I already had one of them. Runes of one who is destined to become a lord, but when the Elden Ring was shattered, all that remained was a distant duty. You know what? Now that I think about it, so the implication here is basically, right, even though it doesn't make any sense with what he's wearing, but the implication here is that this is basically another Tarnished that kind of went onto a similar journey as I did, right? And as every other player does. And ultimately they perished, and obviously they left behind their runes, much like I am leaving behind my runes as well when I die. Now, I talked a lot about the fact that I think bloodstains and messages are sort of an old system that they should have innovated on a long time ago, right? They're a good basic concept, but they've basically stayed the same all the way since Demon's Souls, and I think they could be much, much more. I also think that the idea of dropping runes on death, at least the way it's presented here in Elden Ring, doesn't really make any sense anymore. It's more of an annoyance. It doesn't really create any type of challenge. It's just not a very engaging mechanic, I think. And it can also lead to just some strange moments where you kind of have to rush into the boss arena to get them back, and I don't know. I personally don't think that that's really all that engaging. But, right, what if, instead of placing these items in the game world, right, that give you runes, what if instead bloodstains would give you runes depending on how many runes were left over when the person who actually created the bloodstain died? Now, since that's an online element, I don't know how easy that would be to balance. Either you could make it so that you create some sort of second currency that only works when you're online. That would be kind of weird. Obviously, the fact that, you know, you have to have PS Plus and stuff like that in order to be able to engage with a system like that makes the whole idea a bit bad. So that's a bit of a shame that, you know, unfortunately they decided to make it so that, oh, for fuck's sake, really? Unfortunately, it's a bit of a shame that they decided to make this basically a thing, right? That now you have to have the online systems in order to be able to do that. The AoE actually works for a change, huh? But yeah, wouldn't that be kind of awesome instead of just having these random runes everywhere as items that are just placed within the game world, if that would be an actually interactable system that depends on people actually dying in those places, right? It would also sort of create, I think, a much better atmosphere for the whole idea of all of the players of the game basically being these tarnished that are being talked about, right? Instead of having that be, you know, just instead of just you being in this game world, it's actually everybody being in the game world at once, and, you know, kind of doing something like that, right? And it's definitely, oh, for fuck's sake, it didn't trigger again. It's definitely just an idea, right? I'm not saying that that's exactly how it should work. I'm not saying that it would even work, but I think that's definitely an idea that you could work off of, in terms of, like, maybe you could sort of take, even if you don't have the online elements, maybe you could still have the game sort of download certain data or something from the server or something else. Because you still have an online, or most people still have an online connection, right? Even if they don't have PS Plus, they'll still download the patches and whatnot for the game, most likely. So what if during patches and stuff, the game would basically download how many, like, a certain sort of average percentage of players dying in certain areas, and sort of base or somewhat randomly spawn in bloodstains and bodies that aren't real but still represent sort of the same idea, right? I mean, that could still work. I don't know. I would think that at least that's a new and unique spin on the whole system that would work within sort of the framework and idea of what it's supposed to represent, right? You could even also kind of normalize it, so instead of players dropping the exact number of runes that they had, they could also just drop, you know, a 25k rune or a 5k rune or whatever, right? It could just be an item that they drop. You could even make it so that instead of having them appear at the exact spot where they die, it could also be like next to it, right? There's all kinds of things that you could do with a system like that. I definitely think that the whole system just needs an overhaul. It just needs something, some new element, some new idea that previously didn't exist. Okay, this looks... or maybe not? Thought this might have been the boss arena, but I think that's still a bit more further up. Let's see, what is this called? Midpoint. Okay, yeah. It's actually not. Interesting. I wonder who that statue is supposed to represent. Is that what the Lord of Blood looked like originally, maybe? Huh. Wait, is that elevator literally just leading up to the, Yeah, I don't know if that was the best idea necessarily. Oh, hello. Ooh. I find it interesting that that attack also actually like slows you down. That's a really interesting and unique effect. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I thought he would be dead. Seriously? Oh well, at least in this case my runes are right here. Let's see, I probably should try and kill them faster. Well, that's one of them gone. What the fuck? The others just don't care that I just did that? Well, that's weird. What the fuck are you doing? Well, that's weird. Huh? Last time everybody just turned around immediately. Now they just don't care? Oh, seriously? I wanted to hit both of them at the same time. Okay, now it worked. Once again, I think that the range that he has on that weapon is strange. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stop that. Bye-bye. Once you know what they do, they're actually really easy to evade. Okay, let's see if this was worth anything. I don't think it is, but you never know. Oh, it was. What the fuck? Hey! Huh. Huh. Nice. Oh, that just leads back down to the path that I took to get here, right? Yeah. Huh. Neat. I find it somewhat strange. I mean, obviously it makes sense that the last sort of upgrade material would be an orange item. I still find the color coding on those strange, to be quite honest. I don't know why that's a thing in this game, why they decided to sort of take MMO coloring for, like, legendary items and stuff and implement that as, like, what the items look like. If you do that, then why not do it properly and also have green and blue items in here? Because that would make a whole lot more sense. Because I think that, for example, a really good weapon like the one that I have, right, this one, that could be an orange item. Right, but the upgrade materials, like the really rare ones, should be basically purple items, and then you could have the other stuff that you collect, like the rarer crafting ingredients and stuff. They could then be blue, right? If you have a system like this, do it properly. I don't really get why you would do it this way. That just feels strange. Also, I think the elevator will probably lead up to the boss room right away, so let's level up, get rid of my runes, and then deal with the boss. Let's see. I need 146 and then 600. 146, 600. This was 50, right? And this is 30, which would be... What did I say? 146. Okay, so I can use this. $648. Oh, that's perfect. So another 4,000. I actually still have quite a bit of runes in my inventory. It's almost another level, I think. Not that it really matters, but... That's so specific, though, right? Like, now I got one more point in fire defense, for some reason. Don't know what that's about, but okay, sure. Also, this is a huge-ass elevator, right? This is almost... I mean, it's not really the Grand Lift of Dectus, but it's close to it. Ah. What the fuck is that? Are you telling me he's literally gonna be born out of an egg or something? The fuck? I actually wonder what these statues are. They're all the same old dude. With like cracks and bits and bobs in them. I don't know, I feel like we've heard about the Lord of Blood quite a bit. There's a lot of stuff that you find, like a lot of weapons and incantations and whatnot, that are associated with him, but at the same time, I don't think I actually know that much about him, weirdly enough. I wonder if he has any kind of specific weakness. Honestly, I should probably equip these. I don't know. Crafter alleviates a pending blood loss. The problem is that these only... So if you're already close to blood loss, right? All they do is remove the status. But they don't give you a higher resistance to it, which is a bit unfortunate. I could obviously go with whatever boosts, I don't know what's robustness or something that is against blood loss, right? So I could go with that, but honestly... Unfortunately, usually it doesn't really make much sense to have these items, you know, actually utilized. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Would technically holy damage or something, would that make sense to be really effective against him? Or maybe lightning? It's quite hard to tell, honestly. Let's just craft a couple of these. I'm just thinking that maybe my mimic would also use them, right? Which is why I'm sort of thinking about what I could do. Poison, acid mist, sparks. I don't have enough stuff to poison him, though. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like my sword is probably how to get through this. It's gonna be interesting to see, because I will be able to summon my mimic, right? So, I don't know how difficult this fight is necessarily going to be. It sort of depends on how easy he can one or two shot me, I guess. Let's keep the poison stuff equipped. Maybe my mimic will use that. I don't necessarily think it will, but who knows. Lightning pots, maybe that's a good idea. I think the rest I'll keep as is, and just see how this works, huh? Also, let's put the elevator back down, in case I die. It is a very cool setup, though, right? And I have to say, the fact that you can sort of see this arena from very far away the first time you enter Nokron, or not even Nokron, but the first time you even enter the underground through the Mistwood, Seofer River well, right? The fact that you can see this in the distance is honestly pretty awesome. Like, that's such a cool setup. I really wonder if he's gonna... I mean, it almost looks like he's in that egg. I don't necessarily know why. I also couldn't really explain... I mean, first of all, why that's a thing. Why... Like, who would have done that? I have no idea. I was gonna say, I expect a cutscene though. He almost looks, I don't know, somehow his sort of egg cocoon thing and the way his hand looks, why does it look somewhat similar to the two fingers? Maybe he's connected to the three fingers or something? Well, it definitely has at least a certain resemblance. Though, I mean, the whole rest maybe doesn't. I don't know. Oh, is it not actually him? Is he just going to... Oh, he's just going to come out of the blood, isn't he? By the way, that blood texture looks absolutely incredible. Hi. Oh, hello? Hi. You look awesome. So who's that in the egg thing?
Mikola.
What? The fuck?
You must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest.
That's Mikola?
Place of our dynasty.
That was a weird... he looks awesome. That was a weird change in voice though, for some reason. That's Mikola? How does that fit together? Oh, the music. See, I think he's got less HP than the Theodoric's dragon outside. What is that seal that I have on me? Is he not gonna do anything? Duo? Oh, okay, he's casting some sort of spell on me. Ooh. Whoa! Whoa! What the what is going on with you? Oh, he also healed himself. He sort of doesn't really care about me for some reason. Oh, what the fuck? How much of that stuff is he gonna summon? Why is he even called Mog? Isn't that kind of a weird name? Stop looking at your damn staff! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you... I sort of course. He doesn't even have HP left! I knew this would happen. Of course it would happen. Why the fuck does he explode at that particular moment? Are you kidding me? Ugh. Well, that was annoying. How much... Why was he not dead? Also, this... Okay. There's actually a statue here? Okay, that's weird. That was okay. That was a weird fight in general because for some reason he was focusing on my mimic the entire time, which usually bosses don't really do. Also, what is up with his spell? Like, does he actually cast that the entire time? I pressed circle. Why did it not go off? What the fuck is happening? Why is it not going? Oh! Can you please just do what I'm... For some weird reason, my things are just not going off sometimes. Oh, I was actually glitching into the ground there. I wonder if I can maybe prevent one hit at least from happening if I'm... Wait, let me... What?
It's fine. I'm fine.
Are you fucking kidding me? That just goes through the fucking... Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So his damage with his weird Uno Tres spell thing that he's doing just goes through my... it just goes through my... What's it called? My shield? Also, wait. When did I use... I guess I pressed it multiple times? How the fuck did I use 3 uplifting aromatics that fast? So you're forced to heal through his damage? Is that correct? That is quite something, I guess. Okay, so, I guess I can't really do anything about that and just have to heal through that? Of course. I think he might be really annoying to fight solo, to be honest. Let me actually... Oh, I completely forgot that the uplifting aromatic also needs... It also needs FP. What? Oh, for fuck's sake, man. I don't know, somehow I think that the frame rate's really taking a hit here, unfortunately. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can't even really see what he's doing the entire time. Fucking... Oh, okay, that is... No... Okay, one thing that I really don't like about this fight, and I think that's like actually a really big problem, and also why sometimes during the entire game certain things just feel weird. I think, unfortunately, it looked like as if when he's doing his fire spread thing, right? There are flames that are on the ground, right? And obviously those damage you. The problem is they don't only damage you, but they also stun you for like a very short amount of time, right? Which is obviously really annoying and normally should be avoided. The problem is that the damage instance, and I don't know if that's a result of the frame rate tanking or some other problem, but the damage instance and especially the sort of stun effect actually gets triggered before the flames appear on the ground. I don't know if that's because he's throwing the stuff at you, and so maybe I'll get caught in the midst of it. Maybe that's what's happening. But the result is ultimately that I don't know. It has a very weird effect. I don't really like it. I mean, obviously that's part of the challenge, I guess. Not necessarily the biggest fan of the fight so far. I don't know what to make of the phase where he deals what's it called? Unavoidable damage. That has a really weird his weird claw thing that he summons in front. Yeah, of course. The weird claw thing that he summons in front of him has a very weird cone, or a very weird effect as well. Please, can you please just do what I'm fucking pressing? Also, the fact that you sometimes are basically forced to run through the flames when he's like on the ground is a little bit unfortunate. I think he's also pretty much dealing exactly one blast worth of damage. Seriously? Yeah, I don't I don't have a problem with him covering the entire arena in flames and stuff. What I do have a problem with is that the flames stun you the entire time. I think that's, I don't know, a little bit of an annoying effect. It's not even a problematic effect necessarily, it's just an annoying one. Can you please stop? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm getting really unlucky with this fight. Because my Mimic is standing in front of me the entire time, unfortunately. So fucking hell, it again just didn't do what I asked it to do! He would have already been dead if my fucking... Oh, my fucking character would have just done as I said it should do. Man, that's annoying sometimes. Like, really annoying. Well, that was boring. Oh, man, that is sometimes... I think... Was he not even the actual Lord of Blood, or what? Mock's Great Rune, Remembrance of a Blood Lord. No, I think he was. 420,000? That can't be a coincidence, right? 420,000? It's a really cool fight. The setup of it is pretty awesome. Obviously, in this particular case, I wanted to get through it, right? If you're doing it solo, I don't know how fun it would really be solo. He's pumping out a ton of damage, right? I honestly quite like his blood loss spell that he's casting, right? Because once you know that it happens, you know it's a pretty fair sort of thing. And you need to heal through it, so you need at least 3 flasks to survive it. Honestly, that's a pretty cool setup. I like the idea of it. It's mostly because it's something really, really unique and definitely fits the theme of the boss fight, right? I think the boss arena is pretty cool. I don't like that, once again, like, his wings look absolutely awesome. Again, visually, this fight is absolutely astounding. I just don't like that once again they have a flying enemy. That is really, it's just not fun. Especially since they're also creating them so weirdly the entire time. All the enemies ever do is basically fly away from you and then charge back down, right? And sometimes they do some other stuff while they're in the air. I wish they wouldn't have done that. He looks pretty cool with the wings, but that's about it. I think the fight would be a lot more fun if it would just take place on the ground the entire time. Now, if you're fighting him solo, maybe if you stay in melee range, maybe he'll not necessarily utilize his like flying moves quite as much. I don't really know. One thing that I really dislike about the fight is that the fire that he's spreading throughout the arena can stun you. Like, the fact that it makes this, like, your character makes this awkward stun movement and your control is taken away from you for like a split second. That's especially bad because you can just get unlucky to where when he gets stunned and falls to his knees, right, and you get basically a free critical hit, you can get unlucky and have fire right in front of him, so you have to take damage in order to take advantage of the situation. That's a little bit of a problem. Overall, I think it's pretty cool that he spreads fire through the arena. I wish it would be a bit more predictable, so instead of having multiple, like, sort of small patches of fire, I wish it would work like an actual AoE that would also be sort of, that you could see where it is, right? Before it's being cast. Thematically, the fight is really cool. I can definitely see his first phase, if you're doing a solo, I can see his first phase getting boring really quickly. I don't think, like, his first phase, I don't think he actually does that much, right? He's basically casting that spell on you a couple of times. He can utilize these fire claws in front of him. He can also throw fire at you, but only sort of the smaller variant. I think later on he gets a bigger one. And, yeah, I think I can definitely see the first phase getting boring quite quickly when you're trying the solo. Because doing this solo, honestly, even on level 143 or whatever I am, would be quite the experience. I think, honestly, if I would have attempted this solo, I probably would have tried to go for a different build. Because I think, mostly my magic attack that I'm doing, I don't know how well you can actually utilize that during this fight. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have gone with at least a slightly different build. Probably would have tried to do something about the blood loss as well. The blood loss in general isn't the biggest deal. I mean, it doesn't deal that much damage, right? The only thing that really deals damage is when he actually releases that curse 3 times on you, because you actually have to heal through it. I wonder how that works when you have less HP. I wonder if it's percentage based. It kind of has to be, right? Because otherwise he would just one-shot you with that, and that doesn't make any sense. It's probably percentage-based. It looked like it was based on the exact amount that I heal with my flask, but considering that you can theoretically have less HP than your flask regenerates, I don't know. Maybe if you have not enough HP, it'll drop you to 1 HP or something. Hopefully they've thought of that, because otherwise this would be pretty bullshit. Otherwise, I like the entire setup of this fight. I like that he's, I don't know, apparently some sort of servant to Mikala, or Mikola, as he said. I hopefully we'll see what's up with that. I mean, I haven't, obviously, there's still stuff to look at. I just wanted to talk about the fight first. Yeah, I think thematically it's a really cool fight. I also think, like, most of his attacks seemed, I wouldn't say easy to dodge, but certainly definitely fair, right? I didn't really spot any attack combinations that seemed too unfair to me, but then again, might have also been because I wasn't fighting solo. So no idea about how that would be if you were completely solo, but yeah. I think overall, currently, without having attempted the solo, I would definitely place this as one of the best boss fights in the game. But it does have, the problem is, as I said, especially with his fire spread attack, I can see that, because it's very dependent on where you are in the arena, and for some reason, again, they decided to place all of these gravestones here. Thematically, they look awesome, but the fact that they can basically, like, you can get stuck on them as well, I don't know why they always intend on doing that. Like, it's fine to place them at the wall, but or maybe as a backdrop, but why place them directly in the arena? In my opinion, that doesn't make a whole bunch of sense. Yeah, I kind of wish with attacks like that, with this fire spread attack, there is too much randomness to it, right? Depending on where he stands, depending on where you stand, it can get pretty hectic during the fight, so I don't know. I wish there would be a bit more to that, right? Instead of it just being one sweeping motion, what if he had like multiple versions of it, right? Maybe something where he hits the right side of him, maybe something where he hits the left side of him, and you basically need to determine what he does and then dodge into the other direction or something. I feel like that would be much more interesting than him just spreading somewhat random flames throughout the arena that can also... I can definitely see that being an annoyance if you're doing a solo, that sometimes the flames can just randomly end up in spots that are really awkward or difficult to get out of. I think that's a bit of a problem, but oh well. And yeah, his flying stuff, as awesome as it looks, I don't know what their fascination is with having bosses fly the entire time. I don't know. It's such a weird concept to me, because it, like, during those times, you as the player, you can basically just look at what the boss is doing, right? There is no sort of engagement there. And the game doesn't really have much to deal with that. That's the core of it, right? Even if you're pretty good at dodging that, right? Even if you're really, really skilled and know exactly how the attack works and know exactly when to dodge, at the end of the day, all you're really doing is pressing circle at the right moment, right? There's nothing more to it. And I wish there would be more to it. I wish there would be... If they're insisting on making flying phases, but you're not able to fly, then maybe make it correspond to... So what if he would actually stay in the air and maybe spawn in ads or something? I think that is something that they don't really utilize that much anyways, right? So spawn in like 2 or 3 ads, and maybe you need to kill the specific ad that is directly under him to bring him back down to the ground or something, right? And while he's up there, he's just sort of spewing flames into the arena and whatnot. That could be a really cool sort of ad phase to this fight. And they would still then have the ability to introduce him having wings. And in a weird way, it would even make a whole lot more sense, right? Because he can literally fly. Why would he ever come back down to the ground unless there is something that forces him to the ground, right? So if you make an enemy that can fly, then I think you should also introduce a mechanic where it's sort of logical that they can also come back down, right? Because otherwise there is no reason why they would ever come back to the ground if they can just attack you from the air, right? So, yeah, there's a couple of things that that fundamentally it's not necessarily bad in this fight in particular, but I'm just noticing sort of a couple of trends and a couple of ideas that FromSoft seems to be really fond of that don't really make that much sense and are also not really that engaging, in my opinion. Oh well. But still, again, thematically, visually, this is absolutely astounding. And, well, obviously in terms of the mechanics, I would have to do it solo to really appreciate that, but still, pretty awesome thing, all things considered. I didn't really expect to find Mikola here. So, the way Gideon talked about all of these, right? The Lord of Blood, Mikola, and Malenia, made it seem as if there were 3 things that I still had to do. And I was kind of confused at when they would occur, because I felt like I was already pretty far through the game, right? I mean, honestly, setting the Earth Tree on fire, I felt like might be sort of the end of the game, right? I mean, there might be like a boss fight after it, but that would be about it. So I was slightly confused where they're going to put all these enemies here. But if the Lord of Blood and Mikola basically appear at the same point, then I guess that makes more sense. Because then the only thing that's basically left for me now is the Halic Tree, and then I'm just going up to the Flame of Giants. Though I do wonder a little bit about the runes then, the Great Rune. Are there only 7? It's kind of a weird number, to be completely honest. Also, who is Mogwin, if that was Mog? Oh, by the way, the boss design is also absolutely phenomenal. I feel like, sometimes FromSoft shoots themselves in the foot a little bit with bosses like Morgoth, because they're basically just sort of a rotten variant of a bigger human, right? I mean, Morgoth basically looks like a slightly supersized human beast thing that has mushrooms and stuff growing on his skin and a sort of rotten cape on that he's wearing, right? That's basically it. And I feel like they should do this a bunch more. Like, look at this guy. He has these awesome horns on his head. He has, like, really, really cool ornamental armor that he's wearing. Even the staff that he's holding, or that's not a staff, but the fork-like thing that he was attacking with, right? Even that has tons of ornaments on it. And he looks absolutely incredible. And I wish they would do that more, actually. I feel like a couple of enemies they're going a bit too much the route of, making them look sort of rotten and cursed, and takes a little bit away in terms of their impressiveness, right? I sometimes feel like these enemies, they're sort of, right? They're so rotten that they're really not great to look at. And obviously that's the point, but it also, the game can do so much more, so it's cool to see that they also have this as well. Wishing to raise Mikola to full godhood, Mog wished to become his consort, taking the role of monarch. But no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber he tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. Oh, interesting. So maybe Mikola didn't want that? I wonder why this weird egg thing exists here with the arm sticking out. Was that maybe some sort of attempt of forcing Mikola to do something in death or something to that? Also, it's the first time that they really specifically mention this whole consort and monarch thing. Like, there seems to be a very, very specific order in this world in terms of sort of who needs to be what and whether or not they have consorts and stuff in order to become a god or a demigod or something, right? And unfortunately, that is not never really been explained. I don't know if we have enough information to really understand how these systems are supposed to work. But I feel like this is the first time that they really, really specifically mention these different titles and sort of statuses that somebody can have. Also, why specifically Bloody Bedchamber? What is it about beds and bedchambers? This has to connect back to fear somehow, right? I really wonder if this has some sort of implication for the Round Table Hold or for certain quests. I feel like I might have missed certain things as well. Not entirely sure. But definitely a really interesting description. Shit, where exactly do the unactivated Great Runes go? Oh, here they are. East Altus, which stand beyond the Great Bridge from Lanedale's eastern ward. Beyond the Great Bridge from Lanedale's eastern ward. Wait a second. East Altus? Oh, right. The last time I was here, I guess I couldn't even... No, wait. Wasn't this the tower to activate... What? Wasn't that the tower to activate the other Great Rune? Probably doesn't say anymore, right? Seek the Divine Tower of East Altus. Huh? Are both of those runes connected to this Divine Tower? That feels, honestly, pretty strange. Visions of God, or demigod in this case. What the fuck happened to him? Or her? No, it's a him, right? Mikola? Malenia is the her. What? Oh, that is such an awesome view, isn't it? Especially with these star-like backgrounds in the air. So... Huh? Am I feel like either I'm missing something or I am actually missing something. In the sense that maybe I need to do something else first and before I can actually engage with Mikola? I wonder, so, I guess the whole, this cutscene at the start of the fight, right? The fact that the blood that was dripping out of this cocoon, that must have all been Mog, right? Possibly sort of encasing Mikola and somehow wanting to do something, fuse with him. I don't know actually. And then when I entered the chamber, basically he sucked the blood out of him, and that became the Lord of Blood. Okay, I guess let's see if something else in the world has changed, because it doesn't necessarily look like I'm able to do anything here. Before I go to the Divine Tower, I guess I'll go to the Table of Lost Grace. Before I do that, though, let's level, in case there's something going wrong somewhere. I don't want to suddenly lose all my runes. Okay, I need 153,000. It's actually quite cool. Gets me to 55 vigor exactly. 153. Why did I say 155? 153,000. That's so much. $1,500, right? This would be 1,200. Let's use this one then. Okay, well, somehow it's a bit of an unsatisfactory ending, but I don't know. I mean, could be all kinds of reasons for that. By the way, do I still have a death root, or did I actually give all of those to the Beast King? I think I did, right? Yeah. I think I always gave that immediately to him. Let's see. That guy's still sitting there. Doesn't seem like anybody specifically happened. About the Lord of Blood's cocoon.
I see. So Mikola was with the Lord of Blood after all.
Not by choice, apparently.
Some fine intelligence indeed. With it, the final clue has been brought into the light.
The fuck are you talking about?
A few pieces of the round table. I need to put everything together. As promised, allow me to impart to you the last of the secret rites, known only to me.
Law of causality. So...
Well, I wonder what comes next. If he continues his slumber within the cocoon, all would be well. But perhaps it would be safer to destroy it. Mikola is the one thing that remains a mystery to me. There are four more Mikola, his twin, Luna Prince, and Rani is so here at the... If you should learn, I'll trade you. We both as such.
Yeah, Mikola seems like a really interesting person. I don't know. The fuck did I... Oh, I'm on item crafting. I was gonna say, where the fuck am I? What's that he gave me? Law of causality. Retaliates upon receiving a number of blows. Manifests a small ring of causality. Within that allows the caster to automatically retaliate upon receiving a certain number of blows. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Causality is the pull between meanings, that which links all things in a chain of relation. Huh. What a weird thing with causality. So, do they believe that the Golden Order also means that everything's sort of determined? That nobody has a free will and therefore there needs to be order? I guess that's sort of their idea?
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The box, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting.
Where?
It was a brief respite, I must say. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital.
Oh. Oh. What? I guess that's the still remaining doors? If that's it, holy shit. Okay, that would be... That's why he's here as basically an invader, right? Because he's not actually here.
I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
Okay.
Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
Well, that is another thing that I didn't necessarily expect to happen. Okay, so is that another, like, boss fight or something? So this, I'm pretty sure that this is triggered by me defeating the Lord of Blood, right? I mean, I've talked to him a bunch of times. Maybe it's not. Maybe it also happens... Like, technically, I guess I haven't talked to him since I killed Morgoth, right? So maybe once you enter the capital or something, I could have already talked to him. I just find it incredibly interesting because, well, I don't necessarily know where the door is that he's talking about, but there were definitely still doors down in the sewers that I wasn't able to open, right? Unlock sewer jail door set to lie beneath Lanedale. So I wonder if wherever he lies is actually where the three fingers are, right? I mean, it's sort of the only thing that seems to be left that might indicate or might lead me towards the location where they supposedly are. Well, that is definitely something interesting that I didn't expect to happen. But once again, nothing else has really happened, right? Unless... Is she maybe commenting on that?
From across the howling, and you should keep your distance. I know you should.
Okay, no, she doesn't really comment on anything. What's up with Thea? Like, where the fuck did she go? Did I mess up the questline somehow? Seems strange to me. I really thought that defeating the Lord of Blood would do more. And what about Gideon's... Do I maybe... I wonder if going down into the sewers, if that might give me... Honestly, I don't know. Maybe some sort of item that would allow me to kill Mikola and his cocoon? Now let's go back to Barret and see if he comments on me killing the Lord of Blood. Or maybe the actual Lord of Blood is Mikola himself? Wait. Oh no. Never mind, it's the right way. Man, that's kind of crazy, right? So originally, I intended to go towards the Halig tree and clear the snowfield because of that. Then suddenly, in the snowfield, you find access to where the Lord of Blood is. And now, suddenly, I have a key so that I can go back to Lanedale to somehow go to some other cursed being that I potentially need to kill. Okay, yeah, he either doesn't know or doesn't care. Oh well. Is there really something else that I could still do? Or do I literally just go back to Lanedale and try and find that door he was talking about? Not entirely sure, to be honest. Something that I also wonder is, if I defeat this Lord of Blood, would that mean that the invasions don't happen anymore? The three unidentified white masks that I killed? Oh. I guess that's why this specific tower has the Site of Grace at the top because you need to go here multiple times. That is strange. So for the first time, we are at the same tower twice. And this rune is red. Mock's Great Rune. Wonder what the fuck that means. Why is it on the same tower as well? That is such a weird choice, right? All the time, every tower had one specific rune attached to it, and now suddenly it's the same one. I guess these are sort of... Are they maybe the same part of the Elden Ring, just sort of awkwardly warped or something? See what it says. Great Rune of the Shardbearer Mog. Its blessing grants a blessing of blood to summoned phantoms, and imparts a phantom Great Rune upon successful invasion. Okay. Mog and Morgoth are twin brothers, and their Great Runes are naturally similar. Ah, okay, that makes sense. But Mog's rune is soaked in accursed blood, from his devout love for the wretched mire that he was born into far below the earth. Okay, so it's basically the same rune then, right? It's sort of two sides of the same coin, if you will, and that's why it's activated by the same divine tower. Interesting. This great rune is the anchor ring that houses the base. And there's also an accursed version of it, basically. So this is more or less, I guess, what you want if you PvP? Probably? Okay. I guess with that, I'll just quickly go back here and see if anything's changed. I wonder how you're supposed to destroy this thing. Like, you can't really seem to do anything against it. There's no way of interacting with it either. It's so strange to me that you're allowed to go back here, right? I mean, that's even blocked off during the boss fight, as if there was something of importance on the other side, but there kind of isn't. I did it? Huh. I also can't target it or anything. I mean, in theory, since Malenia is Miquella's twin sister, right? Maybe she ultimately gives us a solution to this? That might be, right? That maybe this is somehow connected to Malenia. It's a bit anticlimactic, isn't it? I mean, the fight itself is really, really awesome. Probably really hard to get through if you do it solo. You get the remembrance, but then that's sort of about it. And there's just nothing else going on. Huh. It's definitely a very curious... Very curious thing indeed. I guess these guys probably don't really care. Now I really wonder what the statue is about. Who is that? I don't think... Is that really Miquella? I don't think so, right? That would be kind of weird. But then again... Who's really to say, right? I mean, that always seems to be fairly difficult of coming up with, you know, explanations for that. Well, okay. Cool, I guess. Let me very quickly talk to Shabriri. I wonder if he's got anything new to say. I don't necessarily think so. Would be kind of weird, right? Because he's mainly talking about the...
Chosen path, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital, seek audience.
Right, he's talking about the three fingers. So maybe, well, maybe me now being able to go there, possibly, hopefully, might mean that we can deal with that. Okay, so there were definitely, I think there were even two doors that I wasn't able to open down in the sewers, but they were so out of the way that I honestly don't quite know if that's where I'm supposed to go. Like, did I forget about some other potential door? Is there maybe another door here somewhere that I wasn't able to open, but now might be accessible? Oh no, never mind. These are just the catacombs. Wait, where's the... That's where the boss fight was, right? I don't think that this place had a door, though. But I mean, technically, this is far further below than the rest of the sewers, right? Oh wait, did I forget about the... Oh yeah. Cathedral of the Forsaken would have been the correct place to go to. But this is, I mean... Oh, hey, hello.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
Well, I get that. I don't want to take the frenzied flame for myself, but
I shall see to the kindling. It is a purpose which I choose to fulfill. So please, leave the frenzied flame alone. I shall... It is a purpose, so please.
But, like... Is there a way for me to do anything here? Like, huh? Where exactly is this frenzied flame supposed to be? Clearly it's not here. Oh, wait, what? Huh? Was this always here, or is this just since I now carry the key or talk to Melina? What the fuck? Okay, I just kind of hope that that doesn't screw with her quest line, to be honest. Is he dead? Yo, what the fuck? The fuck is going on here? Wait, is this even connected to the fucking key that I got? Or... This just seems to be an entirely different dungeon as well. I mean, to be honest, just because I go to the Frenzied Flame probably doesn't necessarily mean that I need to engage with it. But, okay, now I'm confused. Did I just never... Like, did I just not walk up to this place and therefore it didn't activate? Or... do I need to talk to Melina in order to activate it? It's a bit of a weird thing, but okay. Well, I've played about 9 hours now, or close to it. A bit more than 8. I took a bit of a long lunch break, but yeah. Played about 8 hours. I need to work tomorrow and Saturday, so... I think this is a good stopping point. Also, I'm not the biggest fan of these sewers, so, yeah, no idea where these lead. Not exactly sure about that sewer key. I honestly kind of... I'm a little bit confused if this has anything to do with the key or with me killing the Lord of Blood. Maybe it's to do with the key, but... I don't really know. I guess we'll see next time. This definitely seems interesting. I'll, let's get a cool shot here. This looks good. Yeah. I mean, I guess I did quite a lot, right? As always, things didn't really go the way I thought they would. Obviously, I thought that I was gonna get potentially to the Halic tree. The fact that I found the path to the Lord of Blood is honestly something that I didn't really expect. And also, now that I really think about it again, the way to get there literally just was this one bloody teleporter in the Snowfield, right? Or west of it, rather. Even if you go there, it's honestly something that can be quite easily missed, I would say, right? I mean, maybe, at least Gideon does say that he exists, right? So at least in that regard, you have, I guess, a hint that there is something else, but that is something that you can very easily just miss, right? And never find. I wonder if there's maybe something else, like some other sort of thing or some other hint or some other NPC telling you about it that might lead you towards that. Because otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, that would be quite the thing that's quite difficult to find and come across. I don't know what's going on with this, obviously. I mean, I knew that there had to be more below these sewers, and I was actually quite surprised the last time I was here that I wasn't really able to get anywhere. Maybe it's that key that I was missing. Could be. Or maybe this just does trigger after you deal with the Lord of Blood. I don't really know. If this doesn't lead to somewhere where I need to use the key, then I guess the key would be for something else, right? We'll see about that. One thing this will definitely lead to is the Three Fingers, right? And I guess the origin of the Frenzied Flame, which that in and of itself is a very weird and interesting thing because, I don't know, things with the Frenzied Flame are sort of spread all over the Lands Between. Like, there are all kinds of different sort of small villages that seem to be affected by it. So, thinking about that its origin is actually down here, that's quite the weird idea. But then again, maybe somehow through these Erdtree burials or through the roots of the Erdtree, maybe it got actually spread throughout the Lands Between without really... I mean, maybe that's the whole deal with the Three Fingers, right? I guess if they manipulate the Erdtree maybe the Erdtree accidentally spread the frenzied flame further, because they somehow accessed its roots. Could be a thing, right? I don't really know how all of these things play together, though. Like, the Three Fingers exist, and the Frenzied Flame exists, but is the Frenzied Flame somehow linked to death, or is that something completely different? Because it feels like it's something different, right? The Lord of Death and all of that, the Death Blight definitely seems to be something distinctly different to the Frenzied Flame. I don't know if they all sort of try to get to the Erdtree, right? I mean, maybe in that regard, it actually definitely makes sense to burn the Erdtree down if sort of the roots of the Erdtree have been accessed by the Frenzied Flame, and then the Erdtree itself has been covered by the Thorns of Death, right? It seems like all of this sort of bad stuff has almost been soaked in or stuck onto the Erdtree. So in that regard, I think it actually probably makes a lot of and it makes a lot of sense to just burn the whole thing down and sort of start new, right? So that's going to be interesting to see. I guess, well, in terms of what's left, right? I don't really know what we're going to fight down here, though. That is definitely something I'm just really not sure about. I mean, what is interesting is that I think in the very first cutscene, right, that sort of starting cutscene that plays when you actually start the game before you even control your character, there is a scene with a guy being hanged that looks like the guy that sits in the round table hold and is red, right, the one that gave me the key just now. So maybe he's going to be the boss fight down here, because I don't really see anything else being down here, because I think Malenia is probably going to be the boss fight that we find at the Halig Tree. That being said, even though the game does constantly still surprise me with other stuff to do, I definitely knew that, even though I didn't know that it was the Arena of the Lord of Blood and that Mikola would be there, the fact that at some point we would be able to return to Nokron and go to that sort of flaming building in the background, that was definitely something that you could see, right? I mean, it was also really clear on the map that the map basically cut the building in two, and that there would be another sort of point. I didn't expect it to be an entire level, right? I didn't expect it to be this giant pool of blood. At the end of the day, the level itself wasn't the most interesting thing, but it was still an entire level. It was still fairly impressive in terms of size, right? And then it leads up to the boss room. So that was pretty cool, and as I said, it was a really surprising thing that it was also hidden in the snowfield. I definitely did not expect it to be there. Honestly, if somebody would have asked me, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell you where I would expect something like that. I probably would have said something along the lines of, I probably missed the entrance somewhere in Caelid, potentially. Technically, I still need to do, like, one catacomb thing in Caelid, I think. So, yeah. Right, I probably would have assumed that the entrance would have been there or something. It's also quite interesting, because the snowfield is so far up north, and then the teleporter connects back to Nokron, which is so far south, basically below Caelid, right? So in terms of the location, that's definitely an interesting choice that they did there. But yeah, still, at the same time, I honestly think that I am somewhat getting close to the end. At least in terms of the places that have been mentioned, clearly something else is still going on here that lead us to the Three Fingers, and then we still have the Halig Tree that lead us to Malenia, and then obviously we have the rest of the mountain to deal with that leads us to the Flame of the Giants. And then obviously I expect there to be either one or multiple last boss fights depending on the route or ending you choose. Yeah, but I think that's going to be it. I would be very, very surprised if there was yet another entire level or section, right? I mean, there could always be, I guess, for example, in the Erd Tree, I could very well see them doing some sort of, final level that's not really a level, but will take you sort of through the inner pieces of the Erd Tree, but it's essentially just, something similar to a giant staircase that just sort of builds momentum towards the final boss fight. I can see them doing something like that, but I would be very surprised if beyond the 3 parts that I mentioned, there would be yet another entire, I don't know, giant castle or level or structure or another part of the underground stuff or something. Because that would honestly be pretty crazy if that would be the thing. Not that the game hasn't been crazy up until this point. Yeah. I mean, all in all, I still have to say the game's absolutely phenomenal. It just... The open world is really, really crazy. To me personally, I think that's more of a subjective thing. To me personally, I just wish that this wonderful world building that they're doing and this incredible open world that they've crafted, I wish that it would be utilized more in terms of an RPG, right? I almost feel like this beautiful world sometimes is a bit wasted because all you find are enemies, right? And all you find are maybe bits and pieces of information on certain weapons or items, but never really a true confirmation of things that have been going on. As much as I like FromSoft's storytelling, I think it's really, really hitting its absolute limit here. Because one thing that has always worked quite well, when we think about the other games, Sekiro not so much, because Sekiro is very different in terms of its story setup compared to the other games, but if you look back to Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, the fact that it isn't an open world, right? The fact that it's more it's almost like part of a world, right? It's definitely suggesting that there is way, way more going on beyond the things that we can see and beyond the things that we can access. And because of that, I think the whole setup of not really having that many NPCs, not really having actual quest lines, right? Or at least not in the sense that, for example, The Witcher has it, right? With actual entire cities and everything, with people to talk to and stuff like that. I always felt like that was kind of a cool setup in those earlier FromSoft games because they always felt like just part of a bigger whole, right? And because of that, it made sense to tell these stories in this kind of way, right? It almost felt like you were sort of sent, for example, to a specific place to find out something, almost as if, let's say, some sort of expedition would have taken place to some far away place in the jungles or something, right? Along those lines. That's always what it felt like to me, and that's why it made sense to me. But now, with Elden Ring, we actually do get this giant open world, right? We actually do get what basically amounts to some sort of realm, some sort of special country or whatever, right? And I don't know, I feel like suddenly the sort of way of how FromSoft tells stories doesn't work that well anymore, because now it's weird, right? Now it's weird that these merchants exist, for example, right? In a game like Dark Souls, you could have explained it by saying, oh, they're also here, they also came from some faraway place, and they just, they took a rest here, not really knowing that these lands are really dangerous or something, right? You could explain it by saying, well, they're sort of passing through or something. But now, all of a sudden, the fact that merchants are literally sitting in, like, Nokron or Nokstella, or they're pretty much right next to the Lord of Blood, it just doesn't make any sense, right? And it also doesn't make any sense that NPCs actually exist that still seem to be thinking normally, right? I mean, that one guy that is looking for, like, somebody to follow up on his, like, in Fort, whatever it's called, in Limgrave, right? There is a person that is just looking for somebody to replace him, basically, as lordship of that fort. Why? Like, how does this person even still exist in this world, right? It doesn't make sense is the problem. And so, yeah, I honestly wish that they would have just, at least to, like, a very small degree, they didn't, like, I don't think that Elden Ring needs, like, 5 different cities that all have, like, quest hubs and a million different quests and quest lines and NPCs and whatnot. I don't think the game needs that. What I do think the game needs is to somehow ground its basic setup a bit more, right? So somehow make it more believable that there are in fact still merchants that exist, right? So maybe just place one small hut somewhere on the map that is the place where the merchants sort of still exist and live, and maybe they're protected by some sort of spell, but they can only really live in the hut, and from that specific point they sort of swarm out into the rest of the lands, right? That would be actually pretty easy to set up, right? It's literally just one hut, and that's it. And maybe like 1 or 2 people to talk to with a bit of dialogue. And they actually did something to that extent with the jars, right? There's literally a village for the jars where there's a couple of them being friendly, and then there's only one you can talk to. Like, why not do the same setup for the merchants or something? Just to explain why they exist, right? And just to make it more believable that they exist. And in the very same vein, they could have also set up a small chapel or something, maybe close to Raya Lucaria, where there's still a bunch of sorcerers gathered that are actually still, thinking. I mean, we do meet Selin, I think is her name, in that one cave in Limgrave. We do meet that other sorcerer that I haven't actually been able to meet again behind Castle Stormvale. So there are a bunch of people to talk to. It's just, again, to me, I think some sort of component is missing that makes it believable that these NPCs still exist within the world, right? That there are at least certain, if maybe really, really small or really obscure places where these people can still somehow live in peace and not be killed, right? Just establish that somehow, and I think it would already be much more believable than it is now. That is definitely one of my main gripes that I have with NPCs and quest lines and whatnot. Because it just seems so unrealistic that NPCs in this world would even exist at all, because there's literally no place to go to. Like, everything's hostile, everything's just sort of basically lost. Everyone has lost their mind, more or less. So, that's why it's so hard to really get behind the story as well, is because, well, what are you even fighting for, right? Even if you reestablish the Golden Order, who's left? Unless you're telling me that suddenly all of these people that have gone crazy, now their memories or their whatever it is returns, and you can just build a normal city back up? Like, what's the implication here, right? It just, with the setup that we have here in the game, I feel like it doesn't make that much sense, or as much sense as it needs to, in order to really sort of hook you on the premise, right? Oh well. But already talked a bunch of minutes, but it's always great. I just like to sort of get a couple of thoughts out there at the end of the stream to really make sense of what I was doing. One thing that I did actually forget is that those flying ruins, those are also still a place that I completely forgot about. So I guess there's actually still 4 places left. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, that's still going to take a while, right? So now we have this Frenzied Flame place here, Three Finger place, whatever you want to call it. We have the Halic Tree, we have Flame of the Giants, and then also definitely still the Flying Ruins. No idea how they exactly come into play. Unless that is actually sort of the last, I don't know, maybe after you've burnt the Earth Tree, something awakens within those ruins. I honestly couldn't tell you. No idea why they exist. And they even, like, they show them to you quite early on, basically, right? As soon as you get to Raya Lucaria, you theoretically have the option to teleport to a place that is really close to them where you can see them. So, yeah. Kind of weird. They seem so completely separated from everything else, right? As if they're not even part of this whole story. I don't know. Absolutely no idea. In terms of stream, I will be streaming again on Sunday, but that will be 13 Sentinels. I really want to continue with that game as well. And then probably Elden Ring will be back on Monday. Until then, have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye!